like a journey. And I was discussing with a friend yesterday. I was telling him that everything that is happening in my life today would have happened if I had not gone through those journeys. Of course, while I was going through that journey, it wasn't something rosy.
Yeah, it feels like hell, I'm sure.
You understand, but here we are today. Everything is now a story.
Okay, yeah. So tell us, so how did you transform into real estate? What did you study? And then how did you make that journey into real estate?
Okay, I studied transport management.
Okay, so from transport, how are you building homes?
Actually, I've not practiced transportation like that because I have not worked for any organization since I left school.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I started my business very early. I started with communications, which is printing, branding, promotional items, and
okay.
You know, and then from there, I felt that it's time for us to start solving housing problems, and I had a lead in that I should come here. And thus far, it's been a great journey because when you know that you're somewhere and what you are doing there, you're seeing results for it, it's a proof that you are on the right track.
Okay.
So that is, moving to real estate is something that I feel that it's a basic need. Even though not everybody will be in that field, but some of us, we need to come to make sure that this thing is gets to everybody.
Okay.
You understand? So.
Okay, so before I delve into the real estate thing, I want to talk about structure. So you were talking about how you've never worked for anyone. So how did you build the structure for your business? How did you know, if you haven't worked in a structured environment before, that okay, this is how this should go, this person should report to this person, this is how this thing should be?
Yeah,
how did you sort it out?
Majorly of these things are self-taught. I read a lot.
Okay.
I study, and I have mentors. So for me, like I told you, I studied management. Transfer management is majorly management. So we were taught some things about management in school. But well, I will not say all this managerial skill was from school. Even though some of it are, but I believe that you can achieve anything if you are willing to go deeper into the details of it. So I've studied a lot of organizations, studied a lot of global brands, how their structure is, how these things are. I have a book that I wrote, the structure of the company. Now I didn't even know that we are going to get to this level in 2015.
Wow.
Talking about the vice president, the HR, the community, everything. When I saw the book, because when I write, I put the date on it. That's why I know that this was written in 2015. And everything we are doing now, I just see that I've even written it in the past in the book. So I tell my secretary to just put all these things in record and let's have it so that we can even see if we are in line and all. So I think for me, I study, I had to, and I also, information, this is an information age. There's really nothing you need an information for you can't get online. So at times I go to Google, at times I go to YouTube, at times I buy books. I have a lot of management books. Probably when you visit my office, you see how my library looks like.
Okay, interesting, interesting. Even though some people argue with you and say that theory is also different from practical, it's one thing to read about it and to be able to bring it to life and practicalize it. And so let's move from there to real estate.
Yeah.
And one of the growing concerns, and very recently, a building collapsed also in Ikoyi that you're setting up your estates in. Is this not a threat to real estate? How do you, a place like a high-brow place like Ikoyi, how do you have a collapsed building? And no disrespect to other areas. So if there was a collapsed building probably in like some outskirts of Lagos without wanting to mention names, not like we understand, we'll say that, okay, maybe those people cut corners.
Yeah.
But Ikoyi is a high-brow area that you feel that people of the best expertise, they're going to spend their money, they're going to do everything's going to be properly done. What is, of course, I don't know if you have the detail of this particular building, but this is like the second that has happened in the space of a year and a half.
A lot has happened.
So what
okay, so for me, I've appeared on many like Channel 2, and they asked me this question. And there are three things I think I will analyze here. The first thing is the quality of the materials being used.
Okay.
You see, I saw how the building came down like sand. You don't have a 7-story building to come down like that. Even if you want to bring it down, it should give you a lot of work to bring it down. So I think most on the part of the developer, I would say the quality of the material being used is nothing to be written home about. The irons, the brick, and also so in construction, if you are going multiple floors, for the higher the floor you are going, the more details you have to pay. Into more, the more attention you have to pay. So you have to, for example, if you are going to the 7th floor, when you're starting from the 1st floor, you have to have a time. For example, if you need that thing to solidify and everything to probably properly after you do the concrete and all the time you need to put it, probably you need like a 2 months. Let me just use 2 months. And you say because you want to deliver on time, you do 1 month. You may pay for it. You understand? So you don't. There's some things that in construction you don't. You let it be. You don't touch the time frame. You don't say because you want to over deliver. Then also I would say that the government agencies too, they need to be held accountable for this.
Okay.
A project a project of that magnitude. Don't forget that it's just 1 out of 4 that fell. There are still other ones that were there. How are we sure that the same thing will not happen to those other ones? Before a project goes to 7, I heard that they said that the project doesn't have approval.
But how did he get to the 7th floor if he didn't get an approval?
That shouldn't have come out of their mouth because it's like a slap on even us, the citizen. Because you won't say that a project of that magnitude have gotten to that level and it's going. You say it doesn't have approval. So I think we just need to do better. But the people I will really talk to about here is the developer. We are the one that will bear this cost, really. We are the one that many things are stake on. Remember that this is a life. Now, they say 1 person died there. We don't know if it's more or if it's less.
That's true.
Now, 1 life cannot be quantified to any amount of money in this world. So we are dealing with people. I am happy that the property came down now. What if everything has been done? They've renovated and the families are there. Generations will have just wiped off like that. Because in that case, the father, the mother, the children will be there. And you can hear that, these people just wiped off like that. So we should not be toiling with this. Even if it means that the cost of construction is that we understand that the cost of materials are going up. There are some things you don't cut corners with. You make sure that it is better it eats deep into your profit. And you know that, I believe that for me, I don't joke with excellence. I don't. There are some things, it's structural things that will hold the house, the foundation, all those things. You don't joke with it.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll take a quick break before we come back to this conversation. So please stay with us. If you're just tuning in, this is One on One, and I have Kolade Adepoju as my guest, and we're talking about real estate. Now, a recent report says that development activity across the commercial real estate sector in Lagos declined by 14% in 2022 compared to 2021 amidst currency challenges and rising inflation. So, Dr. Adepoju, tell us more about this. I'm surprised when I read this report, I'm like, there's a decline, because everywhere I go, there are buildings going up and about, coming up. So how come the report says that there's a decline?
I think the report is not false. It's true, because I may not be able to say the percentage. But, because the cost of things are going up, especially with that we are in this. If we want to do development, for example, now the project we are talking about that won't start in Ikoyi, we've been on it since last year, August, making sure that everything is, I'm having a meeting with some of my partners on it. We need to see the end from beginning. You understand? And it means that if the project is, let's say, like a 10 billion project, you must know how the 10 billion will be sorted before you even start. Because if you want to go into construction, the best way to go into construction now is to have all the money and get all the material, especially things like iron. Iron is, man. If you hear iron is something else. You can buy iron for, let's say, let me just use 1,000 now, and by tomorrow it's already 3,000.
Why? Because we're importing it into the country?
We're importing it and it keeps increasing. Also, so I will get to, there's something I might say when I'm done with this about that, because I feel that there's no regulatory body.
Okay.
You understand? Because anybody can just come. Many people are telling us that, dollar. But if you realize that some of these things dollar doesn't really affect it as as like the way they are.
People
they are just amplifying it. So I think one of the factors that could affect the decline in that is the cost of material.
Okay.
Also, you know, the poverty, people are getting, sorry to say, people are getting poorer in this country, especially in Nigeria.
The middle class.
The middle class. A lot of middle class that are moving down, you understand? You know, like normal, it should be like, okay, middle class, you move up, you know, some join middle class, but nice, below people are coming down, some lost their job. So, you know, when there's no demand, you understand, the demand is reducing, definitely the supply will reduce.
Okay.
So I think those are the things, but that statistics, I think I will not challenge it. There's high tendency that they are right, even though I've not done any research in regards to, but it's just high probability. Looking at the factors around, you see that it's high. Also, because of the election season, too, you understand that when there's election,
everybody
people tend to just take their money in. Let's see what will happen. Okay. You understand? You'll be surprised that probably when they are doing this year to next year's data, it may have jumped by another 20% because a lot of people will be comfortable to now invest. They know where the country is going to. There were a lot of rumors, war, those things that time, but now it's becoming clearer. So I think those 3 factors can affect it to calm down, but it's not going to be there forever.
All right, so let's talk about some of the other challenges. We've talked about building collapse. We've talked about inflation and cost of, building materials. What are the other challenges in the real estate sector?
Okay, funding. Funding, and I would say funding. Real estate is a capital-intensive industry. If you want to come to real estate, make sure that you have your way of getting your money, because you don't get into real estate with just little capital. So I think funding, and also I was with a friend yesterday, he's an Indian, and we're talking about funding real estate project and everything. Right there, a place called to one of top person in a major bank in this country, and they said we don't fund real estate.
Oh, really? What was
the
reason?
It's just a policy. If you ask your bankers for ask them, they are just running. Also, I think because some of them have gotten their fingers burnt in the past, but because you don't penalize a whole nation because of few people. Because if we realize that these few people that you are even penalizing us before, they are the people those people are even existing now. They are the people that are probably at the top now. They get away with it. You are not saying because of that you are not. So
if banks are not funding real estate, where do real estate developers like you get your funding from?
You see, let me tell you something. Real estate developers are genius.
So how are they getting the money for funding?
We, for example, I have other companies. So I think that's one of the ways I move some funds.
So you take funds from your company too?
That's number one. Number two is that by the time you start doing something little and people start trusting you, they start committing, they start buying your product, and then you have more funding to push into the company or into the project. You understand? Most of the time, most people use off-takers money. Some are privileged to have people that really believe in them and trust them, that can give them individual money. In real estate, you have more of individual money than corporate money in real estate now, which it shouldn't be that way, because real estate is something that is a major problem in Nigeria. As of 2019, we have over 15 million housing deficit. That was 2019. As of today, I'm sure it will be like 20 million. It keeps increasing, and it's going. What is happening? This data is more scary than a pandemic. Because it will get to a time whereby it is people that doesn't, look, you're looking so great, I'm looking so great, because we came from a nice place to
home, yes. If you don't have an apartment,
if you don't have a house to live in, you are prone to any evil device, anything. You will do anything to survive. You don't want to know the condition of how people that doesn't have accommodation under them live. So if we understand what this thing will eventually become, we will really take this thing seriously. It's probably one of the major problems of Nigeria today that is even moving us to this level of insecurity, all these things and all.
Okay, we'll take another break, and when we come back, we'll continue with this conversation. Please stay with us.
Yeah.
Thank you for staying with us. If you're just tuning in, again, this is One on One. My name is Fumi Onwa-Jefe, and I have my guest with me, Kolade Adepoju. We're talking about real estate in Nigeria. Now, let's look at our retail real estate trends. What trends should we expect moving forward in Nigeria?
Okay, I don't think there will be something out of the world for now. Real estate in Nigeria is still young, I still say that.
Okay.
It's still in a space whereby we're just building. It's just at the, probably laying the foundation block, you know. One of the things that we'll be seeing right now is high rise. Okay. You understand? I've heard a lot of billionaires in Banana saying that I want to live on 10th floor now. They want to live that normal big mansion. They just want to be at the high rise at the top.
Nice view.
The views are so amazing. You know, I was at one of the property on the 14th floor and I looked at it. You can see the whole island in one view. I said, wow.
Yeah, I know that feel because I grew up in a high-rise building. Even though it was a government-owned apartment, 1004. And then, you know, you could just see the view, the water, the view, and then of course it's always breezy. There's just something very nice about it.
So that will be happening more now. In Ikoyi now, they don't give approval for just if you want to build now, you don't just build a duplex. You don't just build. It has to be, there's a standard now.
Okay.
In a major part of Ikoyi, there's some part that you can build maybe a terrace building and all. You know, so I think that trend will keep happening. Number two is that some trends we should be looking at is that a lot of people will start building like modern structures and smart homes.
Okay.
You understand? For us now, we will not build anything that is not smart. It's going to be like a basic thing for us. You understand?
Okay, so well, fantastic, because you're building in places like Ikoyi. Because I'm just always saying that once you build these smart homes, are you building them just in places like Ikoyi? Because I'm saying like the regular Joe, like I right now. A broadcast journalist. Everywhere. I don't know if I can afford this fancy smart home that you want to build.
No, it's not. It doesn't need to be complex. It doesn't need to be expensive.
Okay.
You understand? Smart home means that you have smart features, and there's some smart features that can be. For example, Ikoyi now can be so extreme that you can even use voice to probably eat water or something. But you may not need that in, let's say, a place like Shangotedo. We have a project is coming up soon that we are going to even launch by next month in Shangotedo, which it is also smart home.
Okay.
You understand?
So to reduce cost.
Yeah. The three things that must be, that I believe that is at the back of everything we are doing at the company. It must be smart, it must be futuristic, and it must be green. You understand? We put these three things in consideration whenever we are doing any project. You understand?
So let's talk about green, deforestation.
Yeah.
That is very disturbing for me, because like we take out a lot of fauna and flora and we're building all this concrete. Who is preserving all the herbs? So recently I was speaking to some doctors who were saying that there's some particular herbs that used to be found all over Nigeria now, but we know with the expansion of real estate, deforestation, how do we create a balance to say, okay, we actually need homes and we need this land to be, this forest to be cut and all of that, but how do we create a balance? Because this green is also essential to our lives.
Yes.
These animals, these plants are also essential to our lives. How do we create a balance?
Okay, so I think number one is there has to be an agency that preserves this. So for example, for example now, some part of each part of Nigeria, let me use Lagos as an example. For a Epela, there will be some plants that are there that you can only find, probably is there that you always find it.
Yes.
So let me give an example now. Ogbomoso now, if you cut a mango tree down, it comes up. Mango is like water
everywhere.
You understand? So those parts, how do you make sure that by the time they are doing a development is coming up there, each part of, because you don't really need everything to preserve a species of anything, of any plant. You just make sure that some are preserved.
Okay.
You understand? Then also for the developer, you have to make sure that by the time you are bringing this tree down, you are putting another one there. Because even when it comes
to putting another one where, because you need like 100 acres to build this place. So where are you going to put the other?
Yeah, for example, now just a typical example. Now, if you have an estate of, let's say, 60 plots of land, and each plot, it can be a mandate in here. In each plot, you must have minimum of 4 to 5 trees. Any species, you can have specific trees to be planted. The estate I stay, there's no house that doesn't have tree there. You understand? There's no house that does not have tree, whether tall or short. But because it's not even safe for you to live in a place whereby there's no
trees.
It's not green. Because you admit that these trees are there to preserve us for some things.
True.
So it's for us now. That is one of the things we do as a company. We make sure that whenever any estate we are launching or we are building, there is a standard number of plants that must be planted in the whole place. For example, we can say 1,000. Then we spread it across the houses, the streets, everywhere, the playground and everything. And also to government to also make sure that by the time you are bringing your I must give that to them. That by the time you are bringing your plan, they will ask you some questions. You understand? And also, although some get away without it.
I was about to say, so how do we ensure who's going to follow up on government? Because government was the one that was supposed to ensure that this unapproved several-story building did not collapse. But hey, we are here. But sadly, we've run out of time. Dr. Adepoju, thank you so much for your time. I just want to, just a quick word to say to someone who probably wants to go into real estate and also invest in real estate. How do you, what advice do you have for such a person?
Few things I would say. Number one, make sure that if you want to be a developer, make sure that you know what you are doing. Get the right team. That is very, very important. Because
I was about to ask a follow-up question. How do you know which one is the right team to get?
But of course, if you want to go into any business, you must know what you need.
Yes, you
understand the contractors. All those things are very, very important. Then, if you want to invest, it's not a very, very hard thing, and also it can be a hard thing. Just make sure that you get the right organization. One of the things you look out for is integrity. You understand? Because we've seen many people that have invested in some other companies and they've gotten their fingers burnt, no return on anything. But for us, we make sure that integrity is when we tell you anything, we deliver. So get organizations. Know where you want to. There are many things I should say, but because of time, know where you want to invest in. Do you want to buy land? Or do you just want to invest in this company? Or do you want to buy a property? For example, now, if what you want to do is land, you don't have any business coming to this area or something, go to where it's starting. Or if you have, it depends on also it depends on the capital that you have. For example, if I have 500 million now, I may not even buy in Ikoyi, even though I can afford something in Ikoyi. I may go to somewhere like Shangote because the idea of it is for me to invest and cash back. So that place is still coming up. So that my 500 million can get me some acres, fence it out, and leave it for some time and we sell it back. You understand? So, but the company too is very, very important. Make sure that the company you are doing this business with, they will not let you put all your money and you can't find anything. You are coming back to nothing. So the company is important. And also for anybody that wants to be a developer, other thing you can do is that you can start by just selling for a company. Like that you learn, you build relationship. For somebody like us, is not, I would say I didn't start that way. I didn't start in a way of marketing. I just came in as a developer, which it also has its challenges. You understand? But by the time, the best way I would advise anybody is to start by marketing for somebody, selling. Get a good company that you can market with, 1 or 2 or 3, market their product. Like that, you have a relationship with the MD, you see what they are doing, you start making friends in that regard. And also, by the time you want to now start your own, you already have client base
that you can reach out to. Yes. Fantastic, interesting. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you. We hope you join us again when we call on you.
Please, I will.
Okay, and that's all we can take on this episode. I hope you have learned a few things and understood a bit about the industry. My name is Femi Onuajefe. Join us again sometime soon. Thank you.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
in raising our kids. Parents should stop playing God.
The internet is actually using the people.
But when you are looking for money to help other people, then it becomes easy.
Don't rush into marriage. I always say this. You rush in, you rush out.
Family is the bedrock of every society and the essence of life.
On Today with John and Helen, we dig deep into family values in every sense of the word.
Join us every Saturday at 9:15 a.m. on Plus TV Africa, DSTV channel 408.
With you, we play a part in strengthening the values passed from generation to generation.
Hello, good evening. I am Kimberly Obiebo. This is the news update. The Inspector General of Police, IGP Usman Al-Khalibaba, on Monday cautioned political parties trying to foment trouble on May 29 presidential inauguration to stay off, as he reiterated that the inauguration date remains sacrosanct. The police boss who gave the warning while briefing reporters in Abuja vowed to do everything possible alongside other security operatives to defend democracy. He added that it is hinged on the right of aggrieved political actors to submit grievances on the electoral outcome to the judicial process for consideration. Meanwhile, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, Governor of Lagos State, has endorsed Godswill Akpabio and Barau Jibrin for the positions of Senate President and Deputy. Whilst hosting the duo at the Lagos Government House on Sunday, Sanwo-Olu said Akpabio and Jibrin are offering stability to the country, which would be of benefit to Nigerians. Akpabio, a former Minister of Niger Delta Affairs, and Jibrin, a senator representing Kano North, have been nominated by the All Progressives Congress APC for the Senate leadership positions. Akpabio, on his part, said the National Assembly under his stewardship would work with the incoming administration for the benefit of citizens.
We provide quality, stable, and inclusive leadership at the National Assembly with a view to providing a robust legislative intervention when necessary and making relevant laws for the good governance of our dear nation. We will galvanize a united and vital support base to the incoming administration of President Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu that will provide credible government policies for the advancement of good governance, rule of law, and progressive National Assembly activities.
Also, Senator Ali Ndume, who is the Director General of the Akpabio campaign, said the choice of Akpabio is the right thing to do at this time. The United States government has said it had taken steps to impose visa restrictions on specific individuals in Nigeria for undermining the democratic process during Nigeria's 2023 election cycle. This was made known in a statement by the Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, on Monday, published on the website of the U.S. government, while noting that the U.S. is committed to supporting and advancing democracy in Nigeria and around the world. The U.S. government disclosed the decision to take steps to impose visa restrictions reflects the continued commitment of the United States to support Nigerian aspirations to strengthen democracy and the rule of law. Former President Olusegun Obasanjo has said the performance of Nigerian leaders before independence is much better. Speaking during the National Daily Awards in Lagos, Obasanjo said though political activities were raging like fire pre-independence, Nigerians were determined to ensured that they chose the right leaders who made the right decisions for the country. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu and the Inspector General of Police, Usman Alkali Baba, were among the eminent Nigerians who received awards for outstanding performances.
In fact, in also making choice of leaders, I would say Nigeria in those days also make right choices of leaders. And if your choices are right, the consequences will be right. Your performances will be right. And if your performances are right, then you will attain excellence.
And I want to extend this congratulatory message and this award, not for me, for the entire team in Lagos. And I want to say that several people that are here today are deserving of the excellent and the excellence award that has been given to all of us.
I think I have been motivated enough to do more than what I have done or to do more than what I am doing. I also feel this award will also motivate not only me as an individual, but it will motivate the force, the personnel of the force, so that we can do more and save Nigerians from the predicament of insecurity.
On his part, former Minister of Health and Social Services, Prince Julius Adelusi Adeluye, said the people generally look up to leaders, hence it is important that they demonstrate capacity and character. Speaking on the motivation behind the awards, Editor-in-Chief of National Daily newspaper, Sylvester Abhodage, said despite the challenges and uproar in the country, it will not be out of place to honor patriotic Nigerians who are making a difference.
Some awards are commercially driven. What's in it for the organizers? What's the return on investments of their cash outlay? Now, and we're going down the hill negatively. But when we have an organization like the National Daily, young as they are, embarking on a new direction and dimension, we must all support that, at least to improve that aspect of the Nigerian space.
While we use the opportunity to show appreciation to many top public figures and dignitaries in the country whose gestures have been worthy of emulation, whose actions over the years, and most especially within the period under review, which is the year 2022, have contributed in no small way in uplifting humanity, we also take into account ordinary people who are doing extraordinary things.
An unspecified number of persons were injured following an explosion that occurred in Jalingo, the Taraba state capital. The incident was said to have happened close to a drinking joint in the late hours of Sunday. The blast was also believed to have been caused by an explosive device suspected to be a mini bomb. Meanwhile, the injured victims have been hospitalized, while the scene of the explosion was condoned off by men of the Nigeria Police Anti-Bomb Squad. Afrobeat singer Seun Kuti, who is currently in police custody, he was handcuffed and taken away to the State Criminal Investigation and Intelligence Department in Panti for further investigation and possible detention. This was disclosed in a video shared by Omoyele Sowore, the presidential candidate of the African Action Congress, AAC, via his official Twitter handle. Sowore said Kuti had fulfilled his promise to cooperate fully with police investigations by visiting the Commissioner of Police in Lagos with his lawyers. Meanwhile, a former lawmaker, Shehu Sani, has reacted to the arrest of Afrobeat singer Seun Kuti. Kuti is currently in police custody in Panti for further investigation and possible detention. Reacting to the development, Sani, in a tweet via his handle on Monday, said there was no need to handcuff Kuti, who voluntarily surrendered himself. Earlier, the Inspector General of Police, IGP Usman Al-Khalibaba, ordered Kuti's arrest after his altercation with a police officer on the 3rd Mainland Bridge a few days ago. Kuti was captured in a video assaulting a police officer in uniform. To other parts of Africa, Sudan's military chief has ordered the freezing of all bank accounts belonging to a rival paramilitary force. The two sides have battled for weeks across Sudan, pushing the troubled country to the brink of an all-out war. The decree issued by General Abdel Fattah Burhan will target the official accounts of the Rapid Support Forces and Sudanese Bank, as well as the accounts of all companies belonging to the group, the state news agency SUNA reported. Last Thursday, the military and the RSF signed a pact in the Saudi city of Jeddah, promising safe passage for civilians fleeing the conflict and protection for humanitarian operations in the East African nation. International efforts led by Saudi Arabia and the United States are underway in an attempt to turn Thursday's agreement into a lasting truce. Elsewhere, 11 perpetrators of a coup that the authorities claim to have forward in December in Chad will be pardoned, according to the presidency. In early January, the government announced the arrest of 10 officers and a human rights activist, Baradine Tagwe, presented as the mastermind of an attempt to destabilize the constitutional order and institutions of the republic. They were convicted of undermining the constitutional order, illegal possession of weapons, and criminal association, national television said. On April 21, the president of Chad, General Mahamat Idris Deby Itno, promised the release of at least 12 men, including 11 army officers accused of having attempted a coup in December 2022. Outside Africa, Britain promised Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky long-range attack drones when he visited the country as part of a European tour aimed at securing new weapons for a counter-offensive against Russia. Zelensky met Prime Minister Rishi Sunak at the British leader's Chequers country residence, where the pair also discussed Ukraine's request for Western fighter jets.
You're actually the first foreign leader that I've had the privilege of welcoming here as Prime Minister. And there's a lot of great history here. In fact, this room that we're standing in, Winston Churchill made many of his famous speeches in World War II from this room. And in the same way today, your leadership, your country's bravery and fortitude are an inspiration to us all.
First of all, thank you very much. You supported already a lot for us. You did a lot, you, your government, and His Majesty, the King, and of course your people, your society. We're very thankful from all our hearts, from Ukrainians, from our soldiers. We are thankful. And this privilege to be here. Yes, the first time. You said not the last?
Definitely not the last.
So we, of course, we'll discuss very important issues, urgent support for Ukraine. And
in business news, the federal government will today raise about 360 billion naira in a new borrowing as part of its regular debt issuance to finance budget deficit and augment national revenue. It is the last bond auction by the outgoing government of President Muhammadu Buhari. The auction, which is based on issuance calendar by the Debt Management Office (DMO), which oversees the government's debt issuance and management, however, comes as the DMO at the weekend expressed concerns that the country's debt servicing is becoming unsustainable. At the auction, the DMO will be offering 4 tenors of bonds to raise 90 billion naira in each tenor, totaling 360 billion naira. The bonds on offer, which are reopening of previous issuance, include the 10-year 13.980% February 2028 bond, the 10-year 12.50% April 2032 bond, the 20-year 13% January 2042 bond, and the 30-year and 12.98% March 2050 bond. In entertainment news, Nigerian singer Burna Boy's 6th album, Love Damini, has become his most streamed album on Spotify. Love Damini was released on July 7, 2022 and has enjoyed impressive success both locally and internationally. The album has become Burna Boy's most streamed album on Spotify after it surpassed African Giant, released in 2019. The feat was achieved with a huge success of Last Last, which has recorded over 256 million streams, and For Your Hand featuring Ed Sheeran, which has surpassed over 161 million streams. There is also It's Plenty, which has recorded over 61 million streams. Also, Nigerian superstar Joeboy was stopped from performing at St. Lucia's over the use of offensive language. The singer's latest international effort in propelling Afrobeats, however, didn't go according to plan, as he was stopped for performing over what the organizers described as the use of profanity. The hitmaker, who was there to entertain the fans, was stopped from performing after his DJ used the F word while warming up the crowd. The artist took to Instagram narrating what happened, calling it a sincere oversight he was unaware of. Joeboy also called out the show promoters for his unprofessionalism while describing him as difficult to work with. That's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on Limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Kimberly Ubiebo. Many thanks for watching. Have a good evening.
we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
Coronavirus, a word which became popular in our vocabulary in 2019. But scientists and medical experts tell us human coronaviruses were first identified in the mid-1960s, meaning it has existed for years, centuries even. The World Health Organization, WHO, on March 11, 2020, declared the novel coronavirus COVID-19 outbreak a global pandemic. The first known case was in China, and there were reports that the virus originated from wildlife sold at the Wuhan market. Over 6 million lives were lost to COVID all around the world. In Lagos, Nigeria, the Ministry of Health confirmed its first case of the novel coronavirus on the 28th of February 2020. The aftermath of the pandemic has changed the way we live, the way we do businesses, the way we work, and the way we relate with people. There has been a good and not so good side to this pandemic, but in all, it impacted the entire world.
I think for me, and I guess for many other people, it was the hugest shock of the decade, because suddenly what you call normalcy disappears. Even the regular attempt at just moving out of your house is fiercely restrained. First, there was we had to start learning what to fear and what not to. And then for many of us, it was house arrest, whether or not you liked it. It's not what we want to hastily remember. We just know, like somebody humorously stated, that it's one of those years I didn't use, so I cannot add it to my age.
How I felt, the prevailing emotion during the pandemic, I was scared. During the pandemic, I was scared. When it first started, I was scared. I was scared because of when I turned on the television, I see the number of people who are sick or dying. It was very scary. When it first started, the fact that I couldn't go out, I couldn't go to work as I would normally do, even though I would work remotely. I couldn't go to work, I couldn't go out, I couldn't go to places, I couldn't go to church, I couldn't do anything. It just made me feel trapped.
So I think I must confess that it was one of those most rewarding eras or times for me, because I am very, very introverted. And so I'm one of those who, if I chose to stay indoors for 90 days straight, I would throw mental parties. It didn't have the sort of popular impacts it did on others who were practically scared of their own shadows through that time.
COVID-19 was a global pandemic. Everybody was affected directly or indirectly. I'm not an exception. We were greatly affected, but thank God we didn't lose any life in the family. Everybody came out of it stronger and better. The COVID actually had its positive side, which I will look at as rediscovering who you are and giving the best of who you are to the society.
I'm a legal practitioner by practice. My profession is legal practice. So at that period of COVID-19, many courts were not sitting. In as much as the lockdown brought some good, it also bedeviled certain professions.
For like a month, there was a lockdown. So the economy was shut down. So it affected me. And I believe it affects everybody.
By the grace of God, I didn't run out of food. Even though I'm working, I work with federal government. So I didn't run out of. But notwithstanding, what about other relatives who are depending on us? We could not able to stretch out help towards them. So definitely, if it's not affecting me, it affects most of my relatives.
Then I was overseeing a school, an international school. Our salaries were not halved, but were just paid like the basic of. So it was a terrible time. It was a terrible time.
Another minister of state. So we should give the people. That is why they ask people to start home. What comment? Thank you. You're welcome.
Yeah, I certainly saw the impact of COVID around me economically. And I think it was the first time my wife and I had to sit to say, truly, there's an immense need to be grateful to God. And it was largely because we started getting calls from those who had to live from hand to mouth, whose income was strictly daily, and if they didn't do anything daily, then lunch was, threatened, dinner was, had to go on leave and the likes.
I remember this particular woman, very distinct. She stood out among the other people. She came in and she said that she has like 3 kids or 4 kids. I can't actually remember the number, and they haven't eaten in days.
I think one of the things I learned, or a number of things I learned during COVID, I would just list them in no particular sequence, is that I think one of the first thing is to understand your fears. There was just a cloud of fear that queried logic, even when you knew to well that this doesn't make sense, but you just have to do it. I remember standing in the queue in the pharmacy, and this guy went paranoid. You're standing too close to my child. You're standing too close to my child. And I'm a medical personnel, and I was wondering, Oga, calm down. You don't even understand what this is. And you're already paranoid over 6 feet and the likes of those kind of instructions that we were given. All of us had to learn and relearn health habits. I just recently, I remember being amused because I attempted sneezing and I quickly reached for my elbow and I said, how this hasn't disappeared, after almost 18 months, 20 months after that episode. So a good number of us had to learn some of the things that are very helpful today. We had to grow some degree of intimate familiarity with masks. A number of people who would never have used masks in their lives now, cling to them very fiercely.
I believe people would do what they are supposed to do when pushed, when pressed, even though it's the right thing. During COVID, usually you're supposed to cover your mouth, your nose when sneezing with your elbow. You're supposed to wash your hands regularly. It's something it's basic hygiene. But a lot of us didn't imbibe that. Now, post-COVID, whether or not establishments decide to maintain the culture of using a mask or continue to put a wash bowl and detergent or, liquid soap for you to wash your hand or not, your hygiene should be your priority. It just goes back to what I said earlier on, that That's what COVID has taught. Your health is very important, and hygiene is also something that you should take very seriously.
I think to expect a cure for a COVID would be to demand of nature too much. And I say that because it arrived and it met on the stage illnesses like HIV, malaria, and these, to the best of our knowledge, only have palliative options, not cure, not outright cure. So I think with every phase of humanity would come an epidemic like this that helps us reshape our perspectives.
I have not come across a blind person who have become sighted. Unfortunately, I've come across too many sighted people who have become blind.
I stood for like maybe 2 or 3 minutes, was like, a blind individual, writing like this. Even a typical human being cannot do most of what he is doing.
They are pushed aside. They look them as perpetual beggars. And it's not supposed to be. Some of us, we are learned. We don't need pity. We need opportunities. We need encouragement.
A February 2021 report by the World Health Organization says that globally, 2.2 billion people have a visual impairment. Of that number, 64 million people suffer from glaucoma, the leading cause of irreversible blindness in the world. It is projected that by the year 2030, 95.4 million people would suffer from the disease. Being a black person is a risk factor. At Ikeja Junior High School, Lagos, Nigeria, there are 55 steps from one end of the hallway to the other. There are 18 steps down the stairwell and 15 steps between classes. Cyril Ojime counted them all because he needed the figures as well as his white cane to find his way around work.
It's more than the cost price.
Cyril is a 48-year-old visually impaired mathematician. He teaches math here to students with and without hearing disabilities in junior secondary classes 1 to 3. This situation presents a peculiar communication challenge.
Imagine they will do sign language, I cannot see what they are signing. I will talk, they cannot hear what I'm saying. So if they want to talk, I cannot even hear them. They will make noise with it. And it has really been a very difficult situation. How are you today? Fine. I had to learn a little bit of sign language, and that gladdened their heart. They love seeing me making that effort to communicate with them. Unfortunately, they feel, because I cannot see them back, they feel saddened about it, that I'm not seeing them sign back to me, communicating with me in their own way.
Here's where 30-year-old Tawalkat Babatunde comes in.
Take note, it's over the cost price, not the selling price.
She's a sign language specialist at the school. She works with Cyril to coordinate and communicate math lessons to the class.
I'll make sure the class is being arranged. Okay, keep quiet, watch what he's saying, explain. When he's explaining, I'll demonstrate. You do give them classwork and homework. I'll mark it, distribute it to the students. Honestly, the first day we worked together, I stood at just for like maybe 2 or 3 minutes, was like, a blind individual writing like this. Even a typical human being cannot do most of what he is doing. So I was amazed.
Cyril Ojime is a 1996 graduate of Pure and Applied Mathematics from the University of Ilori, Kwara State. He's also an award-winning math and further math teacher with experience spanning 11 different schools in 5 states across Nigeria since 1999. Cyril recalls a childhood experience that motivated him to take up teaching as a career.
I used to have a math teacher. He would just put some problems on the board and I would just be smiling. We would not be able to solve it. So in my mind, I said, I want to be a teacher whereby I will make math to look simpler than what this man is doing.
That resolve, made in the early 80s, still nudges him to demystify math for children today. However, in 2012, Cyril was diagnosed with glaucoma. This almost put paid to his life ambition of teaching math.
When I first of all found out 2012, it was like a shock to me. Because as a then, in my family, the extended family, we only know for maybe eye issues such as myopia or long distance issue. Then maybe at was cataracts, but nothing like glaucoma. So it was a surprise to me. And when it started, it was as if it was an insect in my eye that was blurring my vision. So when I was told it was glaucoma, I went to Google it to read more about it. When I learned it was white blindness, I got a bit scared at first. But I said, okay, let me see what can be done.
Dr. Adiola Onokoya is a professor of ophthalmology at the Lagos University Teaching Hospital, LUTH. She throws some light on Cyril's condition.
Glaucoma is the commonest cause of irreversible blindness. It's a disease of the nerve of the eye. That nerve is like a cable that connects the eyeball to the brain. In glaucoma, what happens is there's some damage, inside the eyeball where you have those nerves originating from that we call the optic nerve. They are damaged. And what damages them? Well, it's either there isn't enough blood flowing into them, or because there's a lot of pressure inside the eye. And once those cells in the eye die, even the eye is opened, is looking at whatever object, but there is no connection. There's a disconnect between what the eye sees and the brain. So the eye looks normal, but no image processing is taking place.
What causes glaucoma and how can it be treated?
Nobody knows the cause. And if the cause of a disease is not known, then there's no cure. It's commoner in blacks than in the Caucasian. There's just an inherent, risk for us to develop glaucoma, being blacks. And then if you have a family history, because genetics is at the basis of glaucoma, really. And then if that pressure is high, that's eye pressure, intraocular pressure, if it's high, and then people who have severe hypertension, people who have very low blood pressure, even people who are using low blood pressure medication but they are overusing it. Management of the glaucoma, we can give eye drops. And if the eye drops are not working well, then you may have to go to surgery. It's a lifelong disease. But suffice is to say that once you have lost vision from glaucoma, it is not recovered.
Cyril was in the prime of his career when glaucoma struck. He was deputy head of the math department, mathematics coordinator, and was vying to be head of senior school before he began to have challenges with his vision. The new reality devastated him. He began to struggle with tasks that were once easy.
Then, to be moving around, it was difficult for me. There are times I would just miss my way when going to the class. I would not really know the right class that I'm going to until I therefore come back and count my steps again. Some of my colleagues will be assisting me in typing to be marking that I'm going through a phase. And I thank God for my colleagues then who rallied around me to see that I was not failing. Being a private institution, they are not looking at whether you are going through a phase or whether you are going through a medical situation. There was for you to be effective, no matter what it takes. Be effective. Don't go down. Don't relent in your effort. So I was trying to meet up.
He sought medical help in 2012. However, the doctor's strike paralyzed healthcare services for 6 months. In that time, his eyesight worsened.
for 6 months when they were on strike, I could not get medical attention, and that was when the eyes deteriorated. Thereafter, when they called back the strike, it was a bit late. The pressure in the eyes became very high and uncontrollable. Despite eye drops and medication, it just skyrocketed. If the doctors were on ground, I would have been able to get the proper medical attention on time. I would be able to at least know the right eye drops to take to preserve the vision. And I'll be able to at least, if it was not becoming better, at least the doctors would have been able to refer me to Lutz or even to another institution entirely for me to get proper attention.
Indeed, the lack of a reliable healthcare system in Nigeria does jeopardize the health of citizens. Additionally, glaucoma does not show symptoms. Therefore, Cyril only began to have signs of visual impairment in the advanced stages of the disease.
We usually advise that we should get our eyes tested regularly. Once you are above the age of 35, you should make it a point of duty to get your eyes examined once in 2 years. But if you have a family member who suffers from glaucoma, or you have a family member who is blind, you don't know why, you should check your eyes for glaucoma. So regular eye examination is the way to detect it at the very early stage. And once it is detected, treatment is started, and we can then slow down that rate of progression.
As Cyril's eyesight was deteriorating, his work at Olashere Grammar School in Osun State was failing. In March 2015, he made a decision he never imagined he would take in his early 30s. Cyril Ojemen resigned.
I had to meet the HOD, my supervisor, that look, I cannot continue like this, that I don't want to be a burden to the students, members of staff, and especially my immediate colleagues. It's best for me to quit while the ovation was still loud.
Nothing prepared him for the challenges ahead. He was about to face trying times due to a deteriorating vision and a lack of steady income.
2016 to 2018, I will call those 2 years the worst period of my life. Number one, I stopped going out. 2, feeding myself, my family became difficult. 3, paying for children's school fees stopped. After exhausting my gratuity, nothing was coming in, a lot of expenditure came in, no income. So everything was just dry. And I felt for my children because it was something they never expected, never wanted to experience. My wife did all she could to support, but it was all to no avail. She became more or less like a beggar, asking people around for assistance. Myself, I started calling people, calling my brothers, calling those that I know, those who I don't know, to see what they can do to help me out. I got almost to a stage of depression, but my wife and my children, they stood by me, they encouraged me that it's not over.
Just when the nights got darkest, some lights shone through. Cyril got to know of the Federal Nigeria Society for the Blind at Kappa, Oshodi. It's a special rehabilitation center for the blind. He didn't have the funds to enroll for the vocational training course. His friends and family began an online campaign to crowdfund his rehabilitation.
The help started with my classmates, Federal Government College Kano classmates. They came in. At first, they helped with the surgery, but after a while, they stepped back to take care of their own personal issues. But by the time I now raised the voice again in the wilderness to say, please, I need help, they came again, sent 1 or 2 things just to keep body and soul together. My elder brother came in, then ex-students, those that I taught, came in as well, and they rallied to help me out until I graduated.
With his fees paid, he began a 1-year process to rehabilitate for his new life.
I did braille reading and writing, did rehabilitation and mobility. Mobility is by means of how you move around without being aided, with the use of a white cane. This is a white cane. It's a white cane. You just put it on the ground and you just be feeling around. It guides a visually impaired person to move around freely without any fear of falling down. Then I learned how to operate the computer using keystrokes. My students from Ikeja Junior High School.
D4, 40, E4.
So I'm going through their scores. Gradually, I started getting used again to the laptop, something I felt I could not do again. And what really helped me was the application that was installed in the computer. It's called JAWS, Job Access with Speech. On the phone, we have what we call TalkBack. So that is the way we started using handset and the computer in general. The experience changed my life and my way of seeing life in a new perspective.
In 2019, Cyril graduated as the best student at the rehabilitation school. Thereafter, he enrolled in another course by Sightsavers, an international non-governmental organization dedicated to empowering the visually impaired with digital skills.
Sightsavers really helped me out in terms of how to replan yourself, how to organize your career, how to work out your CV to make it to be a one-page document, how to prepare for an interview, what kind of questions to expect, how to do follow-up after an interview, then preparing for the work environment, and it gave me that boost and that confidence to be bold, to be self-confident, to be to have that charisma, to have that character, to move on. So Sightsavers did that for me.
Despite all this training, he was not quite prepared for the challenge of getting back into the labor market as a person with disability. Luckily, an old connection came through.
The person's name is Mrs. Grace Egbobi. I will be grateful to her. She got in touch with me and said, there's an opening in the public sector. They are looking for a maths teacher, and she's going to submit my name, being that that's my course. And an interview was conducted, and today I was employed. I was posted to Ikeja Junior High School. When I first of all met the principal, Mr. Safiu, he said he's not going to reject me because he sees in me something that that will be of benefit to the school.
I gave him a brief interview in my office, and he told me that he will be able to handle mathematics skillfully. So I said, let me give him a try. And since then, I've been watching him. What I noticed about him is that he has great passion for this job. You will never see him coming late to work. He's always front in the class, and he does the work with passion.
I'm happy his decision of accepting me is paying dividends now. And ever since I stepped in here, I've been putting my best, and I believe the best is still yet to come.
Just when he thought getting a job was hard enough, commuting to and from work as a visually impaired man became a tough road to travel.
When I leave the compound, I stay at the gate side. The person that do help us at times, he comes in, he will take me to the bus stop, and we enter a bus going to Oshodi. I will drop at Kappa. From Kappa, I will take a bus coming down to PWD. Drop at PWD. When I get down, God has been faithful. Somebody is always there. They will take me across the railway track and to the other side, bring me over to this side, the GRA side, drop me at the gate. At times it will be a teacher, a fellow teacher. At times it will be a student. At times just be a passerby who has a measure of kindness in him or her.
This is David Okon, former president of the Nigeria Association of the Blind. He is the current chairman of the association's education committee. Okon was born sighted, but became blind as an infant. Like Cyril, he had a hard time securing a job despite his skills and education. He's now a staunch advocate for equal opportunities for persons with disabilities.
Blind people can work as long as they have the education that is required. They need training like other people. It might be some specialized training, but honestly, it doesn't cost the price of a rocket. They need equipment that will make them function appropriately. That might cost a little more than what you give, but every employer should think this way.
Okon also analyzes the role that the Nigerian society has played in perpetuating the belief that persons with disabilities are outcast.
The society is yet to come to terms with the fact that a blind person or a person with disability is a member of the society. Or they see him as that lesser being. You can even hear things like, this handsome man or this beautiful girl or lady is blind. That is just nothing but pity. But are they ready to see you as an equal stakeholder in the society, in the organization, in the workplace, in school environment, even in the church? The answer is not in the affirmative for now. A blind person would have ordinarily not been so disadvantaged if the society was more enabled. The environment, the road networks was not built with me in mind. And even when the government even did some walkways, pavements that you could walk and not be run down by moving traffic, you find out that that is not possible because the walkways have now become markets. The bike owners, the ones we call Okada, park their bikes on top there. And so I now it would then be as if I'm more handicapped than I should be.
Drawing from his personal experience with disability discrimination, Cyril makes a passionate plea for an inclusive society.
Those who have physical disabilities, they are pushed aside. They look them as perpetual beggars. And it's not supposed to be. Some of us, we are learned. We don't need pity. We need opportunities. We need encouragement. Those who are lacking education, they need to go to school. Those who need employment, they need to get employment. Those who need to even start their own crafts and their own little business, they need such help.
Every 6 minutes, someone is told they're going blind. Leading medical journal Lancet Global Health projects that global blindness will triple by 2050 to 115 million. Okon speaks to these figures as he calls for a paradigm shift in how society views and treats persons with disabilities.
I have not come across a blind person who have become sighted. Unfortunately, I've come across too many sighted people who have become blind. The question then is, why don't you think of making the society a better place? In case it will be that person you know, or even you, because there is nothing that says that it cannot be you tomorrow, so that will not join us in the cry and lamentations that we're going through.
In January 2019, President Muhammadu Buhari signed the Discrimination Against Persons with Disabilities Prohibition Act. The act criminalizes discrimination against persons with disabilities and requires all public organizations to reserve at least 5% of employment opportunities for these persons. But that law has the challenge of enforcement. As for Cyril Ojemen, he has found a job that pays him 2 times Nigeria's minimum wage, and he plans to retire in the teaching profession. However, many other PWDs are not as lucky. They can be found on the streets begging for alms to survive, or locked up in homes hidden by their families for fear of discrimination.
So what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take? I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science. Everyone says in Islam you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory? The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station, Plus TV Africa, and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
My name is Oluwafiropu Iwinla. With nostalgia, I recall the good old days. The land of my birth is Ibadan, the city of brown rusted roof. This is where I have known as home for the better part of my sojourn on this planet. I grew up in Eleyele, Yaganku, and Akpata-Ganga at various stages of my life. And in fairness to our collective memories, those good old days were not just fun, they were testy times too. But all that was to prepare us for today and the more that is to come tomorrow. I remember the peace and order in the living quarters of men and women of the Nigeria police in Eleyele and Yaganku. How can I forget those monthly inspections of the living quarters of the barracks, when in preparation, each family not only cleans up their respective personal inner rooms, all join hands to clean the kitchen, the conveniences, and the general arena of the block. That was when the next door neighbor to the right is Igbo, and the one to the left is Igala, and we all lived in blissful tolerance. I remember being called the Kobo boy by certain friends of the family in Yaganku, simply because they claim that my look suggests that I am not Yoruba, but Igbo. This we all laughed away as a joke, but it bears witness to the spirit of camaraderie that we all enjoyed in living together. I remember the classes we took in Islamic religious studies, side by side Christian religious knowledge, right then in ICC, Okebola, in Primary 1. In my first term in school, I, alongside other students in the class, had mastered the art of performing ablution as a prequel to saying the Islamic prayer. I remember how my parents used to invite me to come and recite memorized Islamic prayers learnt in school to visit us in our house. Did I tell you that my father aligns with Christianity, while my mother aligns with Islam? But as a child, even before I could walk, I could not bear to hear singing in a church and not be drawn in. Mother was compelled to start going to church on my account, since she needed to be around to guide me. As a young adolescent, I remember going to live with my maternal grandfather in Akimori. He was a traditionalist, versed in divining with cowries. Henry Nilogun, I became his faithful acolyte, helping him to keep his accounts. Did I tell you that, irrespective of his traditional background, he observes the Ramadan fasting, goes to mosque every Jumat and never stopped me from going to church or following the masquerade when it is its season. I come from the deep good old days of yore, a past of beautiful people and intentions, a past of peace and tolerance. So where did we get it wrong? The quality of questions we ask today determines the quality of answers we get. Will our children believe us when we say we had so much fun in those days, irrespective of our religious, traditional, and cultural leanings? Our challenge now is to focus on how we can change the narrative. How, instead of talking about the good old days, we're projecting into a future that is greater than our past. Let us make the difference now, for the sake of our children's tomorrow. I, therefore, join Shemori Badejo in this collective drive towards a greater tomorrow.
Will APC survive the discontent over the 10th National Assembly leadership? Well, tonight we will be discussing plans by aggrieved lawmakers to battle Tajuddin Abbas, the candidate endorsed by the President-elect Bola Tinubu. And the tribunal to consider PDP and Labour Party request as 8,000 Nigerians sign a petition demanding live broadcast of presidential election tribunal. This is Fast Politics, and I'm Mary Ann Okon.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. On the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
A wave of discontent, acrimony, protest and anxiety has enveloped the ruling All Progressive Congress APC, sequel to its zoning of the 10th National Assembly positions ahead of the inauguration billed for June this year. The party's zoning formula has sparked outrage and discordant tunes among its members and left the polity twitching. It has equally led to intensified scramble by top contenders who believe that there should be a review of the zoning arrangement. The national chairman of the party, Senator Abdullahi Adamu, has admitted that there was no adequate consultation before this decision on the zoning was reached. And he also assured that the party would go back to the drawing board and review its decision where necessary. Now, some party leaders and aspirants have argued that the most worrisome part of it is that the National Working Committee did not just zone offices to various geopolitical regions, but specifically zeroed on preferred aspirants in those zones. Well, joining us to discuss this and more is Honorable Bimbo Daramola. He's a legal, and also joining us is a legal practitioner and journalist Olalekan Ige. It's so good to have you join us, Olalekan. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Miriam, for having me. How is Lagos today?
Great, great. Let's go back to last week when the APC issued a statement on their preferred candidate, or who they had, in quotes, anointed in the midst of all of the struggle or scramble for who would, at the end of the day, become Senate President, Deputy Senate President, Speaker, and Deputy Speaker in the higher and lower chamber. Many people have obviously queried the decision and the premise for which they took this decision, especially where they had to mention the name of the president-elect. Is this the first time this is happening ever in the life of Nigeria's democracy?
Well, it's not the first time, and there is nothing wrong with it. The party is the platform upon which all the political, or should I say all the senators elect, have won election to go to the upper chamber of the National Assembly. So there is absolutely nothing wrong. If the party comes out and say, look, this is the direction we're looking at, and this is the candidate, we're going to narrow down to, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. That is party politics. That's why they say, the party is supreme. You belong to a party. The party has taken its decision. Naturally, the decision of the party won't go down well with everybody. That's normal. There will always be different tendencies within a political party, but the party has taken a position, and I'm sure that the party will be working round the clock to ensure that they get all members of that party to support their position. It's not the first time a party has taken a position as to who they would prefer to lead the Senate, especially when they have the majority of the senators elect in the National Assembly.
It's interesting when people say imposition of candidates. They're saying that this is more like an imposition as opposed to allowing for fair hearing, because most people would look at this as an opportunity for members of the National Assembly to pick their leader, even though the majority obviously will still be from the APC. So why is that not being allowed to happen as opposed to picking or anointing a preferred candidate?
Well, to me, this is no imposition. The party has expressed a choice. The party says this is the candidate we prefer. That is the decision of the party. It has not stopped any other member of that party or even any member of the opposition from aspiring to become the president of the Senate. Remember what happened in 2011 when the APC had wanted somebody else to be the president of Senate. That in 2015. Sorry, when they wanted somebody to be the president of the Senate, the party had preferred Ahmed Lawan, but eventually Senator Bukola Saraki emerged against the wish, of the party, and he led the Senate for 4 years. So to me, it's not imposition. The party has expressed its position and said, look, this is the candidate we prefer. This is a political party. They have a right to meet and to say, look, this is the person we prefer. If at the end of the day, another person emerges, the party, of course, we have no choice but to stand behind whoever that emerges. The party has named a preferred choice. It has not stopped any member of the APC in particular from aspiring to become the president of the Senate. And I hear Senator Ojus Okali from Abia, he said, look, he will go ahead with his aspiration to become the president of the Senate. So it's a party's decision, really. This is not imposition. They've not said, look, without either Akpabio or nobody else. No, the party has only said, we prefer Akpabio. They are not going to stop any member of the party from aspiring to become the president of the Senate.
Okay. Joining us also is Honorable Bimbo Daramola, who's also obviously been a member of the National Assembly, and he's also a legal practitioner. Honorable, let's look at the movements within the House. Of course, many people are also asking the APC chairman, to stop aggrieved party members from forming a coalition with the opposition, being that these people would rather take these positions with or without the blessings of the party. What are your thoughts?
Well, thank you very much for the opportunity and the invite. It's nice to see you one more time.
Happy New Year.
Sometimes it worries me why we keep coming back to the same position every one time that a new assembly is supposed to be or is about to be inaugurated. I think our democracy and the practice and the process should have moved past this point. I was in the House in 2015, and 2011 to 2015, we went through that. And then 2015 to 2019, we went through that. And then we're back onto the same spot at this time. And I don't think it is necessary. We should have moved beyond that. But I feel, let me clear out one or two things. Number one, the party is supreme. That's number one. But that will mean that the party also has exhausted or exhaustively taken that decision. Let me quickly correct that. I'm not a legal practitioner. I am an IT consultant and an entrepreneur. So you may want to check that so that you don't mislead your public. I believe very strongly that while the party is right in the exercise of the authority as the basic vehicle that are taking these guys to Abuja, particularly the National Assembly, I also would think that the party would also seem or come across as a father with sons. And everybody knows that in parenting, even when you prefer a child, you don't make it very obvious. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, fine. When you prefer a child or when there's a preference for a child out of the children, you are most likely going to do that subterraneously. You're not going to do that like devil may care. And I think that is what has made these guys a little bit sticky about the decision of the party. Originally, it started out as zoning. And then all of a sudden, it's gone past.
Honorable Daramola, are you still there? I think that we lost that connection. Let's see if we can. Yes, let's see if we can pick up with Olalekan. Let's come back to some of the people who are from the north who have also thrown their heart into the ring, because Honorable Daramola talked about the fact that the party is supreme. But where is the place of internal democracy? Yes, the party might prefer a certain candidate or certain candidates, but then there is room for fair hearing. Where is that opportunity for fair hearing? Why was this move taken even before they had that meeting where people had to say, well, we all don't support Akpabio? Olalekan, can you hear me? Olalekan, can you hear me? Are you there? We will take a very quick break and bring all our guests back together. Stay with us. It's still Plus Politics, and we are still looking at the political dynamics on the floor of the National Assembly, building up to the, of course, the emergence of who decides to lead or who will be leading the Senate and the House of Representatives. And I'm still being joined by Public Affairs Analyst Olalekan Ige and, of course, peer expert Honorable Bimbo Daramola. Now, Honorable Daramola, you were cut short by the network connection. You were trying to talk about zoning and how it applies to what's happening in the National Assembly right now. Quickly.
Yeah, I was just trying to clarify one thing, that the party is like a father, all right? That must be careful with how parenting is child. Everybody knows that if you have 5 children, 3 children, 2 children, even if you like one of them, you must also discharge that in such a sectarian way. You don't want to make it self-evident. You don't want to throw it in the faces of the other children that, oh, I prefer X to Y. And because we all know the consequences of that in the long run and in the short run. So I would expect that the party, yes, having the authority and being able to exercise preference, but should also be mindful of the fact that every one person that is contesting at this time will come in under the umbrella of the party as the children. Okay. Now, when you begin to say, I prefer Tunde and I would rather Tunde, when there are no manifest defects with Joke, then you're beginning to cause trouble. This is my interpretation. I haven't been there before. And this is where the beginning of rebellion starts. That after all, I mean, you're ab initio, you didn't like me. So if you didn't like me ab initio, why must I be loyal to you? But I think the party may walk a different path, learning from what happened in 2011, when we were there, and 2015, shortly after I left, and then even, I think, 2019, to a large extent, we just escaped it by whiskers in 2019. So my take on this would be that even if the party prefers somebody, I'm not too sure that having to name that person, like zoning to personalities, there are 300, okay, fine. APC has about 178 new members, or newly elected and returning members. So isolating one person out of 7 people who had shown interest to be speaker and making that manifest in the manner in which it was done probably got under the skin of these guys, and that's why they're beginning to form G this and G that. Ultimately, one person would have to sit in that chair, and it will give the party a lot of comfort if the nominee of the party gets to sit in that chair, but it should not be flaunted in the faces of other contestants.
All right, back to you, Olalekan. Let's quickly analyze the personalities that the party has picked. Let's start with the person of former governor of Akwa Ibom State, Godswill Akpabio. Now, a lot of people know Akpabio for different reasons, and recently he has also been invited by the EFCC, not once, not twice. He's had several cases hanging over his head. Many would say, well, he's not been indicted on anything whatsoever. But the person of Akpabio, how well will he fare as a Senate president?
Oh, you're asking me?
No, I'm asking Olalekan. Olalekan, can you hear me?
Yeah, I think he's had an executive position before. He was governor of Akwa Ibom for 8 years. Remember, even as a first timer, he was the, I think, minority leader, for the Senate just before he lost his re-election bid, in Akwa Ibom State. Whether it will not be fitting, to serve as the president of the Senate is a different thing. But having been governor of the state for 8 years in Akwa Ibom, having been in the Senate for 4 years, you would say that, look, he's had some kind of cognitive experience and is able to bring this to bear, in administering the Senate. The Senate is very important. It's made up of different political parties this time around. I think this is the first time since 1999 we are going to have senators, from about 4 or 5 different political parties. We are from the YPP, we are from the PDP, we are from the APC, we are from the NNP, and now we have senators, from the Labour Party. So this will be the, shall I say, the widest in terms of political parties that will be available at the Senate this time around. So it required somebody with a reasonable level of experience to be able to put all of this together and work for the common interest of Nigeria. And that, if he wins, that's what Akpabio should be able to do. And like what Honorable Daramola is talking about, the party to put names into their faces will definitely cause rebellion. Like I said earlier, it's not left for the party, the leadership of the party, the president-elect of the party, all of the party leaders, even the incumbent president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, to be able to put all these different tendencies together, and make sure they have a common front and be able to say, look, well, we've been able to listen to the party, we've been able to listen to the leaders, there'll be bargains here and there, there'll be give and take here and there, and ensure that everybody all queue behind Senator Akpabio, as the party has stated in this manner, or we could have a scenario of 2015 where the party preferred Senator Ahmed Lawan, and eventually Saraki worked against the interests of the party and was able to cut, the support of opposition parties in the Senate, and eventually became the Senate president. So whether Akpabio will be able to lead the Senate or not remains to be seen.
Honorable Daramola, looking at the person of Akpabio and also how strong-willed he is, and just like Olaleko said, he's been able to make some things happen. Do we see him caving to the whims and the caprices of the party? Because hopefully if he were to emerge, I'm just saying, if he were to emerge, because many have queried this Senate that it's been a rubber stamp legislature. We remember vividly, I don't know if you do, where the sitting Senate president had said that whatever bills the president was bringing, he should be rest assured that they would give it a nod. And that's what we've seen play out in the few years that, he sat as Senate president. But do we see an Akpabio also being a rubber stamp Senate president?
Well, again, I think this is the comfort the party is looking for. When the party insists on wanting XYZ in that position, I think they're looking for some kind of comfort. So that nobody gets in the way of that administration. But I would expect that, or let me say, I am shocked that up until this time, like we had in 2011, the party had continued to bicker on who not to equip these people or at least give them refresher courses, like we had in 2011 ahead of inauguration, where members are told, maybe it was because we were in opposition then, but it would make a lot of sense. And I think it is expected that the party gets to distill the fine details of our ethos, what we believe. These are position on this. These are position on federalism. These are the position on separation of powers. These are all kinds of things. The party will naturally take a position. And when that position, or when those positions have been taken, vis-a-vis economy, vis-a-vis social infrastructure, vis-a-vis all kinds of things, you can now get to remind everybody that will be sitting in the parliament, sitting in a table or sitting in a chair that has been provided by the party. Now, that has not been done. And that further negates the capacity of these people to discharge that duty of representation very well. And that further corroborates the point that it is not enough to appoint somebody. All of them, if you are ticking the boxes, all of them can be ticked, we can tick the boxes of membership of the party and preference of the party to have a member of the party in that chair as the lead. But there are other considerations that the party must be mindful of. Today, if I play the fool to get into that chair, what are my innate attributes? For somebody who decides, who practically feels that all I need is to stoop to conquer, and you have said it in your own words that Akpabio is, as Senator Akpabio, or former Governor Akpabio, is a very strong character. He is, and he's very mercurial as well. Everybody knows that. You know his relationship when he was with the president of this country, when he was in the PDP, the Uncommon Transformation man, and all of that, and the charming relationship that existed between him and President Jonathan, and all of that. I don't want to go too long or too far into that history, but we all know it. But so, this party must, more than anything else, build a safety guard or safety valve that all the members of the party would be the check for anybody who decides to go off tangent to what the party wants inside the parliament. Let me also make this clear to you. No matter what you do, you must also take cognizance of the fact that there are other members who are not of your stock, who are not of your extraction. And in this present House, let me say House of Representatives, not Senate, I can say to you that it will be very or near difficult to make anything happen in that House, regardless. Yes, the presiding officers are very powerful, extremely so. But if other guys in the opposition decide to tie themselves together and bond, they could pose a whole lot of challenge to whoever is presiding. If you flip that over to Senate, I am too sure that Senator Akpabio is a very jolly person. He blends very well, he cavorts with people and all of that. So I will expect that he will eventually secure the confidence of others. Because what you need more than anything else is an acceptable leadership. And that is one thing that being a member of a political party does not confer. That somebody has been picked from APC to be that, and does the person also have the capacity to lead people in unison? There are other integral details that must be factored into who leads, who presides in the Senate and in the House of Representatives, particularly over colleagues. You are just a primus inter pares. You have one vote, and most times you don't cast that vote. You understand? There will be 359 members in the House of Representatives who you will have to rule according to the decisions that are made. When the man is sitting in the chair says, those in support of this motion say hi, he can only do that, he can't vote.
Okay. All right. Finally, let me come to you, Olaleko, because we're almost out of time. Let's talk about Tajuddin Abbas. Of course, he is the chosen or anointed man for the House of Representatives. And of course, he just recently paid a visit to the Lagos State Governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, in company of his choice Deputy Speaker, Benjamin Kalu. Let's quickly assess, the personalities of these two and how they might be able, judging from Igbadabiamila handing over to an Abbas. Olaleko, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Yeah. So
I can hear you. Like Honorable Daramola said, the House of Reps is by far, bigger than the Senate in terms of membership. There are 360 members of the House of Reps, and I'm sure if Abbas does become the Speaker of the House of Representatives, he now has 359, as Honorable Daramola stated. It won't be easy, really. To lead the House of Reps is a little bit more difficult, than leading the senators. We have just about 109 senators compared to 360 members of the House of Reps. Is that a record of being re-elected into House of Reps? But being in a leadership position is completely a different thing. You could say Gbajabiamila successfully led the House of Reps because he had the experience. He was the leader of the House. He's been in the House of Reps for as long as I can remember. So he's gathered enormous legislative experience to be able to lead the House of Reps. But whether Abbas can do that is a completely different thing, So he needs to gather more than enough support of the members. Then he must also have the managerial acumen, to be able to lead the House of Reps. It will be a difficult one, really, because this House of Reps is also made up of more political parties that we have had since 1999. So it will be more difficult leading this 10th assembly, especially when it comes to the lower chamber.
Well, there's a lot that is left to be seen. Fingers are crossed, and we're all waiting with bated breath to see what happens just before, May 29, if everybody decides that they're going to ban behind this gentleman. But I want to say thank you. Honorable Bimbo Daramola is, of course, a former member of the National Assembly, and, of course, he's a PR expert. Olaleko Ege is a journalist and a public affairs analyst. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for being part of the conversation.
Thank you so much, Miriam.
Thank you. All right. Well, we'll take a quick break, and when we return, we'll be discussing calls for the live broadcast of the Presidential Election Petitions Tribunal and what these people might be deciding come May 19. Stay with us.
trend which has always led our census to be so controversial. The last acceptable census in Nigeria, which was not in any controversy, was the 1963 census. Since then, it has always been one manipulation after the other, one suspicion after the other. For instance, let me give you a good example. Nigeria is the only country in the whole world where there are more people in the bushes, in desertified areas than in the coastal areas. It runs against the currency of thinking, currency of movement, migration anywhere in the whole world. So, how does this happen? It's not the physical thing. You only need to go and stay in Baga or stay in Songwater. You see how many trucks of people are moving into Lagos on a daily basis, carrying passengers and dropping people off and all that. And many of them are not going back. Whereas, when you see that, but when you see the census, the figures you will have will be totally different. So it's quite a very difficult situation. But we can surmount this problem by using technology and ensuring that, everybody has NIN. Once you have NIN, you'll be captured on the system. Then we need to integrate the whole system in a way that it will be easier for any government, including authorities like Nigerian Police Force, EFCC, and others, to easily access information without violating people's privacy, but access information, particularly when crimes are committed.
Buhari and the man Tinubu are two different types of people. There is something that Mr. Tinubu knows about people. He understands betrayal, and he knows exactly what Wike has done. And I want to tell you that even if Wike is a minister, within 1 year, there's going to be a problem that is going to create a scandal just for him to be exited from the place. I don't know what sort of agreement he's going to have and said, I must be a minister for 4 years. I don't know how that's going to work out. But at the end of the day, there's something that Mr. Otu said, which I found very instructive. Why must we in the Niger Delta always be the cash cow for these people? Do they really respect us for who we are, or they take to exploit us for the resources that we have? Was Wike approached on account of his superior capacity and intellectual, prowess? Or was he approached because he had the money and could turn and do the daily job? Even my governor, why was he made the chairman of the campaign committee of the PDP? I think we in the Niger Delta need to really come back and sit down and ask ourselves very critical questions on how our resources must be deployed at national level.
On this, still on insecurity. An American was kidnapped somewhere in Africa and was brought down to Nigeria. And the American president said he wants that American released alive within 24 hours. And from all the way from America, they came to Nigeria and they rescued that person. Is that what we call purposeful leadership? And some people are traumatizing you in your country, and you are calling it a guerrilla warfare, and you cannot tackle it. Anyway, let's leave that because of our time. Let's leave it security. Let's come to economy. What were the economic indices that made Nigeria
No fewer than 8,000 Nigerians have signed a petition demanding live coverage of the proceedings of the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal in the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. The petition by citizen Jane Peter and addressed to the Honorable Justice Olukayode Ariwola, the National Judicial Council, and one other is titled Live Broadcast, the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal, PEPT. The petitioners, in their reasons for demanding for that they allow the live coverage of the tribunal proceedings, they're saying that it will ensure transparency and openness in the conduct of the tribunal. The Presidential Election Petitions Tribunal already gave an indication that it would consider the prayer of the People's Democratic Party and that of the Labour Party for a live broadcast of its proceedings. Well, joining us to discuss this is Emeka Nwadioke. He's a legal practitioner. Thank you so much, Barrister, for joining us. Good evening.
Thank you very much.
Great. As we know, the tribunal has set a date on the hearing or their decision as to whether they will be broadcasting live for every Nigerian to watch or bringing it into our homes or not. And so we're not necessarily going to be debating on it, but we're going to be talking mostly as to why it should be important or why it is important for Nigerians to participate in the live proceedings. But let me take you back to the elections, the February 25th elections and all the things that transpired. The fact that INEC had made a promise that they were going to make sure that these elections were seamless, they would be as free and fair as possible. But then that was not necessarily the case because we had so many teething problems. If the elections were to go better than they went in February, and of course even the ones that came up later in March, would there have been a need for people to have, or for the calls that we're getting now, for a live broadcast of what's happening in the tribunal?
Sorry, I didn't quite get the question.
I'm asking if the elections had gone as planned, without all of the teething problems, the violence, and all of the questions that have been raised about INEC, would there have been a call like this for the proceedings to be made live? I mean, we've had tribunals come and go, but we've never had these kinds of calls.
Okay, thank you. Anyway, just like you said, the election has come and gone, and the parties are at the tribunal. So it would be remiss to go into the merits of the case, also, begin to discuss matters that may eventually or ultimately come up at the tribunal. But speaking generally, I think there's this concept of open courts, which is to say that courts should be generally open to the public. They should be transparent. In fact, there's a popular maxim that justice must not only be done, but must be seen to be done. And so I guess with or without the issues that happened before or during and after the election, probably, and given the parties that are involved, because especially the three key parties are very big political juggernauts, you can say. So at any rate, it will always be an exciting hearing. The stakes are very high. The parties are very strong. The personalities are very high profile. So you have all the stakes of a big drama, really, about to unfold.
Let me ask, there are several people who have been talking about our democratic process and how we pick our leaders. And certain people have said that there is no point, in voting if elections will be decided by courts. What are your thoughts on that?
Yes, in principle, that has always been a concern, really, to jurists and even citizens generally, because the expectation is that elections should be held, the processes should be free and fair, the winners should emerge, losers should congratulate winners, knowing that the process is fair and transparent. So when you have free, fair, and credible election, those are the standard expectations. And we've also had such happen in other climes. And even in our climb, we've had some candidates say, I was beaten black and blue. There's no point going to court. Congratulations, you won. And even during this election, we've had it in maybe one or two states where they say, I'm not contesting the election, I lost. So to that extent, that is, good news. But I think the challenge would be for us to then begin to see that it goes very far and wide and becomes, basically the norm in our political process, so that it doesn't become like an exception to the rule, whereby the rule is, we bombarding our courts with election petitions, virtually crippling the judicial process due to, election petitions.
I like how you're saying that we have to ensure, but how do we ensure it? Because it looks like the elections always go a certain way, no matter, even with what we saw leading up to the February 25th elections, many people had thought that with all of the preparations and the introduction of the BVAS and all that INEC had put in place, and the level of, participation that we saw across different political parties, that things would have changed. But then it still came out the same way we've always seen it, the same level of violence, if not heightened, the same situation of people coming to destroy ballot boxes, or people being told not to show up if they're not voting for certain political parties. If we've not in 2023 been able to, one way or the other, put that in the past, how do we ensure that these election petitions don't continue? Because, of course, there are some people who would perpetually go to court and try to defend what they call their mandate. But how do we ensure that the process at the polls is what ensures who seats at that chair, or on that chair, I beg your pardon, at the end of the day?
Yes, it's basically building institutions, the stakeholders respecting the processes, the willingness to say I lost and I abide by the outcome of the election and the opinion of the electorate. So it's really about virtually all the stakeholders, and even the courts saying when you go to court, if you have a bad case, you have no business here. So fundamentally, with the Electoral Commission, the political parties, even from as regards internal democracy, because it even starts from there. You see parties that don't even get to promote those who won, but instead choose their own preferred persons or candidates. And we've seen a few occasions where the court, or virtually all the occasion, the court will strike such down. So strong institutions, the participants, the politicians playing by the rules, the political parties, ensuring internal democracy.
Okay.
Of course, on election day, ensuring that everything goes as planned, the logistics, getting it right. And I think, although people say, we are a young democracy, but since 1999, I think we ought to be making good progress.
Okay. There's a mantra that this election has thrown up, of course, the go to court mantra. And it's made a lot of people question the reliability on our judiciary. There's been a trust deficit between the average person and the courts. Before, there used to be a saying that the court of law in Nigeria was the last hope of the common person. But as it is today, I'm not certain if that's really something that the average person can hold on to. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, our courts will always give justice, really. Our courts will always give justice. But of course, there are challenges because sometimes there are, for instance, technical rules. If you don't abide by those rules, you may really have a good case, but at the end of the day, you may lose out, which sometimes, I mean, even at the Supreme Court has had to say, oh, this is a very sad situation. We have to just, rule this way because we just can't help ourselves, really. Our hands are tied because we have to follow the rules. And so if the lawyers don't follow the rules of the game, of course, they have to lose, even if the litigant has a good case. So you can't really blame the courts. I agree with you that there are one or two instances where, people have felt, no, this ought to have gone the other way. But again, sometimes people will say, have you read the judgment? Have you seen the reasoning of the courts? So sometimes it is quite challenging. But yeah, definitely in one or two cases, even some juries have felt, no, it ought to have been a lot better.
Finally, Barrister.
Our courts have done justice.
Finally, because we have just 2 minutes to go. What is the hope of survival for our democracy in this country? Because I have spoken with a lot of people who have said that, the media, civil society got me to get my PVC, got me to go out and line up on election day, and I feel disappointed at the process, that it didn't change. It didn't reflect that my vote. I mean, these are different kinds of, respondents talking about how they felt, after the elections. What is the hope of the survival of democracy in Nigeria in closing?
I think the hope is high. The hope is high if, again, like I said, the stakeholders, commit to the process, commit to democracy and its survival. Don't want to play pranks with the process, whether it's judicial or otherwise. And then institutions, like I said, doing exactly what they are supposed to do. The electorate doing exactly what they're supposed to do, because, of course, the talks and every and all that, they're even part of the electorate. So why should you want to be a thug or prevent anybody from voting on election day? That's not proper. And again, if we are really to touch briefly on the issue of broadcast and all that, without going into the government of the issue, like I said, the concept of open courts, and people have said we've had this in South Africa, we've had it even in Kenya, and so many other jurisdictions. But there are equally some technical issues about it. Even virtual hearing, the law is not firmly in place. The National Assembly has not passed that law. Again, yes, people will say, why not? You can actually give access, because even at worst case, if you don't allow TV cameras, you can say, okay, provide Zoom links. You control that one. In fact, even National Industrial Court and even the Court of Appeal, they've been delivering judgments and rulings via Zoom. But again, the other side may be saying there's a dominance of online abuse. How are you sure that even the jurists, the judges, will not be influenced by what they are watching on TV, what they are seeing, the comments online, and all that? So at the end of the day, it will actually be a very interesting ruling that will add to our jurisprudence within the week.
Yeah. Well, I want to say thank you, Barrister Emeka Nwadioke, for speaking with us. We're all keeping our fingers crossed, and we're waiting to hear what the tribunal's ruling will be on this particular issue of broadcast. But thank you so much for speaking with us.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
All right. Well, that's it on the show tonight. Don't forget, if you have missed any of our episodes, just go to Plus TV Africa on YouTube, subscribe, and watch all our previous episodes and play catch up. I'm Mary Anacon. Do have a good evening.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. From the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
Oftentimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well,
here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
Before I started doing music, I always knew it was something I wanted to do, but I think that it's important for people to know that being unsure of yourself, your skill, your ability, your strength is something that all artists go through. And I struggled for a time with live performances because I'm a little bit shy, and I really struggled even when I was in any kind of education. When I had to get on stage, whether I was in music school or I had to give a speech in public, it would just completely cripple me. And so I went through quite a few years of what I would call like hardcore street training, and that would involve busking. So busking is when you just pick a street corner, when I lived in London, and just start singing to people. And it's difficult, it's harder than it looks because people are walking past you. Think about it, your whole life, your friends and family you have a beautiful voice. Every time you open your mouth, someone's like, yay! But when you're busking on a street corner, people are walking by, they don't really care, they don't really pay attention. But that really helped me to build my confidence and to face music. Even though you're performing for people, it's important to know they're also performing for yourself. So I got to a point where I was like, you know what, as long as I sing my absolute best and give it my all, if people are watching or not, I'm still aware of the value of what I'm bringing. So that's what I would say. You must really grow your inner strength and your inner belief in yourself and what you're able to give. Don't give up, just keep going. And in time, someone will notice.
Before I finally got this fame, I used to go for countless auditions. I've been beaten by the rain, I've had my money stolen, I've walked long distances just to go for auditions, and at the end of the day, it paid off. Some of those auditions I went for, I never got called back, but look at me now, I'm grateful to God. It's been an amazing journey. It was a good time. So yeah, that is my celebrity story.
Before Brother Shaggy gained recognition, I've gone through a lot. I wasn't born with a silver spoon. When my father died, I had to leave Ogun State to Lagos to start a new life with my mom. Then I started working as an actor to make money while I was in school. I was in Unilag. I started playing drums, I started dancing, I started singing just to make money to finish school. Then when I got out of school, I was looking for, what to do because I know I'm talented. People say I'm talented, but I just want to, make a difference. I started making skits. So I had different characters before Brother Shaggy. I had Akoni Badon, I had Professor Dele, I had Inspector Perry. But I just wanted to do something different, something people haven't done before. So I started this Agbero character. When I started it, my first skit was all about Jesus. I was asked in my first skit that if Jesus should come to Mushin, what will I do? So that was how the skits, got recognized everywhere. And I thank God for today that I've been able to change my story, change my family's story.
At the beginning stages of my career, living in Atlanta, just being someone that just loved the art of music, wanted to write songs for people. I remember going to different rooms and meeting different producers and not actually given a chance to go into actual studio rooms. I would hang out in like the couch living areas outside, right? Hoping that somebody notices me, hoping that I can get someone's attention to play them something I've recorded in the past, to get a chance to get in the room. This happened like many years, like actually like, but one thing for me was I never stopped. I remember an incident, a guy named Kevin Shine in Atlanta, like just saw me sitting on the couch. He was like, yo bro, what do you do? I'm a singer, songwriter. He's like, let me hear what you do, right? I played him what I had at the moment. This was after many months of going back and forth to the same studio. This was a place where all the big stars come. Playing him one of the songs I had, it was pretty decent, it was okay. But he heard something in me that made him introduce me to somebody else, right? I met another amazing producer that did a lot of like big records for like Case. This guy, his name is Kenneth Smooth. He produced Touch Me, Tease Me by Case, old record. A lot of R. Kelly records back in the days, veteran producer. From that I met somebody else, I met someone else, right? I think this life is a journey. You can't doubt yourself at the beginning stages. Nobody sees your vision, right, except you.
This was probably 2008, and I had the opportunity to work with one of the biggest artists at that time. I'm not going to mention names for obvious reasons. So we made a song on his album, and I thought, you know, this was going to be like a great look for me. And I mean, I officially started producing 2007, so this was a year after, and he was the second biggest artist I was working with at that time, so it was like a big deal for me. And we made a song. The song was a vibe. You know, I was looking forward, you know, to the album and everything. And album came out, songs on the album. Then I was excited, you know, got the CD, went home, played the song, and the song was reproduced by a different producer. I was like, I was so heartbroken because I've been telling all my friends that, oh, I produced this song on the album, I produced this song on the project, and people were already congratulating me. Then I heard it was a different beat by another popular producer, like that was obviously like way popular than I was at that time. So, I mean, I was obviously heartbroken, and a friend of mine asked this artist why he did that. And in his words, he said, "Shemi to Kojaye," which means like my work has passed that level that I was probably like, you know, too not relevant enough, you know, to work with at that point. Anyway, today I'm SARS, and it's not here today. So keep moving, believe in yourself, you'll get there.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
Hello and welcome to What Are You Saying? #Ways, where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all. I am Osayome Sale. And today Jennifer and I are in studio. Hello, Jennifer.
Hi.
How was your weekend? How's the week starting off for you?
My week started off good. Actually started off good. My weekend was also good.
Awesome.
I'm actually happy about that.
Right?
Because throughout last week I was waking up with this migraine. Yeah, it refused to go for a whole week. But I'm glad that it has reduced. So, but I'm going for a test tomorrow just to be sure.
Sure, right? So I've had a very, very rough week. And yesterday was just interesting. I was at my office till 1 a.m. or something.
Wow.
And I walk with the
That's a long time.
Yeah. So this morning, my body gave up on me. I was going to get up, but I was not getting up.
So you slept in?
I tried, but even the sleep was just half an hour because I had to wake up at 5 a.m. to do some things. I slept at 2:30. I had to wake up at 5 to do some things. Then I didn't finish until 6:37. I had to go back to try to manage to sleep a bit.
Yeah.
My body was just, and once it's morning like that, my mind is alert. So I don't know how I can sleep when work needs to be done.
I feel
so it's just when I get home today, I'm just going to sleep.
You deserve.
I need to sleep. I can see. But yesterday was fun. I went to BJ Sachs' concert. I think that's my first time attending his concert. A friend of mine, or two friends of mine rather, invited me. And I was really happy that I went. Then I also visited the Cookathon.
Hilda's
by Hilda. So, we're going to talk more on that because our guest unfortunately cancelled. We can't find our guest. So we're going to just quickly, I always find an angle that we can talk about. So I'm going to talk about that Cookathon later. But Adiola has joined us via Zoom. Adiola, how are you doing?
Hello, I'm good, thank you. How are you guys doing?
Great. So how was you? You want to share how your day started?
Oh, so my day started good because of the rain. Of course, I expected that there'll be traffic and all that, and I wasn't disappointed, and then it ended. But I think today for me has just been a day that I am reminded of small mercies, and I am reminded of how important it is to have just the gift of good support. And this is a shout out big time to Omolola. She really just said some really great words to me, and it just made everything just seem a little bit easier today. So yes, I'm grateful for that, and I'm grateful that it ended the way it has ended, kind of. Yes, definitely grateful for that. The weekend was good. It was a spiritual weekend for me. It was really, really good.
Nice.
Really good.
All right, so as you already know, it's our Monday, and Mondays we try to bring some kind of awareness and sensitization, and of course this is in partnership with Enough is Enough. Thanks to Yemi Adamoleko and the entire team, always providing us with different information that would take us to the next level. So in 2015, right, the All Progressive Congress, APC, sought Nigerians votes through candidacy of President Muhammadu Buhari, with several campaign promises made under the umbrella of change and then next level. 8 years of his tenure becomes a wrap in about 14 days from today, right? Using APC's campaign as a yardstick, has Nigeria experienced the change that was promised, right? As you already know, Enough is Enough is doing this with us, and we really want to look at the pages of President Muhammadu Buhari's scorecard. Of course, here's what we found. I think, Diola, I'll come to you first. His scorecard, yes. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So let's start with economy. His scorecard economy. Part of his campaign promise was to create 20,000 jobs per state each year. Well, the sad truth is there is no public record to show that 20,000 jobs were created per state each year for the period of these 8 years. Let's also look at another campaign promise, which is teach new skills to graduates and give them loans to start businesses by 2019. So this is what the central bank has to say. They said that they announced new loans for university and polytechnic graduates who are willing to set up businesses, saying the move is part of its efforts to fight rising unemployment in the country. So this has been partly done. The third thing we're going to look at is security. Buhari's scorecard, President Buhari's scorecard. The kidnapped Chibok girls was a it was a key part of his campaign promise. And we can say that out of 276 kidnapped Chibok girls, 89 of those girls are still in captivity. So this is partly done. Bring an end to insecurity in Nigeria. Of course, a lot of us thought, having been with his military experience and all that, we would be able to gain serious mileage in terms of ending insecurity. Unfortunately, kidnappings, gruesome killings, and unrest are still happening in various states such as Abia, Borno, Bauchi, Taraba, Plateau, and the Niger Delta. So this campaign promise has not been fulfilled.
Absolutely. In fact, talking about Chibok girls, Chibok girls is just even like a small fraction compared to the number of kidnapped school children, right? I mean, there were the boys that were kidnapped, So I mean, like, what exactly was the plan? Was the structure? We're talking about insecurity, kidnapping. It almost like tripled or quadrupled or something during this tenure, right? I mean, like literally now you can't really just go anywhere. You are really afraid for the fact that, I mean, you're driving maybe a decent car, you can just be kidnapped. I mean, on Lekki Expressway, people are being kidnapped. On Freedom Way, people are being kidnapped. And taken to the nearest ATM for ransom and all of that. So a lot is really going on, in terms of insecurity. Yeah. And I really don't know how the new mantra, hope, right? The new president-elect, and I mean, if he's sworn into office, how he's going to tackle insecurity in this country. But let me hear your thoughts, Jennifer. What are your scorecards?
All right, so the fourth thing on his scorecard is corruption, and under that he said the public declaration of assets and liabilities. President Muhammadu Buhari is yet to release the full report of his assets declaration to the public, and that has not been completed. It hasn't been done at all. Then he also said that he would earn immunity from prosecution for elected officers in a criminal case. Now, for this, the government has failed to remove immunity from criminal prosecution or any kind of immunity whatsoever. That hasn't been done. Then the fifth thing under his scorecard is health and gender equality. The first under that for health is the government officials won't go abroad for medical treatment. President Buhari is currently undergoing dental care in London. That has not been done. Then under gender equality, he had mentioned that it would give women at least 35% of top government positions. There are 7 female ministers out of 43 in President Muhammadu Buhari's cabinet, and that hasn't been done either.
Very sad. So, I mean, although it's too late for these promises to be fulfilled before May 29th, we call on President Muhammadu Buhari to at least fulfill his promise to bringing back the Chibok girls and ensuring that they are all released before his tenure. If he's unable to do this, at least tell us what the status of the remaining girls in captivity, right? What is the status of the remaining girls in captivity? All right, so for more information, you can always, go to the Office of the Citizens chat box, powered by Enough is Enough. That's the number to call is 01700 6381. right? Just say hello via WhatsApp. You can know your elected officials, your governors, senators, House of Rep members, House of Assembly members, local government chairmen, and councillors. I mean, this is very important, right? If we say we want to demand better governance, I think we should get to that point where we're really interested in who our leaders are, not just the prominent ones like the presidents, the governors, right? Let's get it down to the local government chairmen and councillors so we can then start to demand good governance at all cadres, right? Thank you again to Enough is Enough for this partnership. We love our Mondays because now we are able to come bearing gifts, right? Telling you the facts and all of that. So thank you again. Enough is Enough. All right, so it's no news that Hilda Baci, that's a popular name, Hilda Baci has broken the Guinness World Record. I mean, she did this today across all our social media handles. Everyone followed her, you know, and all of that. And this was brought forth by the power of vision, right? And in that light, we are going to be discussing the topic Nigeria and the cost of lack of vision. You know, I told you, I said I always find an angle because you see, it's one thing for everybody to be celebrating this young girl, the president, I mean, the president-elect, the vice president, the the Labour Party presidential candidate, Atiku Abubakar, the PDP, everybody that is anybody celebrated this girl. But you see, it came to life because this girl had a vision, right? And you know, and it just tells us that, for me, when I see Nigeria, I think the biggest problem we have in the country is lack of vision, right? And because we lack vision, that's why we are not even finding anything like we can hold on to say these are our milestones of success. And here's what we found as today's quote. It says, create a vision for the life you really want and then work relentlessly towards making it a reality. And as you can tell from Hilda Baci's story, who, by the way, clocked 100 hours. Ha! That lady, she's on fire. Like, she clocked 100 hours. We're going to talk more about her because, again, she's an inspiration to many. But you see, beyond just hitting that record, there was something that led to the success. And that's why, if you understand the process, then it is easy to replicate success. We want to discuss how this our lack of vision is impacting us as a people. I told you I will find an angle for you. All right, so we'll take a break. When we come back from that break, we'll continue the conversation. Stay with us. You are still watching Ways Now. Today is International Day of Families, right? And it's celebrated on May 15 to raise awareness of the importance of families and their role in the society. Now, the day focuses on the important role that families play in our society, while also highlighting the issues faced by them. The International Day of Families is a global observance that is celebrated by countries around the world. This is a powerful day. It's a powerful day because family, you know, it's not just a cliche when they say family is the bedrock of the society. Family truly are the ones that are the very fabric of the society. So you see a society or a community or whatever that is failing, or a nation, check the family structure. And I'm telling you that if we can start to heal from those smallest units, which is the family, a lot of the problems that we have today, we will not even have it. anybody that has a fantastic support structure from family, you would always see those people blossom. It's, I mean, you hardly find somebody that has a community support, like family support, go astray, do all the, or be involved in any kinds of, vices and all of that. They are always grounded people. So very important that we protect the fabric of the family. So what's your thoughts on Families Day?
I didn't know today was Families Day. It actually really struck me just now because I reached out to my aunt today. I haven't spoken to her in a long while, and I grew up with her. She's actually my favorite aunt, and something just told me reach out to her. I think I messaged her, that was yesterday or early this morning, but I got very busy. Then I just remembered, oh, she actually sent me a message saying she was in Lagos. So I checked it. I'm like, you're in Lagos. I hope I get to see you because I'm supposed to travel for a burial next week.
Oh, wow.
So she said, oh, yeah, that she's around. And then she just mentioned something. She said, I can't wait for us to be one big happy family again.
Aww.
And it really struck me because we haven't spoken in a while.
Wow.
It's been a long time.
We just get busy.
Yeah, so it just feels like we're going to reconnect again. And I'm really excited. I was already thinking, what gifts should I give to her? Because
that's so sweet.
She's the best. If I said the best aunt ever in the entire world. She's amazing. She's amazing.
Auntie,
so I can't
we
wait
love
to see
you.
her.
We love you. We love you. By extension, we love you, even though we've not met you. But Diola, tell us your story on family, quickly.
Yeah. Okay, so for me, I think when I count my blessings, I count my family like multiple times over. I'm blessed. That's all I can say. I'm just blessed. I talk to my family every day, and my family is, they're a big part of who I am today. So I am grateful for that. And I'm hoping that somehow, again, some of us are not so fortunate to have biological families, but we can't get to choose our families. And when we choose our families, it's important to remember that you have to give into, you have to pour into family so they can pour into you. You can't keep taking. Family only thrives when everybody does their part. You give, you take, you give, you take, you give, you take. So yes, I mean, I celebrate this day, and I hope that we're able to build stronger families.
Absolutely. All right, so let's quickly run through what we found in the news. Jennifer, I'll come to you first.
Okay, so in the news, Nigerians dig up old video of singer Seun Kuti bragging about slapping police officers. And according to Ben Day, he said that the Afrobeat musician Seun Kuti, in the early hours of today, turned himself in at the Lagos State Police Command Headquarters, Ikeja, in company of his lawyer and family representative, and he has been placed under arrest. He also said that in line with the law, the command appreciates the public for their concern and assures that the ongoing investigation will be detailed, transparent, professionally pursued, and justice will be manifestly served to all parties involved.
I saw the mug shots, the pictures that he took with the cuffs and, the background. First of all, I say police people waiting. When I not even find a way to do a proper mug shot, But hey, putting him in cuffs without his shoes and all of that. So I watched the video. I don't know the full story. Right? But whatever it is, I just want to appeal to people that, see, Lagos, a lot of things that happen in this is actually targeted at bringing out the madness in everybody, right? I remember driving on Lekki Expressway, and one very, very horrible driver decided that he wanted to go at me, took something very sharp and smashed my windscreen, right? But I kept my cool. Because I just kept on thinking in my head, if I engage this kind of a person, what happens? At the end of the day, me, I hate cars, I hate all these things. For you to be able to do that, what happens? This kind of person is not rational. And don't forget that a lot of people are high on substance and all of that. So, I mean, no matter what the gravity of the situation is, please keep your calm. The only gratitude I have is that the policeman was not armed. Because again, imagine if he was armed, we would not be talking about anything, right? He said he put him on harm's way, or he tried to, I mean, his life was at risk. I saw a dent in his car, so I'm not sure what exactly caused it, right?
Yeah.
So we'll just probably keep quiet and wait till we hear the full story. But I just want to appeal to people. Keep calm, right? No matter the situation, it's not worth it. Because at the end of the day, you lose your cool, everybody gets, you know. So it doesn't, like, I cannot imagine myself now going to say I want to go and starting one police case inside this thing. I'd rather just be, you know, be the momo and just keep quiet, right? No matter how agitated I am, I'd rather just be quiet and probably call his superior and say, see what your police officer has done, take pictures, evidence, and all of that, and let it go. But now this one that you are angry, of course, even the guy, we saw that the guy was maybe on the wrong side, the policeman. But now your anger now has now further complicated the issue. You know, so that's why I just appeal to anybody: be calm. It's not worth it because I don't even have the energy. Say I won't go sleep for one police.
Because honestly, these things can just go sideways. You never
you're
really
laughing.
know.
You enter police matter today too. Now. You understand what I'm saying? I don't even want to go into that drama. But go ahead, Yola. Let's hear your story as well.
Okay, so this is court orders school to pay teacher 2 million naira for unlawful dismissal. The National Industrial Court has ordered the school, Trinity Model Academy, to pay its former staff member, 2 million for psychological trauma which resulted from unlawful termination of her employment. Okay, so without reading the story, apparently the school fired the teacher for alleged gross misconduct, which when they got into court, it could not be substantiated. The school alleged that, the teacher was still under, was not confirmed yet. So they felt they didn't have to go through the due process, protocol of querying and then giving warnings before, terminating our appointment. Well, the court did allege that given the contract of the school, that it was just going to be a probation for a period of time. It had exceeded that time. And whether she was confirmed or not, well, that's the mistake of the school. But at that point, they could not, since they could not substantiate, the gross misconduct, then they had no right to unlawfully terminate her, which would have resulted in her, finding it difficult to get another teaching job. Anyway, for me, I don't know. I think I'm just happy that for once, I mean, this is not a regular thing. This is a very rare occurrence where, the court actually weighs in on this, and then someone actually takes the school or someone actually sues an employer for wrongful termination, and then the person gets a good verdict. So I don't know. I think it's bravo for the teacher, and personally, I am wishing her, good fortune while she hunts for another job. I think employment laws in Nigeria just need to be...
You see, Nigeria is such an unforgiving place.
Absolutely.
Because now people would not see this as a woman just fighting for her rights. They will see it as somebody that is too headstrong.
Yeah.
It's like it's almost a taboo for you to demand for your rights.
Yeah.
It's almost a taboo for you to demand for what is fair.
To defend yourself.
It's a taboo for you to demand for what is just. You say your own too much. That's what you hear. So now it's almost like being blacklisted. I would just advise her, if you can, look for remote jobs or something, because
look for a different job entirely.
Because now the schools can easily blacklist you, and that's that would be terrible.
You're so right.
Okay, go ahead.
You're so right.
Absolutely. All right. So my story is actually a bit of a sensitive one, and I thought to bring it out here today because, again, maybe it's still fresh and they can pull out the video, but I don't want them to play too long. I think I will try to okay, Jola is here to help me break down the Yoruba, but if they can play the video, then I'll come back to the story.
His wife, his children, the bereaved. My prayer goes to them. I want to quickly say something. I just think I should talk about it. Maybe this video will get to the appropriate channels and people will make amendments. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ torí Ọlọ́run, tá bá sọ pé èèyàn kú, ẹ yé máa gbé picture wọn ní vulnerable state síta mọ́. Kò dẹ̀ kí ṣàwọn ará ìta ló máa ń ṣe kinní yìí. Ìsídà èyí tẹ́ súnmọ́ olóògbé, èyí tẹ́ wà ńbẹ̀ ńgbà tó kú, àbẹ́ èyí tí wọ́n sáré pé nǹkan ṣẹlẹ̀ sí. Ẹ̀yin lẹ máa ń ṣe kinní yẹn. Tá bá mọ̀ nǹkan tá máa fi fóònù wa ṣe mọ́, ẹ jẹ́ ká lọ sọ sígbó.
So I kind of like understood based on the caption at the top because I remember that Big Brother guy that passed on, Rico. You remember that even on his at the hospital on the floor, they had brought out some pictures of him. So I mean, what she's saying, if I understood what she said in Yoruba, if I understand it clearly, she was saying that, you know, when people are deceased, they would have called you, for instance, as a close family friend. That, I mean, that it is unfair that you now take pictures at their vulnerable states. Do you understand? And start to post it online. It's actually very wrong. You know, we're in an age. It's very wrong. I think I need people to understand this. It's not everything that you put on social media. It's not everything. Like really, we need to know where to draw the line. Right? Somebody is or somebody just died. The next thing you're thinking is taking a picture for you to be the first to say, you know, like I was there or whatever. Like it doesn't make any sense. Please, because I mean, the phones are not meant to control us. We are meant to control the phone. And you actually have the power to know what to click and what not to click. Like somebody is, you know, undergoing an operation or something, you take, if the person is the one doing it themselves. Like they're the ones taking their pictures and all of that. I mean, you are called up. It's a private thing. And don't forget that this particular actor that died, the Cookathon overshadowed it because nobody was even really talking about it. I remember going on Iyabo Ojo's live while she was at the Cookathon at Amore Gardens. And somebody kept on saying that, can you imagine she's here celebrating? And some people came in her defense to say that she might not be aware that the man had passed, right? So, I mean, these are things that, when it comes to issues of death, is very sensitive. So if you are the one that is closest to the family members, because we're talking International Family Day, they consider you as family. Will it be right? Will it be okay for you to then now go there and start to take pictures? I don't know what the story, I really don't want to know what the drama is about behind the scenes, because she was actually addressing some people because she says she hope it gets to the right channel. But I'm saying that, please, for decorum, consideration and all of that, when there are issues like this, that's not the time for us to start to do, you know, some kind of like very, it's inappropriate. Let's just stop it.
It is. I agree with her.
It is.
Absolutely. All right, so let's take a break. Let's talk vision and let us celebrate our own Nigerian. Stay with us, we'll be right back. Thanks for staying with us now. Greatness truly starts with a vision. And when you think about Nigeria, you'll realize that the reason that we haven't attained the greatness that we so dearly seek is due to lack of vision. Having no clarity of vision of what we want to achieve as a country, or people, of course, of what we want to achieve as a country or people, is more detrimental than we think. Because today we have seen it play out in different stratas of, you know, our lives as a people. So today we're asking, is it possible to get visionary leadership in Nigeria? Now, please, let's hear what you have to say. Today, please, we apologize. It's my fault again. The WhatsApp number is not available. But if you can go on our YouTube and just drop a message, I'll get that message and I'll read the message. If you can go on our YouTube, you can also tweet at us at WaysHowAfrica1 with the hashtag WayShow. Please leave us a message. If you really want to leave us a message, go on our YouTube page for today. All right, so Diola and Jennifer, Hilda Baci, that's her popular stage name, but she's Hilda Baci Effiong, right? So this young girl has had, I hear that she's had a vision for God knows how long. She's had that vision for a while, saying that, you know what, these are the things she wants to do. And if you see, I met Hilda at a TV station that we were supposed to launch Ways on, Pop Central TV. And immediately I saw her, I knew, okay, this person is really, really, first of all, she loves to cook. You know, you can see her doing her show with so much smiles and all of that. She's somebody that loves what she does. And you know what? When I got a message on WhatsApp saying that, oh, please support us, you know, and all of that, I was, you know, the only thing I said to her was congratulations, because I already saw that it was going to be doable. I mean, she would achieve it. You know, so one thing stood out for me when I was watching, because I went to the Amore Gardens yesterday. I also went there today. Unfortunately, today the crowd was like top of the... I couldn't even go close to like entering the building. But I went there yesterday, and when I saw her, I just saw someone that, you know what, had said, okay, you know what, I have a goal, and this is how I need to do it, and I need to put in the work, right? And so when you see people attain greatness, it's a no-brainer. When you see that these people, first of all, had a plan. I remember that I was going into a strategy session many years ago with some lady that taught us how to create, because I love to, my sole purpose, apart from what I do, is vision, right? And I teach this vision to young children in schools, secondary schools. In fact, I'm really praying to God that I'm able to resume my school tours, because those are the things that gives me joy. The ability to put your vision in pictorial forms. So you cut out different papers, different words that comes to you. You put it on a board. It's called a vision board. And you have that, you look at it every day, and you say, you know what? I'm going to get this. So I remember the vision board I had created, I think it was in 2014 or 2015, I'm not sure, or 2013. Now, when I look back at that vision board, like 90% of those things are already crossed out of it, right? Ways, so many things that had written down, it's already out of that. So when the story of the young girl saying that she wanted to, the attempt to wanting to break a Guinness Book of Record, you know, first of all, she counted the costs. Of course, you looked at, okay, what are the things, who has done this before? Yeah. What am I up against? How many days? Then she did a dry run, you know, she's done so many things. She put a team together. Yeah. And this team, small team, but very efficient team, they knew exactly what she's needed. And today, the story is history. She is, I mean, we're just waiting for Guinness. Please, oh. People are already telling Guinness Book of Record, don't try us, so. Don't play like INEC. Don't play like INEC, right? But we're just waiting for the official announcement by the Guinness Book of Records team, you know, because they also were monitoring, right? And it's she's done it, and she did not only, she had actually set a goal of 96. She surpassed it now, she's over 100, right? 100 hours standing, cooking. So you see, when I saw this, I said, it is possible. But you see, anything is possible. Nigeria can become like a first-class country that is functional, right? It can be possible. But it first of all starts with us telling ourselves that this is where we are going. And we have that clarity that this is the vision. This is where we're going, right? So for me, I just want us to discuss, first of all, what your thoughts on Hilda's achievements, you know, and do you think it is possible for us to begin to really get visionaries as leaders in this country?
So I think for Hilda, what she has just done is quite amazing. I mean, it's not easy to stand for that long. Even cooking for 2 hours, I get tired and I just want to sit. But looking at the plans that she put in place, you can see that she actually thought about the entire process and she did her due diligence, and that's the reason why she's here today. I mean, she thought about her fitness, got sponsors, thought about the location, what needs to be done, how she needs to get there, and what she needs to achieve to get to that point. I mean, it's not easy, and I really congratulate her for that. What she has done is amazing. I feel like this is something people will think about for a long time. And then one thing I love about Nigerians is we know how to support our own. And people came out en masse. The rain was heavy last night, and people stood under the rain supporting her. I mean, there were times, if you watch the video, there were times where she was actually crying, and you could tell that this lady is already tired.
Nigerians started praying.
Praying for her. They started
Singing,
praying.
encouraging
She had
her.
an assistant that stood beside her all through, massaging her shoulder, cleaning her sweat, cleaning her tears. This is just discipline, dedication, and she had a picture in mind. This is what I want to achieve, and she has achieved it.
Thank you.
So congratulations.
Thank
Congratulations.
you. I like the fact that you said she had a picture. Yeah. So there was clarity. See, until our vision as a nation is crystal clear.
Yeah.
Like we have clarity, this is who we want to be as Nigerians. It's impossible for us to get together anywhere.
Yeah.
Now, there's something else you said, because I'll come to Diola. You said something around Nigerians. And this is what I want our leaders to really understand, right? The reason you find a lot of resistance with the Nigerians that you claim that, especially the youth that you've called all of us, if the youth sees honesty and sincerity in your vision, right? That is if you have one, the kind of support you're going to get from the Nigerian youth, trust me, it will be unprecedented.
Yeah.
Because this girl, even the team, they did not plan the crowd. As at this afternoon at 3 p.m. when I got there, they were still trooping in. They did not plan for that crowd. All she did was she had a vision.
Yeah.
And she wanted to do this. And look at how Nigerians came out en masse to support it.
Yep.
So we are begging our leaders, set the vision in front of us. Give us clear picture of what you want and see Nigerians show up to make sure that that vision comes to life. Let me come to you, Diola. What's your thoughts on Hilda and how do you think we can tie this to visionary leadership in Nigeria?
Okay, so, the whole world celebrates Hilda, and myself inclusive. I think she's done amazing. She has done an amazing job. I like the part that we have all said about having a vision, but it is not enough to have a vision. It is important that you have a plan to implement that vision, and I think that's always where a lot of people get it wrong. Sometimes, for a vision to work, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of hard work. It requires that you sit down, you think about the people, the resources, everything that you will need, the whole chain to ensure that you give yourself the best possible chance for that vision to work. But a lot of times our visions are very individualistic, especially when we're aiming very high. Now, for me, the biggest thing that I took from Hilda is she not only had the vision, she sold that vision to her team. Because you could tell that everybody was conformed, everybody understood that, listen, this vision is not just Hilda's, it is for all of us. Hilda's win is our win. And everybody puts in their very best. And that's the work of visionary leadership. If you're a visionary and you cannot sell your vision, which most often times means that you need to put round pegs in round holes. If it takes you a long time to put the team together to ensure that this is done, you understand? Then, it will just all be dreams. Anybody can have a dream. In fact, I think all of us have dreams. But do we all have the passion, the resilience, the emotional intelligence, the skill, the competence, everything required to make sure that we actualize that dream? Hilda did not just dream. She put in the work. She put in long years. Look at how she had to get herself physically fit. That's someone who looked at all the possible scenarios. For her to be able to stand that long, it was imperative for her to be at her optimal fitness. Because, if she was not healthy, there was no way she would have been able to stand that long. If she was not prepared, she probably would have been running up and down looking for one ingredient, or something would have just stalled her somehow. So for every plan A, she probably had a plan B, plan C, plan D, or whatever. The most important thing was there was a vision, but there was an implementation map that would guide her to ensure the actualization of that vision. That's what we need.
Absolutely. And there's no way to have said it better than what you've just said.
Yeah.
Truth. So it's beyond just having a vision. There has to be clarity, first of all, and there has to be a proper plan right to the very last detail.
Yeah.
Would we have surprises spring up on us? Of course.
Yeah.
There will be unforeseen circumstances. But you see, the problem we have in this country is that the unforeseen circumstances seems to be a lot more at every time. Because we have deadlines. We've set deadlines. Okay, the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway will be completed XYZ in this year. This will be completed. The Niger Bridge, the second Niger Bridge will have power. We would sort out this. These are like vague, right? As far as I am concerned, they are vague promises, because every promise that our leaders have made, we've seen a complete recycle. So if we bring out President Buhari's what's it called, promises, campaign promises, juxtapose that with what the president-elect now has promised, you will see that they are almost similar in terms of the things, the projects and all of that. Because why? A lot of times these projects are just recycled, right? There is almost like there is zero intent of completion of this project.
Yeah.
So it is now that what's it called? That distrust that makes it difficult for Nigerians to even say, you know what, they trust the process. You know, they trust that these leaders truly have our interest at heart, right? So if we continue like this, it's going to be impossible for us to even grow, you know, as a people. But you know what? Let's go on a break. When we come back from that break, we'll sort out. No, we don't have any guests, but we'll continue the conversation. Stay with us.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. From the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
All right, thanks for staying with us. Now, if you just tuned in, we're discussing the, of course, Nigeria and the cost of lack of vision. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081. There's no WhatsApp today. Send us a message on YouTube or Twitter to us at Wayshow Africa 1 with the hashtag Wayshow. I apologize for the WhatsApp number today. All right, so I mean, ladies, so this conversation is something that, I want, because again, it's so quick for Nigerians to, especially I'm talking about our political leaders, to lash on things like this and use the opportunity to score cheap points, right? I mean, like you see with the president elect, with the presidents, the vice presidents, the presidential candidates of both Labour and PDP, and of course most of the, let me stick to the political leaders because we're talking governance, right? But you see the way you called or the way you showed up to celebrate Hilda, it is also possible that Nigerians will actually show up and Nigerians would love to engage you to say, you know what, this is a great feat, this is a great achievement. So I want our leadership to move beyond, there's this thing that says you want to be seen to be doing something. Yeah. Not that you're actually doing the thing, but you just want to let people perceive that you're doing something. That's how I feel when it comes to Nigerian leadership. And I believe it's because we don't really have clarity of purpose, right? It is impossible for you to succeed at anything if you do not have clear vision on this is what we want to achieve, this is where we're going. So, I mean, if we have never thought about it before, right, I believe that every opportunity like this are like milestones for learning, right? So this is a major achievement in our great history in Nigeria, right? A world record. But it's also an opportunity, an avenue for us to reevaluate, what is the Nigerian vision? What do we want to be known for? Who are we as Nigerians? How do we want our people to live? How do we want to, like if we go outside of the shores of this country, how do we want to be addressed as a people? And all of those things are tied to how, people perceive you, the look and feel of your country. Starting from the airports to your roads, to your infrastructure, to everything, to power, to all these things that really make up decent living for humans, right? So imagine if we have clarity and a clear vision and we have a plan, because what Diola said is very important. Yeah. We have a clear plan, a strategy, then we then take action. Because all of these things without action is also not going to work. The Bible says faith without work is dead. It's dead. Go ahead, Jennifer.
One thing I noticed is our government never really has like a proper roadmap. Now, when you have a project, first of all, they'll ask you the why. Why are you building this? Or why is this your vision? Then how? How do you intend to execute? How do you intend to implement? And then when? When do you intend to do it? It's not just by saying, I'm going to build this bridge, or I'm going to create a mini city in this particular town, or turn this village to a full city or a conglomerate or something like that. There has to be clear plan, just like Adiola said. Execution and implementation is very, very important. And when people can see these things, they know exactly what to hold on to. Now, if you just come out and say, oh, this is my vision, okay. The next question is, what next? Where do we go from here? How do we achieve it? Now, I can tell someone I have a vision. Now, it's okay for you to have a vision and not know how to implement. That's why you have people.
You now bring the right team.
Yeah, you bring the right team and then you delegate. That's where delegation comes in. You delegate and say, okay, this person, this is your strength. I know you can achieve this. So everyone knows your vision. Like you said, there's a vision board. Everyone can see what the vision is. And then there are different angles, different tentacles. Okay, you're coming from north, you're coming from south, you're coming from different angles. And then when you bring it together and it comes to the midpoint, you know that you have achieved it at the end of the day. But first of all, people need to see the plan. People need to know that you have these things in sight. You know exactly what you want to achieve. It's not just saying things off the top of your head. Anybody can wake up and say things off the top of their head. I can wake up today and say, you know what, on my streets, I want to tar the road. Now, once I come out and say that, I mean, that's a very bold statement, especially because I'm just a citizen. Now, when I say something like that, people would ask me, how do you intend to achieve this? Now, if you have a plan, people start to ask you, okay, what about finances? Who do you want to contract it to? Which company would you give to bring the resources or the materials that are needed to make the road? For the people who are living on the streets, what's the contingency plan? And then the thing is, there's also risk management. You also have to think about, what if something happens? If something bad happens, how do we prevent this from happening? And if we cannot prevent it, how do we solve for it? So you have to think about different scenarios, different things that would happen, and you also need to have backups. So if challenge A comes up, how do we solve for it? If challenge B comes up, how do we solve for it? And now if we solve for it and something else comes up, we need to think, so you have to tie up all the loose ends. And even after doing all of this, it doesn't mean that you're still not going to have challenges. But because you already have a plan in place to solve every likely problem that might come up, when something out of the ordinary comes up, at least to an extent, you're able to solve for it.
Absolutely.
But we don't see this with our government, and it's very, very worrisome. And that's why people have actually just lost hope. And then when you come up today and you say, oh, I want to do this, people will tell you, that's what the last person said. That's what the last two persons said. So how do you intend to achieve this? So it's like you're just blowing air at the end of the day. And there's nothing to, you can't hold air. There's nothing to hold on to.
Let me come to you, Diola, because as we wrap up now, I was just going to say that I've heard this argument several times that Nigeria is not suffering from lack of plan. That we have very fantastic plans, but they're all on paper, right?
Yeah.
I've heard this argument, but I choose to believe that it's not possible. We don't need too many things. We need the Nigerian dream. We need something that we can say, you know what, Nigeria is a land of greatness. Everywhere you go to in this Nigeria, you become great, you know. It's not just I will build bridges and all of that. But hey, that's an argument for another day. But to you, Diola, as we wrap up in about 2 minutes, right? Is a visionary, exemplary leadership or a visionary leadership, is it something that we lack? And if yes, you know, is it possible for us to get it as a people?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, absolutely. Visionary leadership. I mean, they're not born. They say some leaders are born, but I mean, anybody can look at a problem and craft a vision from it. You know, it's just having the right people. But again, I also think that, in fact, it is worrisome because, you know, diversity is supposed to be a strength, a major strength, especially in governance. You know, you're pulling people from across the nation with different competencies, different skills, different cultural backgrounds and all that. And everybody is supposed to, you know, bring all that to make something of the national dream. But I think the problem that we have is we're putting round pegs in square holes. There is a mixed match somewhere. So it is either there is a vision, maybe at the top, maybe for one or two of them, and the followers do not get it. They are not able to translate that vision into an actionable plan. Because, I mean, help me understand how a government, a federal government, will start an infrastructure on that Lagos-Ibadan Bega Expressway. That corridor takes at least 1 million people a day. And you're telling me that there's no plan. People are stuck in traffic for sometimes 4-5 hours. So that's, I mean, the cost of efficiency to not just government, to private sector. The government is losing money. Private sector is losing money. People are, you know, they're falling sick. So when governments engage, when they engage third parties, you know, to help them actualize their dreams, do these contractors, do they even understand what is at stake? I mean, if you have a government that does not even hold those people accountable, they would feel that, you know what, you can do and undo. The government doesn't care. I mean, if a contractor is not even doing what they're supposed to do within the timelines given. I mean, these are basic information that, they're supposed to have at government level. Are they fining them? Are they paying some sort of fine such that they understand that, if you want to work with Nigerian government, these are people with a vision. They don't joke on this. You can't inconvenience their citizens.
Absolutely.
You these things, and this is preparing to the bare minimum. Because when people put up attitudes of, please, it is government, it's government work, it's retirement, let me just go and be collecting salary, I really do not care, then there's a problem.
There's a big problem. But thank you so much, Adiola. We ran out of time. Thank you, Jennifer. Now, before we go, I don't know, maybe we might continue the conversation tomorrow. Ensure you follow us across all our social media handles at Wayshow Africa. You can interact with us further, drop a comment, and more importantly, follow all our engagements on social media, like and share, and invite your families and friends to watch and follow the conversation. Now, if you missed our quote for today, here it is again. Create a vision for the life you really want and then work relentlessly towards making it a reality. And congratulations again to Hilda Baci for the success of the Guinness Book World Record. We'll see you guys tomorrow at 8 p.m. as we bring another great conversation to your screen. Enjoy.
Well, this is the lounge, the TW Conversation Lounge, where we talk about everything and anything that matters to you and to everybody at home, but to us more importantly, it's our opinions we share. Now, today we're going to be talking about the other woman. Today I am the main woman. These are the other women. So I'll quickly introduce my other women very quickly. And in the house, we have Ifoma Edigbe, our one and only financial analyst who has a bee in her bonnet for men because of our foundation that's called Boys to Men. And then sitting right next to her is I keep saying this Aburu thing, right? This is my Aburu. Looking very yella, serial entrepreneur, banker turned businesswoman, great event coordinator today, producer, presenter of the event show. And then on my immediate left is my sweet baby, you. Looking very elegant. You know, you see all these people from the middle belt, there's something about them, their voice. You know, it's kind of like mede. You know, Mariam Longe is a co-host on the TVC show that's called Your View. Today we'll be hearing her view on the other woman. And of course, my one and only woman who takes care of women who are having babies for the first time through her own, Anne. Anne is the newborn coach, but also she's a budding producer, budding presenter, mother and wife, and a lawyer by training. Gracias. This is the conversation line. The conversations will begin shortly.
like me.
Welcome back to the lounge. We're speaking about the other woman. There's so many perceptions, negative, positive, so we want to just have this conversation. Who really is the other woman? Let's start from there.
Yeah, let me start by saying you didn't even want to talk about this. I don't even know why.
No.
Eh? Are you the other woman?
And you don't want to imagine having somebody who's the other woman around your government, right? So
no, but I think it maybe definitions are right because I was the one that brought up this topic.
Okay.
And the reason why did I even think about it? I feel that the other woman is so demonized. When you say the other woman, I mean, I don't know whether I'm correct or wrong. The first thing that comes to your head is this girl is nasty. She wants to get my guy. Do you get what I mean? But is that always the case?
Well, I don't. You see, it's not. Of course, she's nasty, and of course, that's what the case is. But that's the truth. Do you understand?
She's nasty.
She is nasty because I mean, you know, the guy is married, right? But a lot of times, it's also what the guys say to them. I mean, they come at you and they say to you that, "Oh, I'm having troubled marriage. In fact, it's really over between my wife and I." So they lure them, and because women are pretty, can be gullible, and with what's going on out there, that there are more men
than women.
More women than men, sorry. So the women are desperate. They want to. And then the stories they hear, they fall for it.
I'm not sure in absolute terms there are more women than men, but I think there are more suitable women than men. So the kind of woman you are, there are certain kinds of men you wouldn't date. And there are many men that you wouldn't date. So the number that you date, there are more women who would date a smaller proportion of men. But having said that, the issue of the other woman is any woman who is dating a married man. And it's not about his being in a polygamous situation. She's not married to him.
Married men? What about the boyfriends?
Okay.
That's not the other woman. They're all young together there.
But you know he's with somebody.
The other woman, we sort of even make her sound sophisticated. She's the side chick. What is the side chick? What I mean?
Yes.
I do not understand that why a girl would want to be a side chick, because I think most people look at a man and they see what he has, which is he has the house, the wife, the kids, and everyone sort of wants that. Nobody wants to be on the outside looking in, and then whatever crumbs that's left is what you get. So maybe the side chick is there. Maybe the only benefit for her will be she's there and it just puts her closer to her destination. But I don't see how, any well-meaning human being would want to be the side chick.
Sometimes that side chick is the main chick, man.
But shall I tell you something? I think that there's a lot to be said for being the other woman. Okay. No, I'll tell you why. She's not bothered about the children and school fees.
Exactly.
And he can't come home and tell her so she's just enjoying the benefits of being the person that is taken on trips abroad when he's going for meetings.
But some of these other women that already have their kids and all that.
That's different. But but the thing is, so if a single other woman, even a married other woman, when they go abroad, the Gucci bags he may not buy for his wife, he will buy for her. The designer clothes he may tell his wife he's not buying, he will buy for her. Because there's something in a man who is dating that other woman who wants to prove to her, his ego needs to prove to her that I can do it.
I can take care of you.
Yes, I can take care of you. You just stick with me. Don't worry about my wife.
Are there circumstances that have sort of encouraged, and I'm not saying it's good or good. I'm just saying, are there circumstances that are maybe the wives, are there things that we've done as wives that have encouraged the man to go out in search of, or are there discussions, are there things that have led to this?
Maybe this is the point I should share my own personal experience. In technical terms, I was the other woman at some point in life. You're dating, you're young, and then there are guys who chase you. And then I remember a married guy, it didn't start with chase. We worked in the same environment, right? And I was 22 or 23. And I was working in entertainment, and all he would talk about is how his wife is wanting, she's too fat, she's wanting, telling stories, and he's telling you how good looking you are. I mean, of course you think that goes into your head. And you start feeling like, oh, I'm the one that can solve this man's problem. And then he's taking you out for dinner, for lunch. But you know what? I told myself, come on, they're dating a married man. Even if he's dating, he just to go and eat his dinner. As far as I was concerned, I'm topping his money. Doesn't really matter. And there was no function of saying maybe I had to sleep with him or whatever. But the point is, it slowly creeps on you, and it could have gotten to that level. But I could call myself to God and say, what am I even doing with this guy? He's not going to marry me. Where is he leading me? So that's why I keep saying that when you become the other woman, I don't know. I'm like...
Well, I have a story. My very good friend, she was the other woman. We're serving at the time, so we're quite young at the time, doing our national youth service. And she was with this man, and she'll come back home to tell me how this man is suffering, his wife, she's so wicked. To the point she said, do you know even her children don't love her? So yes, so here she is, the defender of the universe, here to rescue the man. But, and he, of course, promised her marriage and everything. Well, it's been nearly 10 years or more.
Are they still dating?
No, they're not dating. He's still with his wife.
Yes.
And her children very much love her.
Their mom.
And she had gone on to get married to someone else. I'm just saying, yes, they'll give you stories. But you should be smart enough to know.
But the truth is,
very
for
young.
some people, it ends up well. Unfortunately, they end up marrying them. They do end up. It's happened a lot of times. That's not well. No, but guess what? You asked a question. You said, are there things that lead, circumstances that lead to? And I always say to women, when you get married, always remain relevant. Always remember what got him attracted to you from the very beginning. I mean, first from your looks, it would always fade one, but don't relax and just keep. See how hot you are now. I mean, how? Do you understand? No, trust me. Because I'm telling you, I believe in keeping men on their toes, your husband on his toes.
He should keep chasing you.
They should keep chasing you. You should never stop. Yes, see.
They will say you keep them on their toes too much, so they need to look for the one that doesn't keep them so much on their toes. There's always a reason. There's no
I don't think so. Well, and also because of the fact that, a friend of mine shared something with me yesterday. Her Bobo sent it to her and said, her husband said, now wow. Solomon married 700 wives, had 700 wives in the Bible, and also had 300 wives. And God still loved him. Meanwhile, in Africa, a man, we follow house girl, and the whole world will want to come down.
Yeah, but you said God still loves you. God will still love you. Does not mean I have to love you. Thank you.
Okay, ask her, is the other woman always a bad woman? What if she didn't know that she was the other woman?
That's what I said at the beginning. Sometimes, what if she didn't know she was the other woman?
Okay, like my story.
Men are good at hiding it.
Okay. So like my story would be, I'm married to a much older man. Of course, so immediately people see us. I'm judged as the other woman without hearing. They don't know the backstory.
Yeah.
Oh, she's much younger. She must be the wicked witch that came and destroyed everything. So there are stories I know also of people who have been deceived into being the other woman. But of course, once you get enough information, but although sometimes it happens that maybe you've gone so far as to have kids with this person. So what happens then?
Kids with somebody that don't know has another wife? Is that possible?
Some people have been able to do that.
But what men do, that's the truth. Like you said, a lot of women are deceived into. A man can hide. Haven't you heard the stories where the man dies and the funeral that kids had 4 kids, 3 kids? Yes.
No, but Ifeoma, do you agree with all these stories? Doesn't the other woman that is having those children for the married man, that she's so ignorant, right? Do we have a right to judge her?
You see, for me, I don't even think, even if she were aware, I'm not sure this conversation is about judging. I think it's about looking at the situation. And the two sides, as far as I'm concerned, are guilty. A lot of
the man and the woman.
Yes, the wife and yes, because you see, yes, I believe that, like Ndidi said, women should look after themselves.
Yeah.
But I think that marriage is more than about just looking after yourself.
I agree.
There's a bonding that has taken place. Does that bond mean nothing to you? And then, okay, you now go to another woman. Supposing you didn't even lie. You said to her that you're married. It's that thing your wife has shaped you up to be that she finds appealing.
That she finds appealing, very true.
So your wife has now prepared you for somebody else to enjoy the better
which is
part
sadly
of you.
so what happens in this
That is what
country.
is painful. I think wives find the other woman painful because she's taking from them or in their husbands what they should have and enjoy. And then she enjoys it. You know?
She reminds me of Acrimony. Do you remember the movie Acrimony?
I was on their show to talk about Acrimony.
But I would never forget, this actually happened. I had this client that wanted, this stylist that came to me, she wanted to style her clients for a photo shoot.
She also
and I
runs a
said,
store, by the way.
yes, and I said to her, I said, can I see the pictures of these people to her? The man is in his 80s. The photo shoot was for the other woman who was in her 40s.
You see?
And then I see a picture of this man, his first wife, who is also almost in her 80s, looking like she was 100 and something. In the picture with the
40-something
other woman. You know, it broke my heart.
So what you're particular?
It broke, because all I could see was this poor woman that has suffered, just like what you're saying, with this man. And he finds her also whatever now, and has gone for...
I have a friend that says that she will
it's
never leave her house for another woman. Right?
But okay, now, I have a problem with that. Because I say to women, do not condescend that low. I'm sorry. He's decided to take another woman. Move on. And that is and I stand by it.
I think that's a good place for us to take a break. What? Let's take a break.
Okay. Why do we have to take a break?
So before we went on the break, Ayo, you said you were going to say something.
Yeah, what was I going to say? Look, the bottom line is, right now, it seems like we are all just demonizing the other woman. And quite sincerely, the reason I brought this topic is because the other woman is a woman, right? It's not a function of who's right and who's wrong. And like somebody did point out to me sometime, that sometimes the other woman doesn't really want your husband. The other woman just wants to be able to pleasure herself sometimes and share in the money or whatever. But she's not taking... So we're looking at her as somebody who's coming to take your husband.
But we're not, though. We're not looking at... You see, what is taking a husband?
Exactly.
I don't think we are.
Or sharing your husband.
What is taking a husband? The way I look at it is this. If I'm the other woman, then there's something his wife isn't giving him that I may be able to give him.
Can't he just be greedy?
No, it may not be a matter of greed. It may, you can't have everything you want in one person.
Yes.
Okay, so
which means that different people can provide different things. In the same way, can I have another man?
Exactly.
Can I have another man?
I remember saying that we've been socialized to believe that when you get married, as women in Nigeria, for instance, you sort of cut off your other relationships with, if you're talking to a guy, it just seems
with
wrong.
the opposite sex.
So you just, cut off all those relations and stick to women or stick to married women. Even if you're friends with single girls, they're like, oh, they'll spoil you and everything. But your husband is allowed to have friends that he people he grew up with, understandably so. So are we the ones that are shooting ourselves in the foot by allowing
us women?
Yes, us women. Are we the ones
good,
shooting because it can be that we can maintain, because we need different types of relationships to be whole.
But going back to putting sort of trying to be the other woman or thinking like I'll be in her shoes. Well, there are a few reasons why people do become side chicks, I guess, apart from wanting to get in a marriage with your husband. I'm a young girl, 18, 21. I want to travel the world. I can't afford it. And I want designer clothes and bags, maybe, and then when she's old...
That's exactly.
They call it something else now, though. I don't know what it is. It's not sugar daddy
So
anymore.
that's the only way I can understand why someone, without demonizing her,
Daddy
I
old
guess.
No, but there's a funky way there's a name for it, too. I just don't remember.
No, ma'am, you see, my bit with that is maybe because when it comes to relationships, okay, I believe even in marriage, I believe you should get married for the right reasons, which for me, first and foremost, is love. Now, when you start to look at the financial gains, then you're ready to take any crap, even as the main wife. Now, you find out that your husband has a side chick and you want to remain in it, then be ready to take the crap he's giving you. But if you decide that I own myself, this is me, this is what I stand for, if you have a side chick,
But he may not be giving you crap, though, and he may actually be a better husband because he has somebody else.
Care of you.
That is the interesting thing. No.
Okay, so can I do the same?
That's the only question. You see,
that's the main question.
A man is actually a better husband
when
because
he has
there's somebody else with whom he exhales.
Can I tell you? Can I share? I know
it doesn't make it, which is the reason why it's not about it's right, it's wrong in many ways. It's about
what's accepted in a particular area.
Not even what is it that we see?
But is it a two-way thing?
It's not really.
Is it a two-way thing? That they can't really, when you're with your wife, you're thinking of bills, school fees, and all of that. When you meet somebody else, even as women, when you meet a guy outside and you have an interesting conversation that had no hold back. It was just
No
you
pressure.
feel good. So it usually starts off as that. You know, you meet somebody and then the person is just so civil and everything is just perfect.
You see something else in
then
her.
maybe we women are able to cut off at a point, and then maybe men just don't know when to draw the line, and then it grows from one thing to another. So maybe that's another thing. So we can't really be that person that they don't, because I mean, the bills are the bills. The children are there. It's not going to.
But then there's something else. I think there are people who are allowed to marry more than one wife.
Yeah, I was just going to say
so
that.
if you're like mostly the North, you're Muslim, you know your husband is likely to have
a second, a
third or fourth wife. So usually you're growing up, you're socialized to think that can happen.
Okay.
So you can accept it. And yet, you know, people still do not, even though they know that could happen,
it's still painful.
It's still painful. See, the word for like a second wife or a third wife or a new wife in Hausa is kishia. And that comes from the word kishi. Kishi is jealousy. Yeah. So to be described as second or third as the kishi, like maybe the jealouser or the one that brings on jealousy. So, you know, even though it is acceptable, but they also recognize that it's tough for you to call it.
I think if we had a society where, like the Muslims do, where it's accepted, then it would end a lot of, you know,
No, but are you not hearing what I'm saying? Traditional setting. It's
because I was just
in a cultural setting.
Do you know that even both of you, in some parts of the East, women marry for their husbands? Because you get a particular age in the past.
But
yes,
not from the East in any event.
Okay, that's good. I'm sorry. I just say, Southeast, we are South. It's like saying I'm from the East. But the truth is, I have heard of where women marry. For example, even if you cannot have a child, for example, you can marry for your husband. Even if you are rich women across the Niger who marry for their husbands.
I don't think it's only even across the Niger. I think in many cultures.
Oh, really?
Yes, in many cultures, if another woman has a child, then you have a child if you don't have children.
No, that's different.
No, it's the same thing. If you get a woman and her children become yours, if you even read history and the cultures, it's a very common thing. Even in cultures, people will say to women, this is the other part of it. So there are other men too, because women whose husbands can't give them children, their older relatives will tell them, go and have a child with a man outside. But your husband knows he can't have children. He knows that child can't be his, but he's okay with it.
But you have to be discreet. He can't be discreet about it.
Exactly.
Well, it's
because of our society.
It's the way tradition is.
That actually brings me into saying that a lot of people have actually said these days that women aren't keeping quiet anymore. And that a lot of the side chicks now are also married women.
I was just going to say that. I agree. That is so true. Even the men are going for the married women because they think the side... Thank you. Because they know... exactly. And they know that the side chicks that are married are not looking to, take you away like that.
That means there are women who are married women, main chick here, and side chicks there.
But guess what? I hear that their relationships with their main husbands, it's more fun for them. Yeah, it helps because I think the idea of variety is the spice of life.
Shaking her head.
But it's happening. It is happening. It is happening.
All this conversation that we're having, it simply means that people are doing exactly what they please. So we can say what we like. We say it's like, who is the side chick if your husband spends all the time there? The woman you call the side chick is the main person. So you don't. So the idea of using that word, it simply means that the relationships, whether you're married or not, a man decides with which woman he feels most whole.
So should a woman be able to decide that?
So there's no such thing. You might be the married side chick.
But
the woman is your husband.
When we're looking at side chick as, the whole sex thing being involved.
It has to be.
No, sometimes. You see, which is why it can be a bit difficult. You as a married woman, you might start to lose that communication thing with your husband. And you find another man that you can actually open up to. You're enjoying that. That's it. There's something brewing there.
Talking about demonizing the side chick. But you've heard of cases where, a woman leaves her home because of a side chick. She's divorced, but ends up being a side chick to somebody's husband. So it's acceptable. I mean, it's unacceptable when it happens to her. But then when she's available, but she's not avenging on her husband.
No, I don't understand this. So look at Miriam talking. Miriam, your second wife, in terms of your second marriage.
I'm first wife.
Sorry. But everybody will still be looking at you as if you are the cause of the breakup of the marriage
No,
of
no,
the
but
first
her case
one.
was different. The man had been
Yeah,
alone.
but
it's still-
yes, it's true, but I mean, people just assume.
It just-
so
we just
so we'll
shouldn't
have
be
to sit with
judgmental.
you
Yeah, 'cause you
and
never-
tell
yes,
you, oh
yes,
no,
yes.
I met him 4
But
years
that- but
after.
does that really
and
bother you? Because you know the truth. I think it's for those that know that, okay, I've
So I want to
come
ask this
in.
question.
Yeah.
Would it make it less offensive to a wife if she was allowed to do hers as well and have her own side boy or side man?
Definitely.
But why are we taking this to only marriage? There are people who are dating and talking about side chick and main chick.
I think it's acceptable when you're dating, really, because for me, you're single if you're not married. So if you're single, you're single. I mean, you have to be married. Yes, so for me,
they shouldn't lay
claims.
during courtship. It leads to something.
No,
you know,
but it shouldn't lay claims.
I don't think you can lay claim because if you're dating someone and they happen to meet someone else after you and prefer the person, it may be sad for you. But they're not obligated to
No,
stay
but
with
I
you.
remember when I was dating my husband, and he started trying to toast these babes, and I found out. I walked away. I'm like, to hell with you.
You see what I mean?
doing
He
that.
came back because he chose you.
Then he begged. So that is it. Yes, but if I just sat there and said, I will take it like that. In marriage, he will try himself. So you need to be able to stand your ground. I don't think the moment you're dating, it's already, because if you're dating me and I do the same and you find out that I have one or two, and for women, it's even safer when you're dating to have one or two. Because you don't know what the man will say. It's true.
I agree.
He will keep you for 10 years. And waka, yes. So you're better off, because you never know. But
what are your final thoughts on this?
Well,
how will you summarize it?
Well, I mean, don't be a side chick, I guess. I don't know.
What if it happens to you?
Try not to be the source of another person's pain. Don't let a woman kneel down because of you.
No, but
if you are aware, I mean, if there's anything you can do about it, I'm not judging you or anything, but I mean, people find themselves in situations. If you are aware and there's anything you can do to lessen the pain of somebody else, by all means.
I think it's really do unto others as you'd have them do unto you. And if you feel that you're comfortable with it, it means that perhaps if somebody else did it to you, you'd be comfortable as well. Yeah. Because at the end of the day, a lot of these things we talk about are societal constructs. We decide. So society has decided that from a woman's perspective, the other woman shouldn't be. But from a man's perspective, it should be. It can't be one-sided. It means that if we allow it for men, then there will always be other women.
Yeah. I think for me, just like Ifeoma said, do unto others what you want done to you. So if you know, for the men first, mine is not even from the side, because it takes two to tango.
Yeah, absolutely.
So the men should learn to be content. Do you understand? And if there's something that you don't find in your woman, okay, that is true, but don't, because that's actually where it stems from. They look outside, they start to, and from them, it's like joke, it's as in like, let me just try. One night thing. Yeah. And the side chick wants to enter. You're thinking innocent, yes, and bang. So let's not even, don't even create room for that in the first place. And you, the women, do not settle for less. Why be a side chick when you can meet the main one? So wait for the single somebody.
I'd say you be the side chick, be the main chick.
Exactly.
Don't give anybody chance. Color be the thing. Even though really, like my husband always says, no polygamy. But it depends on the negotiations that you have. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. If you can do side chick, then I can be side guy. I can have my own side guy if I can take care of it. But that's what, the conversations are done here. They're done here. But they can continue online at TW Conversations, and we'll continue talking here. But at the end of the day, whether you're a side chick, whatever, just know that the other woman is a woman, like you. Don't deal with that. If the man is the problem, deal with him.
Yes.
I beg, Kekwano.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. From the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment. There's another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
In raising our kids, parents should stop playing God.
The internet is actually using the people.
But when you are looking for money to help other people, then it becomes easy.
Don't rush into marriage. I always say this. You rush in, you rush out.
Family is the bedrock of every society and the essence of life.
On Today with John and Helen, we dig deep into family values in every sense of the word.
Join us every Saturday at 9:15 a.m. on Plus TV Africa, DSTV channel 408.
With you, we play a part in strengthening the values passed from generation to generation.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect am. If you no talk, dem go beat you. Na 2,500 they pay.
On Plus TV News now, Inspector General of Police talks tough, says May 29 inauguration is sacrosanct. Resident doctors set to embark on a 5-day warning strike on Wednesday. President Muhammadu Buhari lauds Chef Hilda Basi over longest cooking record at 100 hours. Sudanese military chief freezes bank account of rival paramilitary group amid trance. Good evening, I am Messia Boko. This is the news now. The Vice President Yemi Osinbajo today, Monday, presided over an extraordinary meeting of the Federal Executive Council at the State House in Abuja. According to findings, the meeting was scheduled to allow the Council consider all pending memorandum from ministries, departments, and agencies ahead of the May 29 inauguration of the President-elect Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Those who attended the meeting include Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Boss Mustafa, Head of Civil Service of the Federation, Dr. Folashade Yemi Esson, and the National Security Advisor, Babagana Mugono. Also present were the Minister of Interior, Rauf Aregbesola, Minister of Finance, Zainab Ahmed, Health Minister, Osage Ehaneri, Communication and Digital Economy, Professor Issa Pantami. Sports Sunday Dare, Aviation includes Sarika, and Environment Mohammed Abdullahi, Works and Housing Babatunde Fashola, FCT Mohammed Bello, and Foreign Affairs Minister Geoffrey Onyoma, Attorney General of the Federation, Minister of Justice Abubakar Malami, Women Affairs Pauline Tullen, Education Adamu Adamu, among others. The Inspector General of Police Usman Akali Baba on Monday has cautioned political parties trying to foment trouble on May the 29th, the presidential inauguration, to stay off, as he reiterated that the inauguration date remains sacrosanct. The police boss gave the warning while briefing reporters in the FCT. He vowed to do everything possible alongside other security officers and operatives to defend our democracy. He added that it is hinged on the right of aggrieved political actors to submit their grievances on the electoral outcome to the judicial process for consideration.
The Nigeria police hereby sternly warn all political actors with subversive agenda and their collaborators, to particularly their foot soldiers, who they are exposing to political radicalization and extremism, to henceforth jettison their ongoing premeditated attempt to create tension within the national space with the intention to derail the May 29, 2023 presidential inauguration ceremony. Secondly, such persons, regardless of their political affiliation, who continuously engages in acts that are inimical to our nation's democratic and security interests, should not be in doubt on the firm determination of the Nigeria Police under my watch to closely collaborate with the law enforcement family and the intelligence community to defend our democracy. Keep the internal security order stable and optimally deploy our common unique assets towards guaranteeing the successful conduct of the presidential inauguration ceremony. Thirdly, we note that the inauguration ceremonies at all the national and state levels of government are a critical constitutional requirement for the sustenance of our political order as a nation, and the Nigeria Police is duty and legally bound to defend our democratic heritage and closely police the constitutional processes. Consequently, I assure the citizens that our loyalty to our democratic and political order remains firm and unwavering. We will defend our democracy at all costs. The 29th May 2023 date for the swearing-in ceremony of the President-elect of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and indeed other inauguration ceremonies at national and state level, is sub.
The Federal High Court sitting in Abuja has adjourned hearing until Thursday, May the 18th, 2023 to decide on an application seeking an order to bar the Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice Olukayode Ariwoola, from swearing in President-elect Bola Ahmed Tinubu on May the 29th, an extended tenure of President Muhammadu Buhari. Recall that 5 voters who were residents of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, had asked the court to bar the Chief Justice of Nigeria from swearing in Tinubu on May the 29th. At the hearing before Justice Inyang Ekwo today, the judge told the plaintiff's lawyer, Chuks Nwachukwu, that the case had been adjourned to May 18th to allow him get answers to certain questions. Justice Ekwo held that on the next adjourned date, the lawyer must address the court on the locus standing, right to appear in court, a jurisdiction, and whether this case is already before the Presidential Election Petition Court.
We brought an application to refer our matter directly to the Court of Appeal. So the learned judge said that we need to satisfy him on some issues before he would rule whether to make the reference or not. So he talked about issues of local standard jurisdiction and whether or not the matter is already before the presidential election tribunal, petition tribunal. So those are the 3 issues he said we should satisfy him on. We have addressed those issues in our originating summons, but then he explained that he was yet to look at the summons.
Abia State Governor-elect Alex Otti has declared a 7-day fasting and prayer session from Sunday, May the 21st till Friday, May the 26th, ahead of the May 29th inauguration. The Abia State rededication and prayers by Dr. Alex Otti's Thanksgiving Service Organizing Committee in a statement on Sunday said the spiritual cleansing is part of activities lined up for inauguration of Otti as the 10th governor of the state. The statement was jointly signed by the chairman and secretary of the committee, Uzon Nwachukwu and Beatrice, respectively, who noted that the spiritual cleansing was aimed at repositioning the state for the incoming administration. Meanwhile, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, governor of Lagos State, has endorsed Godswill Akpabio and Jibrin for the position of Senate President and Deputy. Speaking while hosting the door at the Lagos Government House on Sunday, Sanwo-Olu said Akpabio and Jibrin are offering stability to the country, which would be of benefit to Nigerians. Akpabio, former Minister of Niger Delta Affairs, and Jibrin, a senator representing Kano North, has been nominated by the All Progressive Congress APC for the Senate leadership position. Akpabio, on his part, said the National Assembly under his stewardship would work with the incoming administration for the benefit of its citizens.
We provide quality, stable, and inclusive leadership at the National Assembly with a view to providing robust legislative intervention when necessary and making relevant laws for the good governance of our dear nation. We will galvanize a united and viral support base to the incoming administration of President Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu that will provide credible government policies for the advancement of good governance, rule of law, and progressive National Assembly activities.
Also, Senator Ali Ndume, who is the Director General of Akpabio campaign, said the choice of Akpabio is the right thing to do at this time.
I worked with Akpabio. He was the minority leader while I was the majority leader during the Saraki time, when we emerged through the back door, and took the leadership. The consequence of that one, you live in memory. It was very turbulent. Nigerians were counting the losses when compared to the 9th Senate. We don't want to have a repeat of that. That is not to talk about fairness, equity, and justice I, as a Muslim, strongly believe in that.
The Office of the Attorney General and Minister of Justice Abubakar Malami has been indicted in a disbursement of 10.4 billion naira judgment debt settlement to beneficiaries. This is as his ministry could not coincidentally render the account before the Senate Committee on Public Accounts. The indictment followed the consideration of the 2017 and 2018 report of the Senate Public Accounts Committee. Following the development, the committee has ordered the Ministry of Justice to stop further disbursement of the judgment debt. It also ordered that the Committee on Settlement in Justice Ministry be reconstituted within the next 30 days. Meanwhile, the Christian Association of Nigeria CAN said the political leaders in the country are only engaging in hypocrisy and are self-centered. Chairman of the Christian Association of Nigeria, Reverend Joseph Yahab, stated this while speaking to newsmen. And this comes as a reaction to a comment by the Vice President-elect Kashim Shettima regarding the leadership of the 10th National Assembly. Recall that the National Working Committee of the All Progressive Congress had met with the President-elect to consider the outcome of consultation with the President-elect Bola Ahmed Tinubu and others. The preference for the top seats in the red chambers of Senator Godswill Akpabio of the South-South in Akwa Ibom State and Senate President Senator Barrow Jibrin of the Northwest in Kano and Deputy Senate President for the House of Representatives. The APC settled for Abbas Tajuddin, that's of the Northwest in Kaduna, and Deputy Speaker Ben Kalu of Southeast in Abia State. Reverend Joseph Hayab also knocked Senate Chief Whip Orji Kalu and Deputy Speaker Ahmed Wise for their pronouncement on the NAS leadership saga. Former President Olusegun Obasanjo has said that the performance of Nigerian leaders before independence is much better. He spoke during the National Daily Awards in Lagos, where he said though political activities were raging like fire, pre-independence Nigerians were determined and ensured that they chose the right leaders who made the right decision for the country. Meanwhile, the Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu and the Inspector General of Police Usman Kali Baba were among the eminent Nigerians who received the award for outstanding performance.
In fact, in also making choice of leaders, I would say Nigeria in those days also make right choices of leaders. And if your choices are right, the consequences will be right. Your performances will be right. And if your performances are right, then you will attain excellence.
I want to extend this congratulatory message and this award, not for me, for the entire team in Lagos. And I want to say that several people that are here today are deserving of the excellent and the excellence award that has been given to all of us.
I think I have been motivated enough to do more than what I have done or to do more than what I am doing. I also feel this award will also motivate not only me as an individual, but it will motivate the force, the personnel of the force, so that we can do more and save Nigerians from the predicament of insecurity.
On his part, a former Minister of Health and Social Service, Prince Julius Adeluyi, said that the people generally looked up to leaders. Hence, it's important that they demonstrate capacity and character. Speaking on motivation behind the awards, the editor-in-chief of the National Daily newspaper said despite the challenges and uproar in the country, it will not be let out of place to honor patriotic Nigerians who are making a difference in the different sphere.
Some awards are commercially driven. What's in it for the organizers? What's the return on investments of their cash outlay? Now, and we're going down the hill negatively. When we have an organization like the National Daily, young as they are, embarking on a new direction and dimension, we must all support that, at least to improve that aspect of the Nigerian space.
While we use the opportunity to show appreciation to many top public figures and dignitaries in the country whose gestures have been worthy of emulation, whose actions over the years, and most especially within the period under review, which is the year 2022, have contributed in no small way in uplifting humanity. We also take into account ordinary people who are doing extraordinary things.
President Muhammadu Buhari today, in a statement signed by his special advisor on media and publicity, Femi Adesina, said he shares in the joy of the celebration of a 27-year-old chef, Hilda Basi Effiong, who has made history by breaking the world record of longest hours of cooking and placing Nigeria on the global spotlight. President Muhammadu Buhari lauds Hilda Basi for turning her talent and passion into a career with a rippling effect on the economy, as she runs a restaurant in Lagos and trains other talent on entrepreneurship and leads the world in resilience, perseverance, consistency in cooking. Hilda began the competition on Thursday after she turned on her cooker at 4 p.m. and surpassed the current world record holder on Monday morning. If certified by Guinness World Record, she will be displacing the current world record holder, Lata Tondon, an Indian chef who achieved a similar feat in 2019, logging 87 hours, 45 minutes record uninterrupted cooking. Ayodeji, the Deputy Country Director of SOS Children's Village, an international non-governmental family and child focus organization, in an interview listed the major threats a family and system in Nigeria are confronted with today and how it impacts on national development.
The economic front, you see that our country currently, the challenges we are facing is a threat to families and ultimately to children. On the other front, like I mentioned, last year there was a huge disaster as a result of the flood that we had in the country that affected about 30 states in the country. And that was a major, event that separated families, that brought about, untold hardship on families. And these are also part of the things that families are confronting. We at SOS Children's Villages, what we do is to continue to provide enabling environment for children to grow, which essentially is talking about families. We believe that children should be able to grow in their own families, and that where this is not possible for certain reasons, a very suitable option should be made available.
Well, the Deputy Country Director of SOS also bear his mind on the Child Rights Act of 2003, which the National Assembly has begun the process of review.
The legislature is looking at reviewing the Child Rights Act, which is very old, so I think we should start by commending that effort. However, this is a call that the review should be holistic. We should look at all matters. The Child Rights Act is that legal tool at the Federation that looks at matters that relate to children. And one area that also needs to be looked at critically is the issue of alternative care, which was not effectively dealt with in the original document. So this is a call to government to also look at including alternative care matters, which looks at vulnerable children who are not able to live with their family. How can they better be cared for in other arrangements? There is need to deal with the issue of institutionalization, which has been shown not to be the best for children. So there is a call on the government to please make this review holistic. This is an opportunity we have to do something for the children. So we are calling on them to do more than just changing a few things, but looking at the holistic review of the document for the betterment of the Nigerian child.
The three-man Ogun State governorship election petition headed by Justice Hamidu Kunuza has dismissed two petitions brought before the tribunal by the Ogun State chapter of the New Nigerian People's Party, NNPP, and the Action People's Party, APP. Giving his ruling on the application for withdrawal of the petition, the tribunal chairman Hamidu Kunuza said the petition were dismissed for lacking merit and have since been dismissed in its entirety. The two parties had separately approached the election petition tribunal sitting in Osobo in Abeokuta, the state capital, for discontinuation and withdrawal of their petition.
The application was dismissed. And instead of going to appeal, they brought another one this morning again. And the tribunal still ruled that that process amounts to an abuse of court process because the tribunal has determined it that Comrade Olakposi Ogini, the state chairman of NNPP, is the owner of the petition since he filed it. And he's the only one that can debrief us from handling the petition. So after resolving that, the tribunal now went on to hear our application for dismissal, for withdrawing of the petition, which was granted without any objection. So as of today, the NNPP has, in the interest of the party and the good people of Ogun State, we have withdrawn our petition, and we don't have any pending petition at the tribunal.
On our part, we only pray the tribunals that the record be put straight, that there was never any collusion or undue influence on the part of the respondent, that the petitioners should withdraw their petition. So they are withdrawing their petitions on their own volition. So parties haven't joined issues. They filed petitions. We have responded by filing reply. And the position of law that is clear. We have joined issues. So pleadings have been concluded. So the right application, the right prayers on behalf of the respondent is dismissal of the petition.
What happened today is to tell the whole world that the due process has been followed. And in moving Ogun State forward, we have no any other option than to make sure that the petition is withdrawn. You know what happened? In Kano, with the same ballots, which we are complaining of, our party, our great party, New Nigeria People's Party, NNPP, I, as the chairman in Ogun State here, I know that we won in Kano. We managed to win. It would have been with very high figures. But now seeing that, we cannot say that Ogun State election must be cancelled when we are enjoying the same privilege in Kano. So as a matter of fact, anybody coming to Equity must come with clean hands. And that's why we decided that the petition must be withdrawn in the interest of moving Ogun State forward.
The United States government has said it has taken steps to impose visa restriction on specific individuals in Nigeria for undermining the democratic process during Nigeria's 2023 election cycle. This was made known in a statement by the Secretary of State, Anthony Blinken, on Monday, published on his website of the United States government, while noting that the United States is committed to supporting and advancing democracy in Nigeria and around the world. The U.S. government disclosed the decision to take steps to impose visa restriction reflects the continued commitment of the United States to support Nigeria's aspiration to strengthen our democracy and the rule of law. Shehu Kuti's manager, Ayo Moses, has given more insight into what transpired on the day the singer slapped a police officer on the 3rd Mainland Bridge in Lagos. In a chat with Potpourri, Moses revealed that Kuti was provoked by the officer, which led him to physically assault the officer. On the said day, Shehu was driving with his family on the 3rd Mainland Bridge when he was suddenly hit from behind by a police truck being driven by an officer who was reportedly drunk. This act from the officer led Shewu's daughter into a sudden shock as she was visibly seen shaken by the accident. That made Shewu pursue the truck, double-crossed it and forced it into a stop when the police officer got down from the truck. Instead of apologizing, he was arguing with Shewu, which provoked him to slap the officer. Moses also tried to make Nigerians realize that Shewu is human and anybody would have reacted the way he did if its family was threatened. Moses also revealed that Kuti had been transferred to the state CID office in Yaba and will be represented by the veteran lawyer and human rights activist Femi Falana in court. Now, authorities say a grenade was discovered at the new chief's palace. No fewer than 20 persons have been reportedly killed following a clash between two ethnic groups over kingship in Taraba State. The development comes on the heels of coronation held for the traditional ruler of Wurkun chiefdom. According to reports, the ceremony was put together by Governor Darius Ishiaku. Turned out to be a decision that was not welcomed by other tribes. Houses and vehicles, farmlands were not spared in the carnage that ensued. And prior to the clash, Governor Ishiaku had said that the essence of creating the chiefdom was to bring government closer to the people and to give the masses a sense of belonging. An unspecific number of persons were injured following an explosion that occurred in Jalingo, Taraba State capital. The incident was said to have happened close to a drinking joint in the late hours of Sunday. The blast also believed to have caused by an explosive device suspected to be a mini bomb. Meanwhile, the injured victims have been hospitalized while the scene of the explosion was cordoned off by men of the Nigerian Police Force and anti-bomb squad. The Nigerian Association of Resident Doctors have declared a 5-day warning strike following the failure of the federal government to meet its demand. The resident doctors said the strike will commence at 8 a.m. on Wednesday, May the 17th, and will end on Monday, May the 22nd at 8 a.m. This was a decision reached after its 6.5-hour extraordinary National Executive Council meeting held virtually today. NERD on April 29, 2023, issued a 2-week ultimatum to the federal government to meet its demand or face industrial disharmony. The ultimatum ended on Saturday, May 13, 2023. The doctors are demanding an immediate increment in consolidated medical salary structure to the tune of 200% of the current gross salary of doctors. The doctors also want the immediate withdrawal of the bill seeking to comply and compel medical and dental graduates to render 5-year compulsory services or service in Nigeria before being granted full license to practice, among other issues. There is need for improvement in promoting technology in nursing education and will aid content integration, availability of research work, and development of electronic health records. This was disclosed at an induction on oath-taking ceremony of registered nurses organized by the Department of Nursing Science in collaboration with Nursing and Midwifery Council of Nigeria that held in Osogbo, Osun State capital. A correspondent completes this report has been presented in our studio.
If God blesses you, you don't need a God fence around your house. What you need is a big table where you share things for the downtrodden, the underprivileged.
I'm thankful to stand here today to be the best graduating student. Alhamdulillah. To my colleagues, I know nursing can be tiring, but with hard work, with determination, and most importantly, pray and rely on Almighty God.
Provost College of Health Sciences, Professor Christopher, appealed to the graduates to promote their profession and make a hospital peaceful environment.
If we have a well-working system in Nigeria where you use electronic health record effectively, the government invests in it properly, definitely our nursing care is going to be, the workload will be minimal because we don't have to write and keep doing paper documentation. We'll focus more on taking care of our patient because the writing will have been taken care of by the computer, as the case may be. That's the government that it should invest more in electronic health record in clinical practice so that it will help the nurses because they're already doing it in the education. So they should transfer this to the practice so that the patient can have optimal and quality care.
It is also clear, in form of evidence, of our consistent and constant contribution to societal, national, and global development in an age of today that is characterized by acute shortage of nurses and midwives. Globally, any university, that keeps producing such professionals on an annual basis and with guaranteed quality is, in no doubt, a problem-solving citadel of learning, one with increased local relevance and global impact.
The Delta State government has approved a residential structure for residential doctors, the Delta State Teaching Hospital in the West local government area of the state. The Commissioner for Information, Charles Anioagu, addressed journalists shortly after the State Executive Council meeting in Asaba, the state capital. The Commissioner for Information speaks of government's effort as regards the structure for resident doctors.
Approve the building of residential quarters to be able to accommodate our house officers as well as resident doctors in a Delta State University, Delta State Teaching Hospital, Ogara, that's DSUT. The reason for that is that we want to be able to provide a conducive accommodation for our house officers and for resident doctors so that they are able to not only impart knowledge, but also to be able to render effective and efficient medical services to our people.
Still ahead, Ukraine's President Zelensky wins pledge for long-range drones. And we'll bring you details when we return.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
And to other parts of Africa, Ghana's largest opposition party has chosen the country's former president, John Dramani Mahama, as its flag bearer for the 2024 presidential election. Delegates of the National Democratic Congress voted in primaries over the weekend to choose a candidate for both the presidential and parliamentary polls. Mahama was declared the overwhelming winner after polling 98.9% of the vote, while his challenger, former Kumasi Mayor Joko Bonso, scored 1.1%. The former president was tipped by most political analysts to win the primary based on his experience and influence in the opposition party. The ruling party of the incumbent Nana Akufo-Addo will hold its own primaries in November, and the presidential election is scheduled for the 7th of December 2024.
I believe that if NDC can power, most of the things which Ghanaians we want, NDC can come and do it for us. For instance, taking care of our children, taking care of. But the other side give us a promise, which we look at it with is that they're able not to do those promises. So I know that if NDC come power, by all means, they will turn to us, they'll look those promises back and say they'll do it for us.
I believe in John Dramani Mahama. He has been a president before, he has been a vice president before, and he's a communicator too. So there is no way the sitting president can do something for us. We've given him 8 years now, and there's nothing we are seeing now. But with John Dramani Mahama, he can turn things around for us. And that's why we believe in him. That's why we are here to.
I believe that if NDC come power.
President Tayyip Erdogan led comfortably in the first round of Turkey's election, with his rival facing an uphill struggle to prevent him extending his rule into a third decade in a runoff vote on May the 28th. Turkish Aspect weakened on the news, which showed Erdogan just below the 50% threshold needed to avoid sending the NATO member country to a second round of presidential election, viewed as passing judgment on his autocratic rule. Turkish stocks stumbled, the lira near a 2-month low as the sovereign dollar bonds fell, and the cost of ensuring exposure to the country's debt spiked as the election result pointed to a runoff. The election has been closely watched in Europe, Washington, Moscow, and across the region, where the president has asserted in Turkish power while strengthening ties to Russia and putting strains on Ankara's traditional alliance with the United States. The Turkish president is one of Vladimir Putin's main allies, and a strong showing is likely to encourage Kremlin, and on also the fact that Biden administration, and as well as European and Middle Eastern leaders who had troubled relations with him. The mood at the opposition party headquarters had been subdued overnight as voters were counted before the election opinion poll, putting some persons with 2 polls on Friday showing about an above 50% threshold.
Turkey is headed for a runoff vote in 2 weeks' time after neither Recep Tayyip Erdogan or his main challenger Kemal Kılıçdaroğlu won an outright majority in Sunday's election. The results reflect the deep polarization in a country at a political crossroads. Erdogan has led the NATO member for 20 years, and the vote was seen as a verdict on his increasingly authoritarian path. Kılıçdaroğlu, who leads a 6-party opposition alliance determined to unseat him, urged his supporters to be patient and accused Erdogan's party of interfering with the counting and reporting of results. He said he will win in the runoff against Erdogan. Erdogan performed better than pre-election polls had predicted. He appeared in a confident and combative mood afterward, addressing his supporters in Ankara. He claimed to be millions of votes ahead of his competitor, but stopped short of declaring an outright victory. The election was held against the backdrop of soaring inflation and in the aftermath of devastating earthquakes. Now the country of 85 million people faces 2 weeks of uncertainty that could rattle markets. The question of who eventually becomes Turkey's next president will reverberate well beyond its borders. As one of Russian leader Vladimir Putin's closest allies, a defeat for Erdogan would likely unnerve the Kremlin but comfort the Biden administration, as well as many European and Middle Eastern leaders who've had troubled relations with Erdogan.
Up next, Nigeria's inflation quickens in April as food prices surge. And that's in business news. We'll definitely return after this short break.
And in business news, Nigeria's annual inflation rose to 22.22% in April from 22.04% the previous month as the price of food continued to rise. The National Bureau of Statistics says inflation has remained elevated in Africa's biggest economy, eroding savings and incomes and prompting the central bank to hike interest rates to their highest level in nearly 2 decades. Food inflation, which accounts for the bulk of Nigeria's inflation basket, rose to 24.61% in April from 24.45% in March. The central bank is due to set interest rates next week after hiking the benchmark lending rate in March by 50 basis points to 18%, citing continued price pressures and a weakening naira currency. Nigeria's oil and condensate reserves fell by 0.22% in January 2022 to 36.966 billion barrels in January 2023. Chief Executive Officer of Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, Gbenga Komolafe, stated this during the pivoting Upstream Petroleum Regulation and Investments session at the 6th Nigerian International Energy Summit in Abuja. He attributed the fall to low exploration activities. Komolafe, however, says Nigeria's total natural gas reserve rose to 208.83 trillion cubic feet in January 2023. He noted that the marginal increase was due to innovations, additional new wells, and field development studies. He says Nigeria's oil and condensate reserves as of January 1, 2023 stands at 31.060 billion barrels and 5.906 billion barrels of condensate, making a total of 36.966 BB of oil and condensate. And while the associated gas reserves in 102.32 trillion cubic feet, non-associated gas reserves in 106.51 trillion cubic feet, making a total of 208.83 TCF of natural gas reserves. The federal government will today raise about 360 billion naira in new borrowings as part of its regular debt issuance to finance budget deficit and augment national revenue. It is the last bond auction by the outgoing government of President Muhammadu Buhari. The auction, which is based on issuance calendar by the Debt Management Office, which oversees the government's debt issuance and management, however, comes as the DMO at the weekend expressed concerns that the country's debt servicing is becoming unsustainable. At the auction, the DMO will be offering 4 tenors of bonds to raise 90 billion naira on each tenor, totaling 360 billion naira. The bonds on offer, which are reopening of previous issuances, include the 10-year 13.980% February 2028 bond, 10-year 12.50% April 2032 bond, the 20-year 13% January 2042 bond, and the 30-year and 12.98% March 2050 bond. In a bid to avoid a breakdown of law and order emanating from land disputes, the Nigerian Institute of Surveyors has charged its members to ensure accurate coordinates of land. The institution gave the charge during the 2023 Fellows Investiture of 16 members held recently in Abuja. According to its surveyors, essential to all forms of land dispute resolution. In his address, the guest speaker at the event, Hyacinth Moghalu, decried the perceived complicity between some surveyors and quacks to defraud prospective clients through forged signatures, distorted survey plans, fake stamps, and fictitious facts in order to push innocent land purchasers into cases of unnecessary litigation. He also stressed the need for surveyors to recover their profession from quacks and urged the inductees to strive hard to remain the beaming light of the profession. And that's Business News. Thanks for watching. I am Destiny Momo. The news continues.
And is up next.
Nigerian chef Hilda Baci Effiong, known as Hilda Baci, has extended her cooking to 100 hours to break the Guinness World Record for the longest cooking hours. Hilda made a historic feat on Monday, May 15, 2023, after she broke the Guinness World Record for the longest cooking time by an individual. As of 4 p.m. on Monday, Baci had cooked for 96 hours to surpass the previous record set by Lata Tondon, an Indian chef, in 2019. Celebrities, influencers and well-wishers came out to show their support and trust Plus TV Africa to cover this great milestone.
It's a great thing. We're seeing history being made before our very eyes, and a young star doing that as well. And I believe that she's going to motivate a lot of other youngsters. Everybody's going to rise up to the occasion and say, hey, we can do this. If she can do it, we can do it. And that's good. And for the first time in a long time, we're having something positive coming up from Nigeria.
What my take is simple. This is a very challenging call for a lot of people out there. This was there all the while, and she woke up one morning and said, I want to embark on this journey, and she did it. And now see the number of people that came out to support her. So it just tells you that whatever you're doing, aim for the highest heights.
Of course, social media makes you feel like you know people because we are all in the same industry and space. But when you see somebody doing something phenomenal, the energy and everything, the fact that she wants to even beat and go further is just to show you because of the amount of support she's getting. This is not just a win for Hilda, it's a win for Nigeria, it's a win for Africa.
Well, my take is that Nigeria to the world, music industry, entertainment, now the kitchen industry, if I put it that way. So she's making every one of us proud, not just all females, but every Nigerian and African right now, yeah.
She is a superwoman. I'm so proud of her as a woman. I think she's done well, and I think that this is something we should emulate across the way. You can show that young girls can actually put their mind to something and get it done.
English pop group S Club 7 shared an emotional update with fans about their reunion tour just 1 month after the death of beloved member Paul Catamol. The pop singing group announced that the reunion tour would continue in memory of their bandmate. One of the S Club 7 stars, John Lee, acknowledged that there were only 5 members in the video shared on Instagram and further said Anna Spirit opted not to continue with the reunion tour and decided to opt out of the tour, which would be renamed in honor of Paul. The British band also reflected on Catamol's legacy, with each group members getting emotional as they paid their tribute. The ABC will be investigated by its own ombudsman after the broadcaster who deluged with complaints over its extremely biased coronation coverage. The taxpayer-funded broadcaster reportedly received over 1,000 complaints from its disrespectful coverage, which focused heavily on the impact of the monarchy and colonization have had on Australians and people of colour. The program was aired at 5 p.m. just 3 hours before the coronation of King Charles III was broadcast in Australia. While most of the objections were from viewers who simply wanted to express their dissatisfaction with the coverage, some were specifically accused the ABC of breaching its editorial guidelines. The Australian Monarchists League released a statement revealing it was preparing to file a legal complaint to the ABC's board.
The best of sports news.
Super Eagles striker Kelechi Iheanacho is set to return to training at Leicester City this week, even as the Nigerian forward will miss tonight's Premier League game against Liverpool at the King Power Stadium. Iheanacho was replaced by Dennis Praet in the 82nd minute after sustaining a muscle injury in the Foxes' 1-1 draw against Leeds United in the Premier League fixture at Elland Road on April 25. The Nigerian international has missed Leicester's last 2 matches since coping the injury, and he will certainly miss a third when the relegation-threatened Foxes battle Liverpool tonight. But despite Leicester chief coach Dean Smith expressing fears that the 26-year-old could be sidelined for the remainder of the campaign, it now looks like he would be back very soon. Still talking injuries, Paul Pogba's injury-blighted season is ending as it started, with the French midfielder out for 2 to 3 weeks after tests today revealed a thigh injury. His club, Juventus, said the 2018 World Cup winner re-injured his left thigh on Sunday against Cremonese, his first competitive start of the season. After taking a shot, Pogba immediately pulled up and left the field after 23 minutes, hiding his face under his shirt. Examinations earlier today at the club's medical center revealed an injury to the right femoral muscle of the left thigh, according to Juventus in a statement that was released on their website.
And the main news again, Inspector General of Police talks tough, says May 29th inauguration is sacrosanct. Resident doctors set to embark on a 5-day warning strike on Wednesday. And President Muhammadu Buhari lauds Hilda Bassi over new longest cooking record at 100 hours. Sudan's military chief freezes bank accounts of rival paramilitary group amid trends. Well, that's the news now. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. We're on Limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. My name is Messi Ebokbo. Many thanks for watching. Have a good night rest.
It for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
He suffered equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
I was just calm. I just kept calm, like, okay, let's see what's going to happen next. And they were there that night till at about 11 or 12 late in the night. And then they brought a bus. So they packed all of us. The bus was empty, like they had removed everything inside the bus. They made us sit. We sat in the bus and we drove. So we drove for a couple of hours. I can't remember how many hours, but like close to 7 hours. So on daybreak, I saw where we got to was like a house, very big house, gated, fenced and all that. And they just dropped us there and turned back. So I was surprised, like, So for the first time, and I had to ask the 4 ladies, the 3 other ladies that we left together, please, do you guys really know where exactly we are going to? Like, this whole thing is really looking blurry to me and I don't understand anything anymore. And they're like, even them too, they are even confused though. And to crown it up, they asked us not to talk to each other. They asked us not to say anything to each other. I don't understand. So I just looked everywhere and saw that, okay, there are batches and batches of people seated at different corners. Okay, so I really need to ask questions. So at that point, when Alhaji came out, like he's one in charge of that house, and then he did say, okay, let's look for something to eat. All through this while we are not eating, and he said we should fix something to eat, and they made one spaghetti that didn't have salt, and it was so very funny. Like, so I just summoned courage. I went to meet the Alhaji. I said, please, sir, I need you to just be open and tell me what exactly is going on. Where am I, first of all? He said, Duruku. I said, where is Duruku? He now said, how do I expect him to be able to explain that Duruku, that is what he knows, this place is Duruku. I said, okay, do you know where exactly I'm going to? Or do you know the person that brought me here? He was like, maybe Libya you they go. I said, Libya. I said, I'm not going to Libya. He said, I still say you be Johnny just come. Like, he said, you don't reach here. The only thing now for you make you they go the place where then they carry you, they go say then go come carry you tomorrow night. And he refused to say anything afterwards. So I went to sit down and relayed what he said to the other ladies. And everybody became very, very, very like upset and curious, like, okay, let's even find out. So just at that time, there was a lady in the particular room that had like 5 big bags, Ghana must go bags, big ones. So she said she was going back to Kano, that she stays in Kano. She sells gold and clothes. She speaks Yoruba. So she was explaining to one of the ladies. So that was the first instance where I started hearing information. And I just didn't want to believe. Honestly, I didn't believe at that point that maybe that is what we are in. But what she explained to the lady was that we are either being transported to Libya for prostitution or Italy. And then the lady said, she told her that no, the person that took us said we are going to Malaysia. And the lady now laughed and said that is what they will tell you, and that this is her 5th time going through this route. That was the same way she was deceived, but she ran away and was able to find someone who helped her, and eventually that was the person she got married to, and now they are doing like illegal business. She goes there, buys stuff and goes back to Kano to go sell. So I said, no, it cannot be possible. Like, we all agreed that it cannot be possible, because that was not what they told us. Looking at what the first guy told us, what the magician guy told us, what the lady told us, that it cannot be possible, that maybe hers is a different kind of connection. So fast forward from there, they came to pick us the next night in a Hilux, arranged us, and we drove for like 3 days non-stop. Okay, we had 2 stopovers. The first stopover was in a very cold, white place. Like, I have never seen that kind of cold in my life before. I was shivering to the brain. Like, I just couldn't imagine why I was going through this. Like, if these people really want to help me, this is not a way to help someone. you cannot be helping someone and the person is in pain. So, but I couldn't really say much because I was already in it. So we drove for days, and on the third day where we stopped was really looking like, I didn't know what to call the place. There were thousands of people, young ladies, guys, and they were calling it ghetto. This is ghetto. They're calling the particular ghetto. The ghetto had a name, and they said, okay, now we can go and have our bath. So for the first time after 7 days, we're going to 8 days. We're going to have our bath and have change of clothes. So first of all, my concern was to even just let me even have a bath first and find something tangible to eat. So they made rice. We ate. In the midst of eating, I started hearing conversations. So I said, okay, since they said we should not talk to anybody, no problem. I'm going to find out everything I need to find out, and if possible, go back from here. So during conversations, I heard people saying, they will tell you everything possible, that here it is Libya they're taking you to. You either go and work as a housemaid, or you go and work in connection house, all manner of things. And at that point, it really dawned on me that what that lady had said earlier was very true. So the other 3 ladies, 2 of them now came to meet me when I was sitting down. I'm like, see what I am hearing. I said, okay, even me too. I heard the same thing. And they're like, are we sure we want to continue this journey? So at that point, I was really upset with myself not to have verified whatever information I got. I started crying. I was in pain. Like, why will I be going through this? Like, no. Even if, for crying out loud, this is not help. This is like putting me in a pit where I can't talk, I can't communicate. Now there is no communication, nothing. So I looked around. We were there till the next day, and then there was this particular guy, Mohammed, that was giving out clothes, was calling out names and all. So I walked up to him and said, please, at this junction, I don't think I want to continue this journey. Can you help me? I want to go back home. And then he said, that what I just asked is very dangerous. That if it was yesterday when I came that I said that it would have been, maybe you can manage or think of how to go about it. That already the person that I'm being taken to knows I'm here. Whatever makes me not get to her, he has to be the one to pay for me. I'm like, pay for me as how? He said, somebody paid for you to be brought to her, and pay transit, they pay additional money just to be sure that the person is being carried along. And I was like, okay, so how much does it cost to get up to this point? And if I'm to go back from here, I can actually call them, tell them I don't want to continue this journey and I want to go back home. He said it's either of 2 things. It's either you get home or you don't get home. They might tell you to go. They'll either kidnap you and sell you to a place where you'll never be able to come out from, or they might even kill you. That he would advise me to just go and face my fate, but I should pray that whoever I'm going to go and meet is not a bad person. And I asked that, why did he say so? He said he cannot say anything more. That I'm here, and the only way forward is to move forward. I was like, okay. I was broken. I couldn't even tell the other ladies what he had said. I summoned courage to eventually see. So that night, they put us in a hillock. We're about 36 or 32 of us. And they made us sit in rows in the hillocks. So we drove for like 3 days. We had a couple of stopovers, but I was really choked up because I was seated back in the hillocks. So everybody's weight was resting on me, and it was hell for me. I couldn't breathe at some point. My legs were dead. I couldn't move. Even when we stopped, I took like minutes. Most of us took like minutes to even be able to stand up. And I was like, no. But even if I were to travel by road, he did say it was going to be at some point. At least by now, the traveling by road should have stopped. And that was So I remembered what the other guy said at the where we were, that there's no flight, anything. They deceived you. Everything they told you was just to cajole you to decide to go, that there is no flight anywhere. You're going by road to wherever you're going to. So at that point, I was just concerned with one thing, which is surviving and coming back home at all cost. So after the first stopover, I became sick a little bit. I started having too many issues. So I decided not to sit in the hillocks again. And then I had to sit at the edge on top of the tire box. And then I had a stick in between my legs. So they made ladies sit inside the hillocks, and then the guys would sit around the hillocks. But because of my previous experience, I had difficulties breathing. I said I wasn't going to sit inside the hillocks again, that I was going to sit at the edge. So I did sit on the edge of the hillocks and had a stick to hold on to, and we drove for another couple of days. The experience in the desert was, it's not something, sometimes when I think about it, I just smile. My smiling is not that, okay, I'm happy, but I wonder how I was able to pull through. I wonder how I was able to manage my health. I wonder how I was able to cope up mentally, emotionally, thinking about everything I had left back at home, everyone. I kept them in the dark. I didn't really say much. And then thinking about the people who deceived me, like, if you want to help someone, you should help someone and not even put them into more problems. So a lot of things were racing through my mind. I got so discouraged at my own life. I felt really bad that I was impatient. I didn't ask questions. Of all places, why would I be going to Libya to do what? Like, I wasn't even, I couldn't really define the feelings I had then. But at each point, what I always did was to just pray to God that, God, I know that I have done wrong not to have even, look out for my own self. But I am asking for just one thing. Wherever I'm going to, make sure you take me back home, healed and healthy. So we had another stopover. I got beaten along the way by Arab men. I was trying to save someone from getting beaten wrongly, and I got the beating. Difficulty, there was no food, there was no water, the weather was, the sun would be shining and scorching, and the cold was extremely cold. Like, I couldn't really, there was no definition of everything that was going on. I was just bleak and blank. At the point, I was regretting every step from my friend. I started cursing, like, so she knew about this. That was why at the point she disappeared. She didn't really see anything. And even when I asked her about it, she pretended not to know anything about traveling. That this guy didn't tell her anything about traveling. But I'm like, but you introduced me to this guy, so it's not possible for him to come tell me something about traveling and you didn't know. I thought so far and wide to the point where I felt, okay, I know I'm not going to die. I know I'm not going to die. I know I will go back home, and I'm so going to fish these people out and really find out the reason why they ever did such to me. At some point, I became very ill. I had very bad cough because I refused to sit again at that point. We had sat for like 3 days. So all my ties were burnt and peeled from the sitting. And the hillocks, the speed at which the hillocks was moving was really high. It wouldn't stop. At a point, a guy fell off the hillocks and they didn't wait. They didn't wait. The drivers were so mean. We don't understand their language. They don't understand our language. So even when you're beckoning on them to say, oh, something is going on. There was a time a guy was throwing up. He was feeling, okay, I think it was about throwing up. So we're like, okay, maybe if he stops. We tried beckoning on them, and if they come out, the next thing they do is to probably hit you with something, saying all manner of languages we didn't understand. We couldn't speak to them. They couldn't speak to us. It was hell for me. So because my laps were peeled, I couldn't sit again. So I now stood behind the pavement of the main Hilux box. And then that journey was for 5 days. 5 days of cold, 5 days, as in I couldn't breathe. I couldn't breathe. Like at some point, I would just cry and scream out loud. Like I wish the sky could even feel my pain. Like there was no definition to what I was going through. And I just kept crying and crying and crying. After crying, I'll console myself. You're just crying. You see, everybody here, they also have one reason to cry. So they cannot shoulder you and tell you sorry. So you alone will have to shoulder your pain. And that hurt me so bad. Sometimes when people see me talk about the story and I'm not really showing so much emotions, they feel, oh, we're not too sure you went through this. I have said it like 1,000,001 times. It's something I went through, and I can imagine how I had to just tell myself that, come, you have a child back home that you love. You need to be alive to come back to her. That was my source of strength. And the life I really wanted for myself ever before embarking on that journey just kept me going, that I know one day I am going to eventually come back and say this story to people. So at that point, remembering and recalling everything, one question kept popping in my head: why will people not have any other thing to do other than to do a business where you transport people to an unknown country, you lie to them, you deceive them, you promise them heaven and earth, and then put them on a dangerous path where is either they make it or they don't make it, and you will not even tell them any of this. So I was bent on making it to wherever it is. I said to myself, no matter how wicked whoever it is I'm going to go and meet is, I'm going to come back home and know the reason why people really did this problem, this business. On getting to Sabah, Sabah is halfway into Libya. On getting to Sabah, we had a connection house where they put us. We met about 60 ladies in the room, and then the guys also had their room. And they kept adding us. They kept adding. And at a point, I counted, we were about 80 in that room, the ladies' room. The guys were about 40-something. The food was really bad. You know, having to make banku. Now, this is not even the original banku. This is the banku made with flour. Having to make flour like fufu. And then maybe they'll serve like 20 plates down. And then everybody will now line up. By the time you're eating, it's as though you're eating stone, you're swallowing stone. The soup was so watery that you won't even, you're not. The very first day I was asking myself, like, I know I had challenges back at home, but my challenges were not so bad that I couldn't even eat a good meal. Like, this is not a meal. So the first day we had that in the night. The next day we had rice, very small portion of the rice was dried. You can imagine when you boil rice and then you open it, you put it in a plate and you just open it down. And because the weather is very cold, so anything you don't keep properly dries up. So by the time you're eating the rice and like it's like you're eating rubber. So at some point we just sit there crying out that no, this is not life. This is not, why are we having to go through this? I would cry every night. I would beg God that please, can I just vanish from here? Okay, at the point I was begging for death to come because it wasn't funny. It wasn't funny. And within ourselves, some girls were like, they were really radical about it, and they were like, no, we need to tell them, it's either they change the way they are doing this food, or maybe we should even take up the cooking by ourselves. So I thought of it. I was like, okay, that's true. So if already I'm going through hell and then food now has to be a problem. So we waited for the ghetto man, the person in charge of the ghetto, like we waited for him to come. We kept shouting, when is he coming? When is he coming? We don't even know why we are here. We don't even know what we are doing here. So at that time we had stayed a week. We don't know why we are being kept here. We don't know who even put us here. We don't even know anything. Nobody is saying anything. So when the connection man did come, we took turns to ask questions. I noticed everybody was just asking questions. Where are we going to? Where are we going to? And all. So I did ask him. I said, okay, first of all, why are we here? Do you have an answer, or do you know the reason why we are here? And then he said, you are here because you're being transported to your burger. And then we now asked, what is the meaning of a burger? He said a burger is a person that paid for you to be transported from Nigeria. So we're like, is that the reason why we are being given bad food? Like when you're given something to swallow and it's already hurting your throat, like practically almost everybody had sore throats from that banku. And it was like, okay, he doesn't know anything about the way the food was being prepared, but that this place is just a transit, and the reason why we are here is because the road is bad, there is war, and they cannot transport us. It's very risky, and that we might meet rebels on the way, and rebels, they either rape, kill, abduct. And we're like, okay, so for how long are we going to be here? He said, doesn't know until the war is over. So if it takes 1 month, if it takes 2 months, but just know that for every food you are eating, for every extra thing you collect here, your money is piling up. It is your burger that is paying, and when you get to wherever you are going to, you have to work to pay your burger back. So we now, 5 of us volunteered to be cooking our food by ourselves, and we were there for extra 2 weeks and some days. In total, we were there for 3 weeks and 5 days. And then we started the journey to Libya. That was where I had a near-death experience. So we were somewhere, we were kept in a particular house where they locked us. There was no light, nothing. And then we were pressed. We had traveled, we had drove for like 2 days, and they put us there. So, but before we entered, we were already beckoning on this people that we want to ease, we want to ease. They didn't even want to listen. They were just pushing us like, how can you people just be pushing somebody like animals? We don't even know where we're going. Like, this is very unthinkable. So I held that urine. For good 2 days. So the next morning when they came, we now see them begging that, please, we want to wee. So the man was, arrogantly, he was talking, and he went to get a gallon, like this aluminum gallon. We now looked at it that, how a guy can pee in this, but how can a lady pee in this? And from the descriptions he was giving us, he meant that we shouldn't allow the pee to spill on the floor. So we said, okay, all the guys should pee first and the ladies would take turns to pee, which was what happened. And somehow pee actually spilled. So by the time he was coming back, when he opened the door, so the pee, pee wouldn't, and you can imagine pee that stayed, the smell, it was awful. He was angry. He went back, he went to get a stick, and he was holding like 3 different things. So I was wondering, what does this guy want to do? At that point, everybody had their heart in their mouth, because the moment you see them holding anything, they can hit you anywhere. So he was now asking who spilled pee on the floor. They were pointing to the wrong person. So I was just watching initially. They were pointing to and he was going to start beating her. So I was not like trying to say, no, she wasn't the one. You see, when that spring landed on my head, this spring they use in water closet. Very strong and thick. And all I knew that was going on was that I was screaming at the top of my voice with both hands on my head, because it actually hit me on my head. And when I gave birth, like 8 months, when I was 8 months pregnant, I fell in the bathtub and had a slit on my head from the tiles in the bathroom. So sometimes that part of the head still hurts. So when he hit that spring on my head, it was exactly on that spot, and he did it like 3 times. He kept hitting the spring on me. I remember crying till I didn't know what was going on. And you know, for the first time, when they say people have transition, I always wonder. I knew I was just lost somewhere. I knew something was going on to my body. I didn't know where I was. I didn't know what. I was just blank. But I could hear myself crying. I could hear myself crying, and I was just crying, as in, you know, bitter tears. You cry bitter tears, and you just have to still be the one to tell yourself, you have to stop. So by the time I woke up, the other ladies were like, you need to see the way they were rejoicing, because they said they didn't believe I was going to still come back to life. That, yeah, the head was actually bleeding at that point. Like, and at that point when I woke up, they had cleaned it, they had tried everything. I remember when they were pouring water on me. I remember when somebody was tapping me and everything. And I was like, they started explaining what actually happened. That the moment he hit that spring on my head the second time, I started screaming, and they noticed I was bleeding, and I cried, and I just went mute. And they were telling him that she's not talking, and the man just told them, bara, 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 and they went away. He said they were praying, they were begging God that this girl must not die. She has been like a source of strength to us. If she dies here, what's going to happen and all that. It actually took me 4 to 5 hours before I woke up. And at that point, I had lost strength, I had lost everything. So there was a lady we met in that place that had a phone. So that was the first time I had to beg her. I'm sure it was because as a result of what had happened, she did not allow any other person use her phone. They would normally not allow you use their phones. So I couldn't even tell my mom what I was going through, because there's no how she would hear my voice like that and not panic. And I know the kind of mother I have. So I called my boss that I had worked with in the FRSC and told him, this is what has happened to me. And I don't even know where. Yeah, we were in Trauna at that time. And he said, but why didn't you say anything before leaving? And then I told him that they told us not to say anything. The moment they say don't say anything, you should have known it was trafficking. I know that you're naive and you do not know anything, but you should have told me. Because he was now like a father to me. Even after I had stopped working with the FRSC then, he was like a father to me. Said he was going to try his best to see what he can do, but that still being on transit, there is probably little or nothing he can do at that point. So I'm sure he tried calling back, because the lady kept cutting a particular call. I wouldn't know, and I didn't want to disturb her. So at that point, I really cried. I cried. That was the only thing I could do. I just cried. Like, I have never suffered like this in my life before. Even if I'm to suffer anything, it shouldn't be suffering from a decision to have a better life. So long and short was, we got into Libya and they kept hiding us. They lay us in hillocks, cover us with tarpaulin, you know, hiding, running, making sure you're not seen, number of choking, you have to be there, sometimes 3 hours, 2 hours. You won't be able to breathe. You can practically feel life leaving you. You're sniffing each other's air, and you know, in the midst of all of this, some people will be fighting and quarreling and beating themselves. You know, I just couldn't imagine why. And even in that, some people decided they wanted to go do this thing, like they wanted to travel this way. I didn't know anything like this existed. I didn't know anything of such even happens. Finding myself in it was like the biggest dream I never wished to have again. So, found ourselves in Libya, and the first thing they did seeing Nigerian girls and women, I was like, okay, so finally we have gotten to our destination. So what's next? Entering that house, I knew this is going to be a big problem for me, because already I was upset. I was ready to yell at anybody. And then the first thing they made us do was to strip ourselves. I was like, okay. So I did remember at some point in the journey where a particular guy, we met him somewhere, and he also gave us a hint of how it actually goes. He said they're taking you to the garage. And then I now asked, what is the garage? He said the garage is a place where they take Nigerian girls to. And that's the most common place that they take them to. And they're going to take you to the connection house. And what they do normally in the connection house is sex trade. So I said, no, me, I'm not going to do that one. He said, you will not have a choice. He said, they'll make life hell for you. You will not have a choice. So he now said that if eventually I get there and that is what it is, that I have an option to run away. But that is very risky. And then he did give me his number and said that I must not write that number anywhere. That if they see that number with me, they will beat the living daylight out of me, because they will know that I have contacted the burger as well. So he made me cram that number. Two of us, we crammed that number to be sure that we didn't forget the number. But you see all the experiences we went through afterwards. At a point, I couldn't even remember the number anymore. And then I remember what he said. He said, you just have to help yourself remain strong. And while they asked us to strip ourselves, I was like, for whatever reason, I'm coming to work for someone. Why would you ask me to strip myself? So they said this. They were searching. Maybe you have a number written somewhere in form of a tattoo, or maybe you wrote the number somewhere and you hid it in your clothes, or anything. They just wanted to be sure you didn't have any information whatsoever. They collected my phone, went through my phone, and that night they called us one after the other. So, what were you doing in Nigeria? And then I explained, and the man said, okay, now this is the woman and her husband. And the man said, okay, I can see. And then the first question he asked me was, what are you doing here? And I'm like, I was dumb, like. He said, you have something good doing. What are you doing here? I said, it was a friend though, that said there's traveling opportunity, and said, there's no need to explain. You are here, you are here. Oh, no choice near. Your own is to make sure you work on time and pay and get out of here. So the wife now asked, what did they tell you that you're coming here to do? I said, first of all, this is not where they told me I'm coming to, and they told me I'm going to be working in a hair factory and a restaurant. And then she laughed and said, that is not it. That this is what they do here. That did I see all those other girls outside? I said, yes. He said, what do you think they are doing? I said, I don't really know, but I saw a couple of girls sitting down. He said, they're working for their money. He said, that is the same thing you're going to do. And I was like, I don't understand. He said, yes, that's the same thing you're going to do. So the earlier the better for you. I bluntly refused, because this is that wasn't what I was told in Nigeria. And for no reason, why would I leave Nigeria to come to Libya, to come and prostitute with my body to make money? How much money do I want to make? So I felt I was doing myself good by trying to be as open as possible. I was very plain and blunt, and then she just kept laughing. I was like, but yeah, nobody will tell you. So she said, okay. And the same thing with every other girls, because we had agreed that, okay, if eventually we find out that that is what we're actually being taken there to do, that we are not going to agree to it, because that was not the agreement. And for whatever reason, we cannot just decide to leave Nigeria and go and prostitute somewhere. So she was like, she knows that girls that they just bring from Nigeria are very stubborn, that she will give us 3 days to go and decide. But in that 3 days, we should be watching at the other girls to see how they actually go about what they do. And The first day went by, second day went by. I vowed to myself, I said, nowhere in heaven's name will I live this kind of a life. Like, it was so absurd. I was grieved, I was bitter, I was angry, all manner of words, because looking at all the experience in the journey, I almost died, and then all for what? To come here and come and use my body to work to pay someone. I'm like, it didn't make sense. I cried every minute I remembered. And on the third day, she did call us to ask us if we were ready. I told her that she has to look for another job for me. And then she said, okay, since I don't want to take it easy, since I don't want to take it the easy way, that they'll show me how they also go the hard way. So that night, we didn't even know what she meant. That night, a girl was brought in, and we watched more than 5 people beat that girl black and blue. Wow. She had also refused the connection house where she was taken to. She had also refused to do the same connection house job. It was actually a burger that brought her, but they took her somewhere else. So they said she was being stubborn where she is, or where she was, and then they brought her back to the burger. Madam, come and take your girl, give us back our money. She said she know they work. They beat that girl to stupor. They beat her to the point where I sat where I was and I told myself, I said it out, like, these people are not humans. Like, why? On seeing the way they beat that lady, I was like, so I will also come to this point where they will have to beat me to say, yes, I will do it. I said, I'd rather die. Because at the point when they beat her, she was like, okay, Mache, I will do it, I will work, I will do it. I was like, so this is what I will go through. So for some reasons, I didn't know, they took the other 3 ladies out of where I was. It was now left with only me in that house that came together. So after a week, she then asked me that, what else can I do? I said, I cook. She was like, okay. She gave me pepper and oil. I said, go and make stew with it. I made the stew. She told them to teach me how to make banku. I made the banku. She was like, okay, not bad for a start. So first of all, your first job here is you're going to be cooking for everybody. My heart was like, okay, finally she has agreed to give me something else. So another week went by and she said, Orobo, I don't know where one day she just called me by that name and said, for her, that is what she will be calling me. Although she gave me another name, Success. So everybody calls me Success, but she calls me Orobo. And then she looked at me and said, Orobo, are you ready to work now? I was dumbfounded and I couldn't say anything. And in my head, I was like, if it is to die here, I think I'm ready to do that. But to use my body here, I will not. So 3 weeks went down. And all of these weeks, nobody even came in one day to say, this person, how she be, who she be, and all. So after the 3rd week, a man came in, a matured Nigerian man, a Yoruba man. He came in and did ask to take me home. And at first she refused, that she wasn't going to let him take me home, but he begged and all of that. So when we got home, he sat me down and said, I didn't bring you here to come and sleep with you. I brought you here to teach you one lesson that will help you if you must live where you are. He said he noticed the way I was being questioned, the way I was being bullied and all that. That is the way the woman does. And that I'm even still seeing the better side of her. That she's a really, really hard person. And when she's ready to go hard, she goes all the way. He said, you see where you are, there's no shortcut. There is no way out other than for you to actually make money, pay them before you leave. And if you are not even careful, you'll be done paying them, you will not know, you'll still be there playing a fool, working for them. Say you have to be smart. I see that you are innocent, but then yet you are smart. So I need you to wake up that smart instinct in you and know what to do to live there as soon as possible. He said he was going to be going to Italy in 3 weeks. From that time, that was the reason why the woman refused to give me to him initially, because normally that is the way some men will come there, take girls, and they run away with them, and they don't eventually get their money. So he said, but he's going to teach me how to make it fast. That if I work with my body to pay them, they'll split that money in two. But if I'm doing something extra to pay them, they would record the money just the way it is. Say, for example, I sleep with someone and the man pays me 5,000 naira. They're not recording 5,000 naira. They're recording 2,500. But if maybe I sell something or I save up money and I give them that same 5,000 naira cash at hand, they'll record the 5,000 naira for me. So the best for me is to think of something I can start doing to get extra money, which is begging. So when these guys come, I have to beg them for extra penny. Or if they ask for anything beyond what I'm supposed to give them, like in normal duty, then I should ask for extra cash. Those extra cash are the extra stipends I'm supposed to be saving up to give them. I cried my ass out that night. So he said, you see, she's even giving you grace. He said, it's because she likes you. That this woman, she's naturally not the patient type, and the moment you're proving hard, she'll go hard with you and you'll give up. So the earlier the better for you. But I felt that he should just reach out to me and teach me something that would help me. So I eventually spent 2 years and 9 months in Libya altogether. I spent a year and 8 months in the Connection House, and that a year and 8 months was hell for me. So after 7 months, I tried reaching out. So at the point they released a phone for the girls in the house to call their customers, to know when they're coming, to know if you're having someone who is coming to come and sleep with you over, or someone who is going to come and take you out and all. So I begged one of the girls in charge one day to allow me buy airtime on the phone to call. So I did call my dad, and my dad was really bitter, and he said the only way he knows I can get out of that place is for me to find my way to the Nigerian embassy and tell them that I want to come back home. So I waited for 3 days to actually get that report, because he didn't know what to do at that point. He said, okay, can I call you back? So I said, I don't know, but I'll try and talk to the person in charge of this phone so that whenever you call, they give me the call to answer, which was what actually happened. And somehow, I don't know how they got to know, but they found out that I called the Nigerian embassy, and they beat hell out of my life. They beat hell, everybody in the house. Plus, at that time, my burger wasn't in Libya at that time. She was in Nigeria. It was the husband that was at home then. The husband beat me. All the girls in the house beat me. So I wanted to run away. Oh, I'm trying to be smart. And this and that. After all, they knew that from the very first day I came, the woman was calling me a virus, because she knows that I'm kind of smart. I will try to play smart. So from that time, they locked me out from phone. They stopped allowing me go out. It was I can't start recounting experiences, day-to-day activities, how I felt. At some point, I would just practically pray that, God, please, when I sleep this night, don't allow me to wake up in the morning. I slept very late, and I'm always the first to wake up. So after a while, I started gaining confidence, like, no, even if I foolishly allowed myself into this, I should be able to still bring myself out of it. So I changed my attitude and started being very smart. I called up as much information as I could. I got to, I became very nice. I always learned lessons, and I was trying my possible best to see beyond the problem I was in and was already thinking of a way out. So I had a couple of guys who would just naturally like me, and they would tell me, you see, when you're ready to leave this place. Some guys went as far as asking, okay, madam, how much is this girl's money? Let's pay. She would intentionally double the money and make them run away. So when she did that the first time, the second time, I just knew that, okay, so this woman is actually being wicked. But not to worry, I'm actually still going to live here. So when it was about 1 year and 5 months, I sat down one day and calculated how much I had paid, minus all the subtraction. If you do anything, she'll beat you and subtract your money. Maybe 50 dinars, maybe 100. If you quarrel with anybody, maybe 200 dinars. If you fight, maybe 500 dinars and all. So by the time I calculated and I saw that the money had gotten up to like 5,000 dinars, which was actually what that man told me. He said normally it's supposed to be 2,500 dinars, but burgers are always wicked. They want to collect even double of that. So sometimes you have to pay up to like 5,000 to 6,000 dinars before they will let you go. And some will still not let you go, except you fight for your freedom. So when I calculated, and I had calculated about 7,000 dinars, I was like, okay, I think my time here is up. And then I started asking for freedom. She initially refused and said that I was not done paying her. So I said, okay. So in 2016, when she was going to come to Nigeria in September, she gave me freedom in August. That was 1 year and 8 months. She said, okay, that now I am free to work for my own money. But whatever money you're working, the same way they were splitting in two, it's just that this other half now, instead of them collecting it, they'll give it to you. Sometimes they may not even give it to you. They'll tell you to keep it with them. Maybe you want to send some money to Nigeria. So I said, okay, no, that I didn't want to keep it with them, that I actually wanted to live there. She said, I cannot live there until she comes back. I have to wait for her to come back to Libya because she had had a new child and she wanted to come home. I said, okay. So throughout that month, that September, I kept having dreams that if I don't leave that place, I probably might not have my life again. The dream came like about 5 to 6 times, and then I just summoned courage to open up to the husband, to tell him that I think I'm very sick and I want to go take care of myself. This is about 1 year and 9 months now. From the day one up until now, I worked every day and slept nothing more than 3 to 4 hours that I needed to take care of myself. And he understood with me because several times in between, I had fallen sick, like so bad that at some point it took drips to like resuscitate me back and all. And the man also knew that I was very, very hardworking. Like at the point, he would always tell the wife, stop beating this girl. Like, you need to stop, even if you're beating every other person, but you see this one, stop beating her. And the next thing is, she will say, oh, okay, so now you're sleeping with my husband. My husband is fighting for you. This, that. I know you are hardworking, but you must be sleeping with my husband for him to be fighting me to stop beating you. And then she will intensify whatever thing she was doing. So, but I kept bearing them up. At that point, I made up my mind. So there's this Ghanaian guy who had already told me that whenever I'm ready, that he had an apartment he doesn't really stay in, that he goes to the village to work. Sometimes he doesn't come home 2-3 months, that he could give his space up for me to stay there, take care of myself. So when I did mention to him that I wanted to go and that I was sick, he did say, okay, that I should call the wife and tell her, which I did. And then she was like, so I cannot wait for her to come back. I told her that no, I can't wait, that I'm very, very sick and I needed to go take care of myself. She said, okay, I should hand over the account to the husband and I can leave, which I did. That was in October 2016. I did that in October 2016. In November, that was November 2016. I did that in November 2016. I had barely stayed a month in the new house where I was staying. I had stayed a month and I was taking treatment, eating well and all that. And I heard she came back. She did actually call me to come and cook for her, but I refused going. And then on the 2nd of January in 2017, there was a massacre in the garage. The massacre was bloody. I think they were counting 300 bodies and they were still counting as at the time we got the news. The bombing and from where I was, it's not so far a distance, it's a bit far. We could hear the bombs, we could hear the gunshots. Part of the things we face like every day, you don't sleep, like gunshots. There are some bombs that you practically feel like the house is going to be uprooted from the ground. There was a day that we were running and a stray bullet passed by my side, brushed my leg. Like, I don't know how I escaped. I don't know how I escaped, but you know, it was just God that was just protecting me all through. And at that point in January, when that massacre happened, like 6 girls in that house actually died. And for me, I felt, oh, this is God just saving me. I guess this is what God was talking to me about when I kept seeing those dreams, and I made up my mind I was going to just go back home. Um, 2 months out of there, I called a friend and told her that if there was a way she could help me find money, I needed to come back home. And she was the one that told me about the voluntary return, that I needed to find my way to the UN's office or whichever way and all that. So I remembered contacting the Nigerian embassy. So I did keep the number. So I then asked questions because I was now going to a church. I then asked questions and they said, okay, that I needed to get to the IOM office. I had challenges locating them in the first place, but eventually I got to the IOM office and then they gave me a date to come back to visit. I did drop all my information and then they said, okay, that in 2 weeks' time I should go to the Nigerian embassy to go get a travel document. And after getting a travel document, they will not let me know when to come back and I'll be ready to go to Nigeria. So that was all, and up until then I just kept managing, kept believing God that it was going to work well, and eventually it did work well, and that was how I came back to Nigeria August 28th in 2017. And for me, that was the best decision I could make. Though it was painful that I just went to suffer my life out for almost 3 years and no gain, nothing, and then I'm back, having to come back empty-handed. And up until today, both the travel agent, both the guy that introduced me to the travel agent and the lady, none of them has been found. And life hasn't been easy getting back to my feet. Like, I was in bad depression for like almost 2 years. It was really bad coming back to see that, okay, first of all, I have lost money, I have lost friends, I have lost business, and then having to resume my motherly duties almost immediately because children wouldn't hear, oh, I had a bad experience. And then having to reintegrate back into the community, it was really difficult. Like, it just took the grace of God, and it took my kind of strong personality to just keep resuscitating me, and I just kept believing that I'll definitely be who I really wanted to be. I didn't really need to think about the pain, but then the lesson can never be forgotten. The experience can never be forgotten. The trauma, the pain, and everything can never be forgotten. But then one thing can be done, which is moving ahead and making use of all the experiences. And then I did find answers to my quest as to why people did trafficking as a business. And I think that apart from poor economy, some people are just ignorant and they don't really care. They just can do anything just to make money.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect am.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 they pay.
All right, you're welcome to the most undiluted show on this part of the globe. No Cap is a show for the free-minded, the radical-minded, and those who always have one question behind their mind. And that question is why. If you're one of those people who get upset or angry when somebody says something to you, like, look, this is not the show for you, because we say it as it is. We do not cover, we do not edit it, we do not filter it. It's No Cap. Like, take the cap off and just speak. My name is Miles, the eighth wonder of the world, and I'm flanked by two beautiful women. They say blessed is he amongst women, and when that Bible verse was actually for me, right? To my immediate left, I have the beautiful, always smiling, by the way. We'll get to you in a bit. Why you're always smiling? Frown small. Just frown small. I have the beautiful Booms in the okay, Booms, sorry, yeah. Oh yeah, Booms in the building. Booms, how are you doing today?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
And to my far left, I have the always dashing hips to the side. She said hips to the side. We don't edit here. Have you forgotten?
Okay.
All right. I have Rosange in the building.
Rosange.
I like Rosange. Rosange, how you doing?
I'm fine.
You are fine, by the way. Bride price is an important aspect of marriage traditions in Nigeria, but how relevant is it in the light of today's world? Although Nigeria's diversity has created room for different types of marriages, but one thing that has remained constant is the payment of bride price. It has become an essential part of valid customary marriage in the country. Now, bride price is usually the payment in a monetary form to the parents or the guidance of the female partner made by the groom on account of marriage. Now, initially, this issue of dowry and bride price was more like a pleasantry exchange between husband-to-be and the future in-laws when it all started. In most cultures, though, it was little things that were just like little things. But this day, people now see it as, especially the men, they now see that, oh, they have bought over the woman. Like, it's you now belong to me. Like, I have paid your bride price. So now, anything I tell you to do, you have to do it. Now, that's where we are today now. Before we get back into the studio and we talk about it and argue, because I know you people are already frowning and ready to explode.
Yes.
We went into the streets of Lagos. We talked to one or two people, and a lot of people were furious. People were angry. Some people loved it. Some people were excited about it. And they had this to say about bride price. Is it nonsense or is it sense? Let's see this right back.
It's not nonsense to our culture. Understand? We have to pay.
There are norms and beliefs now. You have to pay the bride price.
You have to pay the bride price?
Yes, because it's part of our norms and beliefs.
My sense, so I won't collect my bride price now.
So that means you're for sale?
No, that's not what it means. It's just a token. I mean, it's just a token. So why are you paying for your wife? Are you trying to buy her or something? I don't understand. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. I don't think you have to pay to get a woman. Like, that's not right. I just think.
Why do they have to pay to like get me? I don't know. You can gift my family every other day, but you can't buy me. Nah. So I don't buy the idea of buy bride price.
Absolutely nonsense. Absolutely.
Why do you think so?
You know, I mean, I feel like if I don't know why we pay. Why do you guys have to pay? Like, why? Come on, why can't girls pay? We want it. Yeah, we want it. Like, we want that payment. So why should it be only the girls?
Basically, it's kind of ridiculous, the cost, you know. Like, it's something that is pretty small. So, but I think it's traditional. And I mean, based on your culture, you should just adhere to that.
It's sense, nah. I don't know, sense or no sense. Me, I don't know. But my own mom, she's waiting for it because I'm the only girl. So yes, now sense or no sense, that is not my business. I don't have anything to do with that because my mom is patiently waiting as the only daughter. So she don't write list everything. So.
All right, you're most welcome back. Now, did you see that? It's still No Cap. If you're just joining us for the first, time, like, what are these people doing? Yeah, it's called No Cap, where we say things undiluted. We say things the way it is. They say things, and yeah, we take off the cap. We don't lie about it, right? There's no point to risk it about it. What are you people? Anyway, so yeah, that was the street of Lagos, and you heard what people had to say. A lot of people had diverse opinions about this. Now, let me start with you people in this. You ladies now. Bride price, sense or nonsense? I think Bumi wants to go first. Booms wants to go first. Well,
I mean, I feel it's utter rubbish.
What's utter rubbish?
Bride price.
Okay.
I feel it's literally nonsense. I mean, in the past, it used to make a lot of sense. But now it really doesn't make sense again. I feel like people use it as an avenue to get out of poverty now. Yes, to be very honest.
Auntie, calm down.
I should.
But yeah, no.
Okay.
Go on.
But honestly, like, I see lists now and I'm wondering what is going on exactly. What are you guys trying to do? Are you trying to ruin a relationship, a life that is about to start? Because by the time you see what they're asking the man's family to bring, it's enough to start the family they are trying to. Do you get, like,
open a store?
It's really like nonsense. And the one that upsets me the most is the people that even take it. I mean, an uncle that I haven't seen in 15 years, or an auntie
or you've never even met before.
Do you get? And they are claiming rights on, we sent you to school. What? I mean, I saw when my parents were struggling to send me to school.
Right.
So where are you coming from to think? So I feel like it's ridiculous. The money that we spend on these things that other people are going to share, why don't you just give it to the new family to start? I mean, at the end of the day, by the time they share, it's little that comes to the bride and the husband. Except for some very few people now that the money, the father hands it over to his wife and then the wife does whatever thing she wants to it. But I just feel like it's utter nonsense.
Okay, Zanj, bride price.
Nonsense. Like today, she said it all. Yeah, so
Why do you
it's
think it's nonsense?
complete nonsense because I mean, like back in the days, I would have agreed to it. Yeah, a few tubers of yam oil and these 5, 10, 15 naira.
Do you get?
But right now, you're literally trying to open the store. You know, I barely started life. I mean, like, we're just trying to, like, put things together and all of a sudden, you're giving me 4 foolscap paper. Not me. You're giving the man to be. I mean, how do you expect him to survive? How do you expect him? What are you looking for, really? And then you now see, like, a boss with, like, 15 relatives that you've never met in your life. They're all sitting down waiting to consume you. No.
Miles is looking like he's interested in paying bride price.
Okay, we'll get to me. Let me throw it to both of you like this, since you're both on the same side now. Now, what happens, right, if the person you've been in a relationship with for a while and you guys are, okay, let's just move to the next level, and your parents just, boom, they bring out the whole bride price thing, like, oh, this is how much it is, this what, blah, 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 and it's a little bit too much for him, and the guy just feels like backing out. How are you guys going to handle that?
I'll speak to my parents.
What if they don't agree? Like, what's your native name again?
Mwamaka.
Don't
do that. Don't do that. That's wrong.
I will tell you this. Your forefathers before you cannot. This is
my
and they
father.
go all that on you.
I hope you're watching this. He won't do that.
Yeah, sure.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, because we'll come to an agreeable terms. Like, oh, okay, so this is what's going on. This is what is on ground now, regardless. And this is my partner. This is my life partner. And this is how I feel would run. So regardless of whatever it is, I mean, you should cut it down. But maybe to the public, we could make it look like, oh, it was
That
extra.
was the list.
This was the list. But I mean, in-house, because we're family. And then family, we cover ourselves up. We're meant to keep ourselves, you know. So
Do you know how many parents and uncles and aunties are watching this right now, and they're going to like, are these actually our children?
You know, I was going to actually say something as regards that, because this bride price thing, it usually doesn't just come from the angle of the parents alone. The uncles and auntie also have
external
a say
family
in it.
members.
Yeah, so if you say you're going to talk to your parents about it, honestly, trust me, they're not going to listen because they have other voices speaking to them. So for me, I'll pull a radical on them.
no, if your parents are vocal enough and they're pretty well grounded, and then they don't allow third parties come into their business, I don't think that even if the rest of the family members will make suggestions and opinions, it really is still what they want for their children that would still be, because the world has evolved right now, and this time,
it just depends on
they're more
families, but
exposed.
I feel like most families have the voices of uncles and aunties, grandparents from somewhere,
And then
speaking as regards
they
their
trap
parents'
them
marriage.
based on tradition.
Yes,
This is
exactly. This is
tradition.
how we have been doing it from way
You
back.
have to.
So if anybody pulls that on me, dude, I'm going to get married to my man. Whatever guy, when
Travel.
you guys are ready for
Jackpot.
bride price, like normal bride
Yes.
price, you call our number.
Okay.
Yes.
That being said, I'm gonna give my 2 cents about this, right? Okay,
Yes.
cool. So bride price has been there before we were born.
Yeah.
Where when we're still in liquid form, wherever it is we wear, whatever, if we're in the right sack or left sack, whatever sack we share, when we're still in liquid form, bride price has always been there, right? So our mothers were paid bride price for them. So what is this new we are woke situation? People say, oh no, bride price is not a thing. Look, it's just what it is now. The price of let's say your timepiece that you're putting on right now, it's not the same price it was 10 years ago. Right? Now,
Yes.
if it seems like, oh, these guys are inflating things, like, look, a tuber of yam now, it's like a normal size tuber of yam is like 3,500.
More reason why they should reduce the amount of things on the list.
I disagree with you. Now, in some cultures,
Yeah.
in some cultures,
This guy has sisters.
in some cultures, they demand 20 tubers of yam. Some will say, oh, 150. Some different cultures will
Have you seen the new list now?
Wait now.
Okay.
So if for the ones who say, oh, we want 50 tubers of yam, that's what they've been taking. That's what their culture is all about. Are you telling me that? Do you know how much a tuber of yam is? Okay, so do the math. And they are trying to pity you people, instead of you people carrying load and bringing load of just they're calculated and put it into monetary form for you. Like, okay, cool. Why don't you just pay XYZ money? So I don't think bride price is nonsense. I just think it's just what it is. I don't. Okay, well, I have a daughter.
How many?
Now,
how
when
many
I am
sisters do you have?
wait, now I don't have. What's your problem?
You want to collect
like honestly, I want to see
when it's time to give my daughter out in marriage,
Yeah.
like I am definitely going to list it out. This is tradition. This is where we come from. We shouldn't lose. We shouldn't lose who we are as Africans.
For real?
Because the white man is saying, look, if you want to marry as a man, yeah. If you're about to if you're about to go into a marriage as a man, you should be ready to chest it. It's not for children. It's not a place of management. When we get to one place, so if they're billing you 40 or 40,000,
but do you also know
get ready.
that this is what has sold some women into slavery? Because some men just feel like I can't pay this much as bride price, and then you will not come down and serve me. Like some women go into marriage and they become automatic slaves because of what their parents collected for bride price. The man will just calculate 2 times 2
in that relationship.
Wait, are you saying bride price now is what is not making them happy? Say, is it the girl that collected it?
Well, I mean,
they feel like it's your family. You are a part of your family.
Like, I already bought you. I paid excess
I
for
paid,
you. So
if
anything I want, you should do it.
I bought you. I bought your entirety. You know, some parents.
So you're literally a glorified house help.
Exactly. Some parents go as far as saying that, they paid tuition fee, so you have to pay for it. So it's like he was paying for.
I paid for your school fees,
your clothes, and so that's what the husband is paying for. So it's like he paid for what he wasn't there for.
Yes.
And so he's buying you.
So now he's taking responsibility.
Exactly.
I disagree. Your parents are responsible to give you a proper education to a particular level, right? And they are not supposed to be waiting on the fence like, okay, I need to get my payback. Now you're getting your payback when your child starts working and your child wants to bless you, like, oh, daddy, I got your car, mommy, I got you your house, blah, blah, blah. That's different. That's from your child, not like, how will I now milk this guy? Bride price is not about milking anybody.
Okay, so in all honesty,
it varies because it depends on the tradition, depends on the where you come from, literally, because it's not the same. Every tribe has different ways.
Okay, so which just brings me to, what was the idea behind bride price?
From the get-go.
From the get-go.
Yeah.
Okay, now, like I read earlier, it's it was just a pleasantry exchange of, you're coming to meet. It was like what we do in introductions. We are coming to your house. So
exactly. Why doesn't it just end here? I bring something to welcome your family, and you bring something to end my family.
Something to welcome the man's family.
That's for introduction. But for the traditional marriage, there's like a prize on the bride. That's what they call it. They don't call it groom prize. A prize on the bride. Like, I am buying this woman. I am buying this woman to become my wife. I don't feel comfortable with that.
But in other tribes, they put maybe 5 naira, 10 naira, 20 naira. I mean, like, that's all you pay.
Do you see that now?
No, they still do it. Depend. I think some Delta State, some other like.
Wait, where are you from?
I'm from Delta State.
Okay, from Delta State. Like, what's the bride price range in your side?
I don't know.
So, but do you have sisters who's got married?
Yes.
Have you heard? Did you see what was brought? Or
no, I know. I don't have sisters. I have cousins. They're Benin. I mean, it's quite different, because it's still the same thing, but it wasn't as much as that. But you see, Imo.
This guy, Imo and Abia people are coming for you. You keep saying it. Is it that bad?
No, because I had my friends. Like, I'm sorry, guys, but they were crying. Even for us, like, they were literally crying. Like, how do we do this?
I have an uncle that got married from Edo State. Okay. And according to the information, he has to buy a luggage box of clothes for his mother-in-law and for his wife.
Yams,
like, fully loaded box.
So what's wrong with that? That's tradition.
What is the
Before
idea
you realize you're
only
spending like 10 million naira just buying things.
What is the idea behind this tradition? Like, why am I not giving my husband something? Why is it only the...
Which brings me to that. God will bless you.
Okay.
Now, why are we not, we the male folk, why are we not being paid for too? Why is nobody giving us groom price? Like,
do you understand my point now?
So that's
why it feels like they're buying the
women are marrying men now in other part of the world. So what is your groom price?
Anything.
I mean, in India, you could go get married from India. The women pay.
They pay for bride. Oh, really?
Yeah.
India, here I come.
And that's why, if you notice, the women in India have more say over their husbands.
Actually.
Because that's what the idea is. Literally, like, you're buying the person.
So that's what you're saying now.
Yes.
Do you believe that bride price seems like you're buying the person over. Like,
oh no, well, it just shows that, for me, I feel like it just shows that you're capable and that you are responsible and that you'll be able to literally take care of me, or for my father, you'll be able to take care of my child. That's what it just shows, that okay, so for the fact that you can provide it just shows that you are man enough to do more, not because that you're buying me off, or
I mean, so if that's the case,
why not? That's what it's supposed to be.
Why not ask the guy to set up his house and you guys to come and look at it? How are you going to take care of your daughter?
The house is already set up.
What if the guy went to rent the house and you don't know?
At least the rent is still covered for 1 year. Do you get my point? Some people, the money that they're living in 1-room apartment, and the money they spent on bride price is enough to collect a 2-bedroom apartment, set it up well, buy food stuff, like make the woman very much okay for a year, and then I give it to one uncle and auntie that will not see again.
And then they're struggling for the first year of their marriage.
Do you understand? They can't even go for a proper honeymoon
because they borrowed money to make sure things happen. A lot of marriages are like that. Like after marriage, like what next? We're looking at ourselves like nothing to do. We're struggling.
So let him set up the house. You guys come and look at it. Oh, okay, this is what my child is going to eat, and it's okay. You are capable. You are good to go. Let's do this.
Let's do this.
Not feeding some people, some ancestors somewhere.
Okay, so let me finish it up on this note with both of you. Again, I'm going to ask. The guy now says, "Oh, he comes to your household and it's like, this I can't do this," and says, "I can't afford this. I have to go." How will you take that? I can't afford this.
No, baby, you're not going nowhere. We'll get to the bottom of this. How? Let's travel. I mean, there are other ways we can do.
There's no access. You keep saying Jackpot because there's access to it. Imagine there's no access to Jackpot at that moment.
Let's go to the forest.
I mean, we go radical. No, to be very honest, we go radical. I tell them this is what I can do. If you're not ready to accept it, I will marry this man because I want him to be able to fend for me and not for some people somewhere.
Because the only reason why I have chosen to marry this person is because he's my friend, and then I see that we would actually build stuff together.
And I understand the fact that he can even fend for me.
He understands me.
See, what is paining me is the aspect that we are feeling some God somewhere, some ancestors somewhere. Like what? Why? I mean, I would definitely go radical on them. When you guys are ready to take what we have, you just contact us because I mean, someone that I've been trying to
cheers to this. Cheers to this. We go radical.
Someone I've been trying to like build things with. We have been trying to achieve some things. We have a plan for when we get married. We will not squander the money on bride price. Because we don't do that. No, we will not do that.
Can you take cash for squander?
For squander on better things. For squander on house and cars. Because I'll pay bride price finish. I'm using my leg to walk out on the road for what? All that money, put it together.
Now you walk out.
We go to honeymoon. I want to go to Paris.
Do you understand?
Or Italy.
Like.
Okay, ignore what I said earlier, but do not ignore it at the same time. Okay. I'm just trying to sit on the fence. But really, bride price is part of our culture. We like it or not. It's not going nowhere. But I just feel right now that the parents now are taking it to the next level. They are overstretching it. When you see some ridiculous amounts, you're like, how is this person that's just about to start his life?
Exposed parents don't do that.
Go all the way. How do you expect them to get all this done?
They gave me bride price list. I mean, 2 years ago or about 3 years ago. And immediately I sat down, I dissected it. I said, this is irrelevant. This is... My big mommy was looking at me and was like, David, this is how they've been doing. I said, when it comes to my point, and you guys are joking. When it comes to my point, this is irrelevant. This money, I can use it to do so many other things. This is what I can use it. They say, okay, they will reprint. I say, I know you people want to do me behind, but I will do you people behind. We will do each other behind because if you bring this thing and go and give my husband, he will tell me. It's going to tell me. Am I married? No, I think it's the bride price.
It's the bride price that chased the guy.
Well, they pursued you, not pursue the man.
They pursue me, safe, because I'm like, really, guys.
You see, that's the reason why most. Where are you from?
I'm a Yoruba girl.
Okay, I would like to say, but most Igbo ladies, they don't marry in
time. Imo and who again?
No, let's not do Igbo. Okay. I'm not being tribalistic, but I mean, like, because of this, a lot of people are still there.
Single,
I mean, it feels like you are planning for your bride price more than you're planning for your future.
Yes. This actually, like I said earlier when I started the show, it actually happens to my friend, and this is not me just trying to create a story. It happens to one of my best friends. When he watches it, he just shake his head like, this guy had to do this, Like that's did you see that meme where they said?
I saw the meme where my friend wants a radio station when he said
I mean, I do that a lot.
This actually, I'm sure he'd be like, oh God, Miles has to take my story out there. Like, it actually hurt him. He was ready. They had done the introduction, right? They've done the, I think, engagement or something. The guy was ready. He had packed everything he had. He moved down to Lagos from Abuja, got a new place, and he saw the bride price. He wanted to kill him. And this is the girl that he loved so much. Now, girl on her own now goes, don't worry, maybe we should just keep saving. We'll get there. Blah, blah. She didn't fight for him. She didn't. So it really broke him.
You know the annoying part? The guy probably had established the girl in some sort of way.
Yeah.
Do you get? And I'm like, shouldn't that be enough already? Like, these people have established to a certain level. All they needed to do was get married and get it going. And then you guys are trying to frustrate that effort. It's really upsetting.
But why are you thinking all of that? Where did you go just like, you just look lost, like you're thinking about like, oh my goodness.
I'm just imagining, I'm projecting myself, you know,
what you're going to do,
like what I would do.
I mean, I've thought about it. Like, the moment I saw that list, I thought about it.
Talking about what you guys would do now, moving forward now, right? Since this is the generation of the younger, we are the younger generation now. They are still listening to us gradually. Our voices are heard globally now. We have the internet and everything. Now, let's start with you. Moving forward, you get to that point where you want to get married. Let's start with when you get married. Then, when you start having your own children and you're trying to give them away, what is the way forward for you?
Okay, so the way forward for me is do things.
And if this comes into play, somehow, I'm not saying you're going to marry a mechanic, which there's nothing wrong with a mechanic actually, but if it comes into play.
Okay, so I think before we even get to that point, I would have a chat with my own folks. Like, okay, so it's almost that time, and that time is like almost now. So you guys have to get your thinking faculty straight.
Wait, so you are doing like this for your parents?
No. I mean, no disrespect.
Was that just like that?
If my mother was here now,
you just have to say it.
Sorry, I cut you short.
Okay, so but yeah, I mean, like we need to get our priorities straight, you know, because consider my future. I mean, like, I know they want the best for me, so they would not even try to act funny, you know. So yeah, they will come into terms like, okay, so I think this is what we should do. But yeah, tradition will still be played out, regardless. But don't come and build house on top of. No, it won't work.
All right,
cool. And then for my kids too, I would do the same. So
like, will you even take any money out? Or will you just say, you love him, you
I'll
love her,
do the
just
normal
go.
tradition, but you know the whole 1 naira, 2 naira, all the naira denomination or your currency, everything, all those normal.
All right, Booms. What about you?
Okay, so for me, let me start with my parents. It's already in play. This is what I want and this is what I don't want. This is how things should get and this is how things shouldn't get. So I think we're almost on the same page now. And for my children, I'll just stick to this tradition of money. Hand the money, the bride price to the father hands it over to the child, and she used the money to build her family. I think that's very much okay.
Understanding.
Yes.
All right, cool. That being said, no cap, we came, we saw, we conquered, we spoke it the way it is. They think bride price is nonsense. I think bride price is not nonsense, but don't hike it too much. And you heard from the people from the streets also, they had diverse opinions about it. But you can reach us on all our social media platforms and let us know what you think. If you think bride price is nonsense, please let us know. If you think it's nonsense, please let me know. If you have a fine girl in your house, I will visit. And if you think it makes sense, yeah, you'll be fine. Don't let me know. Don't reach out to me. Thank you so very much, Booms. How can we reach on your social media platforms?
You can follow me at mo_Turaya13 on Instagram alone.
Okay. What about?
Yeah, you can follow me on Instagram at Rosange_. It is spelled as ROS4NGE_. Yes.
All right, cool. Follow her. Don't follow me. I do not have in the money. I'm just saying. All right, we came with Solve Conquer. We have to go. When we come back next time, it's still going to be the blast. Still no cap. My name is Miles, the 8th one of the world. Adios.
Reading is an essential habit and a culture that must be developed. Nigerians are generally believed to have a poor reading culture. The role of government in promoting reading and equipping reading spaces and libraries in Nigeria cannot be underestimated. But first, we must look at the development of reading habits from the home and the role parents play in encouraging their children.
My parents, my mom used to be a teacher, so reading was obviously part of a curriculum. And then my father used to be a professor and is an author. So I started reading very, very early, and I started reading books that were higher than my age grade. I was reading African Writer series from age 7, age 8, and reading encyclopedias by that time. So obviously my parents had a huge part and encouraged that in me.
In the Nigerian book market, there's a high influx of foreign authors writing for children, but very few Nigerian authors telling relatable, homegrown Nigerian stories.
If you start out reading stories even to your baby, even before they're 1, and then as they get older, buy appropriate materials that are colorful, with easy to read words, and read with them. I think that helps.
Adedotun Enyade, a co-founder of Robin Heights, a leading bookstore in Nigeria, has tips for Nigerian authors and how they can improve on their work and get into the hearts of readers.
The story has to be good, right? If you're writing, whatever you're writing, if you're writing fiction, if you're writing non-fiction, it has to be really, really compelling, one. Next thing would be in terms of the packaging, right? People have gone past the era where you just take your books to just about any printer to print for you. I think, publishers, self-published authors as well, they need to invest in ensuring that the quality of the book, the final output is one that would, stack up with any book, published, elsewhere in the world. So that's really important. Then I think, what would be the most important tip for me to them would be just, they need to invest in marketing.
The book business, like any other business, is challenging.
If you ask anyone who's running the business in Nigeria, they will tell you capital, of course, right? Book selling is also, as with any other business, is also quite capital intensive. Getting to pay your rent, getting to actually buy the books and stock up your shelves when you have them. Hiring good people requires decent amount of capital. So I would say it's getting the startup funds to set up something, and then if you're looking to do it at scale like we're hoping to do, then it also requires you raising funding, which isn't readily available in commercial banks, right? I don't think a bank would say they want to give you a loan to set up a bookstore. They probably will be skeptical about the number of people who read. So for us, I think it's just I would say capital is at the top of the totem pole.
It is commendable that certain individuals and organizations are making concerted efforts to revive the reading culture in the country. The government should also redesign the school curriculum to incorporate more reading activities in primary and secondary schools.
Since the return of the Fourth Republic in Nigeria, presidential election results have always been contested at the tribunal, except the 2015 presidential election. Well, after this year's presidential election, 5 political parties and their candidates filed separate petitions against the results that declared Bola Ahmed Tinubu winner. The election tribunal is mandated to deliver judgment within 180 days from the date of filing of the petition, but by that time, the declared winner would have been sworn in. These, and among other things, have raised calls for the amendment of the Electoral Act, and we shall be speaking with a legal practitioner on that today on The Breakfast. And we won't just stop at that. That will be the first hot topic we'll be taking a look at. After that, we'll be taking a second hot topic on Nollywood. Nigeria's Nollywood is the second largest film industry in the world, with more than 2,500 movies each year and an estimated annual revenue of $6.4 billion, and watched all over the continent with a growing international audience. From its early days in 1992 to date, the Nigerian film industry has had its roots in the country's rich traditions and culture. The breakfast this morning shall be discussing with Thelma Nwosu, a popular actress and producer, about how Nollywood is helping to sustain our history and traditional values. We'll also be taking a look at some headlines on the national dailies with Off the Press, as we get joined by an analyst to critically analyze some of the headlines this morning on The Breakfast. Good morning and welcome to The Breakfast. It is the Mindset Monday edition of the program. I am Maureen.
And I'm Justin Akadanye. Many thanks for joining us. I trust you're having yourself a wonderful Monday, what with the wet Lagos. But you can imagine how Lagos could be when it rains.
Oh yes, a lot of people are already crying on radio. I listened to the radio coming this morning, and the usual cry about traffic, about flooding in some parts because of bad roads and all of that. And I just feel so sorry for those who are going to be stuck in traffic this morning, those who are going to be struggling to get buses to work this morning. It's no joke. But that's the story.
That's just what Lagos is known for.
All right, so we'll be taking a look at the theme of the day, which is the influence of culture in shaping our mindset. Our culture has a way of making us who we are.
True, very true. You know, because culture is like just like a bundle of all that we have learnt, seen, our belief system, our way of life, even religion, and the kind of food we eat, the clothes we wear. A whole lot has to do with our cultural perspective in Nigeria.
Exactly. And Nollywood has been very good at projecting our culture, been very good at exporting our culture, although there are also concerns that some of the things portrayed in Nollywood movies are not doing good to our culture. But we'll be taking a look at that in depth as we discuss with Thelma, who is a producer and an actress in the Nollywood movie industry. All right, moving away from the theme of the day, we have the top trending, the first top trending. FG spends 1 million naira annually on each inmate at correctional facilities nationwide.
Well, that's according to the media advisor to the Minister of Interior, Rauf Aregbesola, who made it known on Saturday in Abuja. Maureen, if just one inmate actually gets to, I won't say enjoy, the federal government gets to spend them about 1 million on one inmate. Just imagine the number of inmates we have around the custodial correctional centers in Nigeria. That's like very, very huge. That's massive. But although it's still arguable, because they've not broken down to explain how they got to that particular 1 million. Is it on just their feeding or just their general upkeep?
Well, from what we saw, that means if you're breaking down the 1 million annually, that means each one of them gets to be spent, have 83,333 naira spent on each one every month.
83,000, oh wow.
Yeah, so though the federal government has said it will no longer feed inmates incarcerated for breaching state laws, the states will take over from that, from the federal government with regards to feeding those who breached state laws. However, Nigerians, of course, will no doubt jump in on this and begin to ask, really, you spent that much on them? Do you really spend that much on them? Look at the picture there. I saw that picture some days ago, and I mean, my heart bled.
Yeah, because if you look at the condition of living for this inmate, it's really nothing. It leaves a whole lot to be desired, because they live in crowded cells, as it were, and 1 million naira, I'm still, if you calculated it down to about 83,000, that is, which is even more than the minimum wage. If the federal government says it is paying 83,000 monthly to inmates, calculate how much it pays its workers, 30,000 naira.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Ariboshala added that the President Muhammadu Buhari-led administration had to a large extent addressed the problem of inmates contracting diseases in custodial centers. The minister also decried the enormous challenges of running correctional services with huge demands for infrastructure, equipment, and maintaining the welfare of inmates. He, however, assured that the federal government had provided long-term solution to the challenges.
It is really something that they have to look at, because if you still look at it, Maureen, the part you talked about, the problem of addressing disease at custodial center, like I had said before, their living condition is really nothing to write home about, and I don't know if they really have access to medical care as when they really need it, because if one inmate gets sick, I mean, it will not take a while before the other ones get affected.
The way they live. Gory. The pictures are gory. You know, when you look at, compare prisons well, I've not been to the prisons abroad. When I traveled, I didn't go to, because I didn't know anyone in prison, but from what we see in their movies, it's a fact. Yes. I mean, look at, it's just not, this is not a way. The sad thing is that most of them, from what we saw, the figures released last week, most of them, the larger percentage of them are awaiting trial.
That's the thing. That's the
awaiting trial, and you get to be in these kind of situations.
And more, the thing is that they could be awaiting trial for an offense. They would have even spent like 5-7 years, and the offense might not even be up to that, as in what they should actually spend.
Had they been found guilty? Had they been
guilty,
charged?
you know. So at the end of the day, I mean, what happens to the time they've wasted?
And what about those who would eventually be found to be innocent? Because probably they were in the wrong place at the right time or something like that. So they really need to do a lot more to help the people in prisons get a better life. Yes, they are there for, it's supposed to be correctional, isn't it?
Yes, that's why it was changed from prison to correctional centers.
So how do you stay in a place like that and have any kind of correctional thing going on in your head?
But they still have their rights. Even in as much as they are in prison, they still have a right, you know, to better life. Now, there's a freedom of the human person, so they should actually not be kept like animals and just compact in prison cells like this. It is really not healthy. It is not, like you said, it is gory. It is an eyesore to know that at this 21st century, Nigerians are still living in such harrowing conditions at our correctional centers.
Yeah. Well, moving on to the second top trending, IGP orders Seun Kuti's arrest for assaulting police officer. Well, video emerged over the weekend where we saw the musician Seun Kuti, having a very physical experience with the policeman. When I saw it, I was like, oh.
I was shocked because it's wrong at all. If you look at it from all angles, it is wrong. No matter what the policeman had done, I mean, I just feel that you have no right assaulting a police officer. First of all, he is empowered by law. If you have any dispute, there are ways of actually resolving this, but not resorting to physical assaults.
Yeah, well, I hear that he's gotten a lawyer, the senior advocate of Nigeria, Femi Falana. I understand that according to reports from the lawyer, that he's going to make himself available today, because I understand that he's on the run. Well, these are some of the stories we heard regarding this matter, and it is a serious, it's a serious matter.
It's an issue, yeah.
Well, the court will decide how the matter would move from now, because it is, if I understand correctly, it could attract up to 3 years imprisonment if found guilty.
Because from the reactions have also trailed this particular development, lots of people are actually pleading. Even the police spokesman in Lagos was in the news, and he said that it is up to the court of law to decide the fate of Seun Kuti, and not just by pleas made by his colleagues in the music and, of course, in the movie scene.
And I must commend the calmness of the police officer. He did not retaliate in any way. I think there was an accident from what we can see, or what we heard over the weekend. There was an accident, and the policeman was just calm, and you know, I think we should, well, let's wait and see how the court delivers judgment on this very sensitive matter.
Of course.
And the third top trending, we'll move over to the third top trending, and that is the landlord who released his dog to attack a tenant over 45,000 naira. It's a very sad one. He came back home and discovered that he was not allowed in. He was locked out for 2 good hours. And eventually when he got into the compound, confronted the landlord, "Why did you lock me out?" And the landlord cautioned him that if he didn't stop questioning him, he would release his dog, on him, and he did just that. He did just that. And I saw the video, very big wild dog.
Yeah, I saw pictures of them, and I was like, why does he have to go to that extent of releasing his dogs to attack his tenant? Even if there is a dispute, like I said, there are ways of resolving
there
disputes.
You have that, the image of that. There's the dog. There's the dog.
Very big dog.
Attacking the poor tenant.
Wow. If you look at it again, Maureen, it's just 45,000 naira.
That's abuse of power.
It is.
On the part of the landlord.
It is.
That's an abuse of power. A victim, give him eviction notice. Do things properly. If you don't want him in your compound anymore,
you tell him to go and
give him the necessary 3 months or 1 month, depending on the agreement.
True, and not just unleash dogs after him. It is bad. If you look at it from any angle, it is crazily bad. I can't imagine what the guy must have gone through, the trauma and everything. And I'm sure